for you, especially about the updates that you just provided, Marcus. Is it what's the proper way to say? Is it Belgorod People's Republic or the People's Republic of Belgorod?
It's actually Bilhorod People's Republic. Bilhorod.
Bilhorod. Yes, correct. Bilhorod People's Republic. Did I get that right?
That's the one.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Hey, there's another news article that I just saw. Ukrainian court sentenced, I think, 15 Russian soldiers in absentia with war crimes they committed in Chernihiv region. There's a village of Yahidne during like initial invasion, the first week or two. They when the Russians rolled in into their area, which eventually was liberated by Ukrainians, they gathered up over 300 people, civilians, which is basically the entire population of the village. And they all stuck them in the basement of a local school for a very long time. There was 69 children inside the basement. There was no sanitary conditions. There was basically no food, no water provided, no medication, and it was just horrendous. I remember reading about this a while back. When Ukrainians ended up liberating that city and freeing those people, the stories they were sharing were horrific. But Ukrainian court ended up publishing basically the names and the results of that investigation, and they charged the Russian soldiers with it. I think it's an important development, but I really hope the international community is going to listen to this attentively, draw conclusions, and finally stop messing around and wants to provide Ukraine whatever means they need to defend their people and liberate those that are in occupied territory right now, because I'm sure they're sharing very similar fate with those that Ukrainians were able to liberate already. But thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you very much. Ivana, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to speak a little bit about our friend. Well, it's not a friend, Mr. Orban, because as I said, the week started with Sweden's flag being raised at the NATO headquarters following the signing of the accession by the Hungarian parliament. But very soon after that, Orban went to US and met with Donald Trump, and there were some interesting statements from Donald Trump about Orban. They are very good friends, actually. Trump said that there's nobody that's better, smarter, or a better leader than Viktor Orban. He's fantastic. This is the way it's going to be. He's the boss. He's a great leader, fantastic leader in Europe and around the world. They respect him. To that, actually, President Biden had a reaction in which he said that about this meeting in Mar-a-Lago, he said that Orban of Hungary is meeting Trump, who stated flatly that he doesn't think democracy works, and actually it was like this, and he's looking for dictatorship. And following this, and I will arrive to my point. Following this, what's to know? Hungary summons the U.S. ambassador over this comment. So yesterday, Hungary summoned the U.S. ambassador to express the discontent about this comment. But actually, what happened yesterday? Do you know? It was the 25th anniversary of NATO, of Hungary being into NATO. So they celebrated this day, not like Poland, which actually did a celebration, not like other countries, but by receiving the CEO of Rosatom in Hungary, by summoning the US ambassador, and by not issuing any message with this occasion. So I just wanted to bring you this news from Hungary because they are so nice, isn't it?
Thank you very much, Ioana. Sorry, you just caught me in the middle of a drink. So, I've got a few things, but the statements that Russia made about, possible terrorist acts in Russia do sort of remind you a little bit of the FSB organized bombings of Russia 25 years ago, and literally the reason why Putin became president. And what a coincidence that they're warning Russians about bombings right before the presidential election. Now then, about these Navalny combat units, it says here, do combat units for Navalny exist? Navalny's wife supported the idea of turning up at noon at the same time and then going home again without voting, which generally proves that they weren't planning to do anything other than encourage people to do this. However, these videos will scare Russians and make them stay home. If something explodes, they can blame it on these Navalny guys and use it to even forbid mentioning his name. So, this is a Ukrainian who basically says that these fellas, unfortunately, don't exist, but they are going to be used as a tool to frighten the local populations, basically. So there you go. That was just that piece of information coming from a Ukrainian who believes they don't exist. And now there's somebody at my door, Tim, so I'll hand over to you a second.
Oh, dearie me. Okie dokie. All right, so the big news today is, of course, the various things that are on fire. So we have drone strikes on a number of different oil refineries, particularly in Belgorod. We also have recent cross-border raids, ongoing cross-border raids by the Russian Volunteer Corps, the Freedom of Russia Legion, and the Siberian Battalion, which is a totally new one on me. So these were attacks in the morning yesterday that I understand have yet to be resolved. Now, the Freedom of Russia Legion rose to fame when it attacked Belgorod last year. It was a completely new organization that nobody had actually heard of before. So there was some speculation about exactly what this unit was and how real it was. But it has since emerged that yes, there are units allied to the pro-Ukrainian cause, so to speak, that seem to be equipped and controlled by some element of the Ukrainian government, and they seem to be having a great deal of fun attacking across the border. Now, Russia, for their part, have made a number of implausible counterclaims about exactly how they dealt with this. So the Rosgvardia claimed to have killed 300 men and destroyed a number of Bradleys, which, in my opinion, is highly improbable because it seems unlikely that Ukrainians would equip these kind of ad hoc militia type things with their precious American Bradleys. But anyway, they're having a great deal of fun. Let us go to Ioana, please, Ioana.
Thank you. So Makar spoke earlier about the refinery in Rostov that was also hit by UAVs. So there is an update on Kommersant about this attack on Novoshaktinsky oil refinery. It's shut down. All the refinery it is shut down now. They said that there were no deaths or injuries, but the technological facilities were stopped. They reported earlier that 3 UAVs were destroyed on approach to Novoshaktinsk. It was attacked earlier by drones in May 2023. So it wasn't the first time. This refinery is producing gasoline, fuel oil, marine diesel, and heating oil with a capacity of 5.6 million tons. They talk also about the attack in Ryazan in this update, and they updated the number of drones from 58 to 68, and apparently the largest number it was in the Voronezh region, 35. So I just wanted to bring this up.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Joanna. Ukraine war update. You've got your hand up.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Yeah, I just wanted to provide a quick comment about what Marcus was talking about, referencing the bombings of civilian buildings in Russia about 25 years ago. Some people might not be familiar with this incident, but that was basically organized by Kremlin to scare people and rally them up to basically fight whatever the perceived terrorism was at the time, which was Chechens, right? Because they were trying to fight for a certain degree of autonomy within the federation. And basically, FSB ended up bombing all those buildings, rigging them up and exploding them. So I think it was like over 300 Russians ended up dying. But this incident has a name for it, and it might actually come up in some of the news sources as we kind of inching closer to this election date, and probably shortly after, to be honest with you. It's called Kazan sugar. The reason it's referenced like that because the way the FSB rigged up explosives in multi-story residential Russian buildings, they put them in a burlap sacks, basically, that typically you transport sugar in it. But they were, they had the essentially explosives, and their operations failed because local police was notified by some of the vigilant citizens who ended up basically creating these watches, 24/7, civilian watch force, basically, right? Because everybody was kind of scared that their building might get targeted. And sure enough, one of those residents that was standing watch, came across a suspicious van that was offloading some big sacks of something right into the basement of the building. He called local police that was obviously had no idea that FSB was involved. Local police came in force, ended up detaining people and promptly doing press conference, basically, because they wanted to beat everybody to the punch and use that as political point, and whatever the mayor or whoever, maybe the governor, I think, who came up and said, like, hey, we caught the terrorists, right? But simultaneously, FSB was doing the same thing. They ended up coming up on TV and saying that, what they were doing is basically conducting an operation, training operation to test the vigilance of the Russian people. And this incident in, I think it was Kazan, was actually a test, and everybody passed it with flying colors. There was really nothing to worry about, right? The problem was that local police ended up doing tests on the contents of those bags, and they confirmed that indeed it was explosives. So there was a lot of miscommunication on that part, I guess. But shortly after those things, obviously stopped, the bombing stopped, and he ended up declaring or announcing the Second Chechen War, and extending, basically postponing his elections and solidifying his hold in power. And we see the results of it today. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of say it because I've started noticing a lot of reference to Kazan sugar online, especially right now with the Russians insurgency inside Russia operating and kind of bringing that to light. So I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Well, it's all going on at the moment, isn't it? And it does make you wonder if, the Russian elections aren't going to be the dry expected event that we originally thought. Hey, so I do have a recap, Tim. I do have a recap of some bits now. Sorry, I was just opening several parcels. I love it when it's like Christmas at the front door. So 4 Russian oil refineries have been attacked in the last 48 hours. So here's a little update. Today, at least one drone fell on the territory of the Novoshakhtinsky oil products plant in the Rostov region. So Iguana confirmed that the operation of the enterprises have been stopped, and traditionally, of course, there were no casualties. Another UAV on the oil refinery in Ryazan, or Ryazan, or whatever you call it. I think we can see what sort of result happened there. In fact, it appears that there were 3 UAVs that actually successfully hit that plant and caused damage. Oh. A third event was the Russians say that they have shot down UAVs approaching the plant in Kirishi in the Leningrad region. According to the head of the region, an aircraft type UAV was shot down by a mobile group in the Kirishi region on approach to the Kinef plant. Production there is operating as normal, and there are no casualties or destruction at the plant. The consequences of that crash site have been eliminated, according to Russian sources. And a 4th plant, the drone hit Kostovo, Nizhny Novgorod region yesterday, which was also particularly emotional, it appeared to be. So exactly all are going according to plan, no panic, all of that, Tim.
Absolutely no need to panic. It's especially helpful to avoid panic if people in authority regularly remind you not to panic, because that really puts people at ease. When they say there's no need to panic, then people will panic less, I think.
I've got an update for this $300 million package to Ukraine. Now, this is what's currently officially noted. Stinger missiles, ammunition for HIMARS. We all know what kind of ammunition we're waiting for. Artillery shells of 155 caliber. Artillery shells of 105 caliber. 84 anti-tank grenade launchers. Ammunition for small arms. Ammunition for detonating obstacles. Spare parts and maintenance. So this is the what we would call XXX of bullets and beans for the next assault, if you know what I mean. That's the sort of thing that they should be receiving every month, and have been doing up until the last however many months. So yeah, big ammunition package, which sounds excellent, does it not?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was surprised to learn that apparently Uncle Sam has about 5 billion left of BDA. So one wonders what has been going on with that in the last couple of months when Ukraine has been running out of ammunition. It's a very strange story.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions need to be asked in various places as far as I'm concerned. Nobody has covered themselves in glory with assistance to Ukraine entirely in some situations around here. But, we're getting there. We're getting there. And I like to think that positivity will continue. Well, it's important, I think, that we all start getting on board. The Polish visit to... Oh, thank you, Kat. Sorry, it's just knocking empty cans off the table. Thank you. The Polish visit to the US was quite an event. Did you hear what he said while he was there? A bit spicy.
No, what did he say?
Oh well, he gave quite a spicy message to directly to Mr. Johnson. So let me find it. Bear with me 1 second. I'm a very prolific tweeter. There we go. So the Polish PM Donald Tusk with some pretty blunt words. I also hope that the voice from Poland will influence and change the attitude of the Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson. He must be aware, and I hope he is already aware, that on his individual decision depends the fate of millions of people. In fact, on his decision depends thousands of lives in Ukraine. This is not a political skirmish that only matters here in America. The absence of a positive decision of Mr. Johnson will really cost thousands of lives, women, children. He must be aware of his personal responsibility. Now, if that isn't political pressure, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. It's we've done this topic to death. I'm not going to say anything about it. It's just so frustrating.
We have. It's okay.
It's so
I just, I want to point out that big guns are being deployed, shall we say. Big political guns are being deployed here. And, well, there's a discharge petition on anyway. So, fingers crossed, by hook or by crook, this thing will get done.
And a discharge petition essentially is a way of forcing the speaker to allow a vote on something. Maybe Booyah can fill us in.
It just avoids him, basically. Everybody else votes to put it on the House floor, and he can't get in the way of it because too many people have forced it around him. Booyah knows a little bit about this, I believe.
A bit. I know it's at 169 as of late last night, early this morning. So those are good numbers. We'll keep with those. But yes, it basically does force them to bring it to the floor for a vote. And what we know is that there's bipartisan support. That means both sides, both ours and Dems. And so it should be brought for a vote because he's stalling, mainly because of, he's got some friends that like to give him money that would like to see this bill fail.
And yeah, I think it's about time to just, if Mohammed won't come to the mountain, as it were, let's move the mountain because just going around him, I think is the option that is there on the table now. And there are a number of people who may be convinced to also lean in that direction and just get this thing blimmin' done. I mean, it's getting a bit silly now.
So,
Marcus.
Sorry, I just want to clarify something. If this petition succeeds and a vote is triggered, that vote then becomes whether to pass or not pass the bill.
Correct, because it's already been voted on in the Senate. So it's already passed the Senate. It goes to the floor. It gets voted on. And once the discharge petition it reaches that 218 signatures to bring it to the floor, it could take a day or two because he's got, I think, 48 hours to bring it to the floor after that discharge petition is complete.
And does Ukraine have the numbers in the House?
Hard to tell. We think so. As far as voting on the bill, yes. Discharge petition, we know that there's going to be some holdouts on kind of the far left wacky side, who we've talked about quite a bit in this space and in other spaces, about our kind of left wing nuts and our right wing nuts. that like to wingnut, and sometimes they like to wingnut together. So we're definitely going to look, we're going to have some issues from them. I think AOC, and there's been a couple of others that have said that they won't vote for it because of Israeli funding, yada, yada. But we don't necessarily need them. There is Republican support. So I think last estimation I heard was something like a dozen Republicans, and we've got 169 right now.
Fair enough. And how many representatives are there? It's 400 and something, isn't it?
430? I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I forget.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you very much for that quick and dirty guide, Booyah. Let us go to Marcus. Marcus, welcome.
Thanks. And Booyah, vis-a-vis the number you quoted, nice. So I just wanted to say, I can tell that there are I'm a leftist, right? There's lots of other extremely attractive, modest, smart leftists in this room. And we need to police our own, right? So find out if your rep or other reps on the Democratic side have not signed this bill. Call their office and ask them why they're supporting Russia. If they do not support this bill, Russia is going to be at Poland's door and our children will be fighting this. So let's rally around this situation, make sure the left shores up its support, because if everybody in the left votes, this bill, the speaker's going to have to put it on the floor because he knows he's going to embarrass himself, right? They should be able to get 5 or 6 Republicans if every lefty votes. So there's no excuse. We need to call our people and make sure everybody in the Democratic side signs this bill. The district position number 9, not the stupid Republican one.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Yeah, as a rightist, I am a bit outnumbered on this panel, aren't I? Crikey. Okay, let's go to Ukraine war update, please. Ukraine war update.
Tim, you're an honorary lefty.
Oof. This is a discussion for the pub, I think. Let's go to Ukraine war update.
That was funny. Humble Marcus. Just love listening to him. Very articulate man. Yeah, I just wanted to I contribute, I guess, right? We already mentioned it, but it's important distinction because some people may not understand that there's special codes used for these resolutions and bills, right? When we're talking about House of Representatives, so HR is referring to a bill, right? When you see abbreviation H.R. it's a bill, and it's bill that's generated from the House of Representatives. H.res is a House resolution. So yeah, that's what we're trying to get people to sign first, House resolution, in order to vote on the bill, which is HR. So the reference number for the House resolution is 1016. So it's HRES 1016, so that the House can vote on HR 5673. I don't know if it really matters or not, but I have a feeling that when you call and speak with a one of the helpers, you're trying to
Your audio is unworkable. Ukraine
have
war
them do.
update. We can't hear you, mate.
At least that's what I do when I call my House representative and others. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, you're much better. We lost you for the last 20 seconds.
Okay. Sorry, I can't remember what I was saying. Basically, there's a difference between House resolution and House bill. Resolution is HRES, bills are HR. when I call, I make sure to be very specific about this. And right now I ask him to sign HRES, which is HRES 1016. So it's House Resolution 1016, which will allow in turn for the House to vote on the bill, which is HR 5673. So anyway, I just wanted to add that little bit of information because I think some people misunderstand what HR and HRES might be. Thanks.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for that color, Ukraine War update. Let us go to Bull Terrier, please. Bull Terrier, welcome.
Hi, sorry, sticky mic. I don't want to interrupt the current conversation. I have some news from Armenia, so I'll let other people go first.
Cool bananas. That's very gracious of you, Bull Terrier. Let's go to Linda then, please. Linda, welcome.
Hi, thanks. A request. Yesterday, somebody posted in the Purple Pill and then also up in the Nest the link for the discharge petition that gave a up to the minute or close to up to the minute accounting of who signed it and who has not signed it yet and what party they belong to and their phone numbers. That would be really helpful if that link could be posted again. So that's number one. And then number two, I have some confusion because I have some information that is inconsistent because the information that I wrote down yesterday was that which I've been following up on is we're requesting the discharge petition to be signed in order to bring HB, B like in boy, HB 815 to the floor. Now this is different from what I'm hearing and seeing today, so I'm confused. Thanks.
Booyah. Can you unconfuse this situation?
It is discharge petition, pardon me, number 9. That's the one that we want. That is the proper one, not the one that has popped up in the last couple of days. And also, I tried to send you a link, Linda, last night, and unfortunately, I cannot message you. So I can put that link. I'll repost it, and you can go to my timeline.
Yeah, thanks. And can you put it in the Purple Pill as well?
I will do that as well.
Thank you. Hugs. That's just as good. Yeah.
Right back at you, lady.
Oh, follow on. So the discussion just a few minutes ago was talking about rather than HB, be like in boy, HB 815, the bill to be brought to the floor subsequent to the discharge petition. Today, now it's called HRES 1016. Which is it? HB.
Well, lucky for you, we've got Will here,
Great to see
and
you.
Will
I mean,
can be
William.
able to tell you.
Yeah, so is it HB?
How's everyone doing this morning, folks?
Oh, good.
I hear this a little.
Linda,
I hear this is.
Will.
I'm glad to be able to come up. I was actually going to come up to actually talk about this exact thing. When I turned on MriyaReport, you guys were talking about the exact thing that I wanted to come up and talk about, which is great. And thanks for everybody taking a proactive lead throughout the last 4 months on the advocacy. As we kind of come down to the I would say sit on the pot or get off time frame. There is a little bit of complicated nuances to this. I see Forrest down there. I'd love Forrest, if you could pop your graphic into the nest, that would be fantastic. If you can hear me down there, there's a graphic made up for this. So the ultimate goal that we want to do is get the Senate bill, which is the 815, correct, to the floor. But the problem is that's not what we can talk about right now. We don't need to talk about that right now. To make that happen, there needs to be a discharge petition passed, and that has its own actual number. So when we're making phone calls today, it as clear as possible. Forget about everything else you heard and think about this. You're asking members of Congress to sign on to discharge petition number 9, and specifically HR House Resolution 1016. This is the tool or the vehicle that gets the Senate bill to the floor and passed. It's a little quirky. Unless you work on the Hill, you might not understand exactly how all this works. So as simple as it can be, when we talk to our members of Congress, we are asking for them to sign on to HR 1016 discharge petition number 9, that advances the Senate supplemental package in the House. I hope that makes sense. There's a little confusion because there's a separate discharge petition out. There might be another bill introduced, but that is the viable option. As of last night, there's over 160 signatures to this, which is great in less than a 12-hour period. To get over 160 signatures onto one of these discharge petitions is incredible. It takes a lot of time, and you'll see that number go up today because sometimes maybe a staffer didn't get to something at the end of business. But I will say that it is incredibly important to call your members of Congress, especially if you're in one of the districts of a Democrat who hasn't signed on to this petition already and supports Ukraine. They are incredibly high on the list. The bigger the number grows for the Democrats on this list, it makes the least amount that Republicans have to sign on, which they're having a hard time getting folks to do. We do know that there needs to be at least 5 to 8 Republicans to also be part of this, probably to make it happen. And I do believe that's important. So the second set of our targets are that same group of Republicans who support Ukraine, and Republicans who are in districts that are at risk of losing their seat. Really need to be hammered today. But again, going back to when we're talking to our members of Congress today, when we're talking on this space, we need to be extremely clear about what we are asking our members of Congress to do right now, and especially these staffers that take the calls, because they're not all, legislative experts. Some of them are interns that work at the offices, but we're asking to have our members of Congress, or the member of Congress we're talking to sign on to discharge petition number 9, HR House Resolution 1016.
Thank you, Will. I knew you would have it all down. Well, is there anything else that people need to know right now? I mean, I know it's all go time right now, isn't it?
It is, and I felt that we've been in a go time for 4 months, but that's how this works. If you start loading straw, if you want to use biblical terms, right? If you want to start loading straw onto the back of a camel can carry a lot of straw, but sooner or later, it gets too heavy. Along the way, it takes millions of little straws to be put on a camel's back to break it. And every single phone call is one of those little straws. Every time a letter gets sent in, that's a little straw. And there's times when those straws mean more than other times, right? As there's times when it's building up on the front end, and you put a little extra to make it heavier on the front and make it harder for the camel to walk. So there's always these inflection points. Right now is the time to give as much support to our members of Congress that are fighting for Ukraine and not holding them hostage. And also really reach out to the people who in their soul probably support Ukraine, but are willing to get onto this. So right now is the time to break that back. I guess in a metaphorical way. But we need as many straws on the back in the next couple of days. This is an inflection point. From what we have heard is that without much confident that Republicans were going to sign on to one of these big discharge petitions enough to make it pass, it probably wouldn't have been called. But so that gives me a little bit of hope when it comes to this.
Well, absolutely. So get onto it, folks. Write it in your diaries. Set yourself a reminder. Do
And
it.
Mockers, if you could look,
Don't
sorry,
think
didn't
about
mean
it.
to
Just
interrupt
do it.
you because I do have to drop down here in a second. If you could look at Forrest's account, he did make a really good graphic up about this. Like I always says, anytime when you hand off to your co-host, make sure that they get a quick briefing on this, or if they want to talk to me, I can talk to them in DMs. I'm happy to. But this is something that needs to be pounded and hounded all day long. Members of Congress are about to go back to work. The offices open up in about 30 minutes. It'd be nice to have them, at 9 o'clock, them get as inundated as much as possible with phone calls. And remember, you don't have to call your own member of Congress. You can call any member of Congress on national issues. It doesn't mean they work for all Americans if you're an American. So don't feel like you just have to call your member of Congress on this.
Right, so I've just checked. I've put his graphic into the nest there. So that's lovely. All done. And I have also retweeted his other
Fantastic.
tweet
So
attached to it.
everybody, so I'm an organizer, and I'm organizing today because I think this is important. And you don't have to be from America to actually help this process out, because all of us have American friends, fellow NAFO folks. So please, right now, I'm going to do a little organizing process right now. Right now, there's 15 retweets and 300 reposts. We've probably got a couple hundred people on this site. How many people can quote retweet this right now? Even if you've done it already, send a quote retweet out or retweet this in the next couple minutes. I'd love to come back on here and see Force's posts have a lot more movement. But we need NAFO seeing that post. That graphic is great. Having a internal graphic designer that's able to make these graphics quickly for us in these advocate points is really important. So thanks to Forrest for doing that. It's amazing what him and CC have been doing. And yeah, so just please retweet, share that post, make sure other NAFO folks see that graphic and get that graphic moving.
Will do. Bull Terrier, how are you for time? Are you okay to finish this?
Yep, carry on, please.
Okie dokie. I don't know who was next now. Was it Lexicon? Go ahead, Lexicon. Lexicon, are you there? Oh, she's got a sticky mic. Shuffle Girl, please go ahead.
Hey, Will. Hey, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, I'm glad Will came up to say we do have to be very clear, because another Republican kind of muddied the waters last night, and they're actually, I don't want to go into it. Either way, number 9 is the important one. And right now, I think we just need to get that over the line. I'm not sure, Will, so I know that my representative is going to vote no matter what. He's good friends with Johnson, whatever. What I'm trying to petition him to do is just sign off on the discharge petition. Like, I'm saying, this is democracy needs to work. Don't stand in the way of democracy. I don't know if that's the right tactic, but that's kind of all I've got for my representative. But we can call the other representatives, and I need to go find CC and Sparkles have put together. CC's got like a list of the specific people in specific states that we need to target. And then Sparkles has a running Google Doc with all the numbers and who's voted and who hasn't voted yet. But I have a question. Will some people like Fitzpatrick and Jared Golden, no, Dan Golden, they voted for their new discharge petition that they submitted later in the afternoon, and I have no idea why. They can vote for both of them. I know that they can vote for both discharge petitions, but why have they not voted for both? They're just going to stick with theirs. That is DOA pretty much.
So I'm a believer that it takes a lot of straws to break a camel's back, and possibly sometimes putting together discharge petitions in a bipartisan manner to gain some support, right? There's can help. I know in the bottom of my soul that when it comes time for the right, if they will vote for this discharge petition, they will vote for Ukraine aid, both of them. Jared Golden is a great Democrat, and people are. We need to make sure we clarify this. This is not the Republican discharge petition. This is actually way better than what the Republicans want to try and put out. This is a bipartisan discharge petition that's been talked about for about 4 weeks. And it is definitely being used as a pressure tactic. I think that everybody knows that it has no chance of moving forward, but it is a way to gain support. And the reality of having 5 Republicans on that sends a clear message that, that there are Republicans willing to get onto a discharge petition. And that means that I would be, if I was Johnson, I'd be very worried. And he's actively working against the Fitzpatrick discharge petition right now. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's not going to, you're not going to see dozens of people. There's 12 people on that bill right now. You're not going to see dozens of people get on it. It's a really bad bill. But it is a way to force issues, if I was going to say it that way.
Okay, I just saw it more as like an off ramp, but I'm glad to hear you say that. All right, so yeah, we're clear, and we need to keep harping on this all day and I'm sorry for everybody that's in the rest of the world, but this is the most important thing for us to get that money heading in the right direction. And this particular discharge petition attached to the Senate bill that was already passed on, this is going to be the fastest way to get that money. And that's what we need to go for.
Definitely. And even yesterday, Mitch McConnell said that the best way to do it is simply get the Senate bill across as quickly as possible, and realize that the best way for this to be done is not for do a discharge petition, it's for Johnson to call the damn bill and actually support Ukraine. And Republicans force him to do it because they can, if they wanted to. So you do have a lot of support. So anyway, but yeah, what was again? That's it for right now, I guess.
Good luck today, Will.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much, guys, and good luck, Will. Lexicon, let's try again. I can imagine she's furiously stabbing at the mute mic button. I did see you got unmuted, but I was getting feedback, so I had to mute you again. I'm so sorry. You might want to recycle. Bull Terrier, talk to us about Armenia.
Yeah, hi, Tim and Mockers. Thanks for all your hard work.
I just got unmuted. Is it all right? I'm so sorry.
Wait.
Can you hang
Okay.
on just 1 minute?
Is Will still there? I just had one.
Yeah,
I had one question. As I understand it, is it true that not a single Republican has signed on to discharge petition number 9 yet?
As of, I haven't checked the roll today, and it won't really get reported. But yes, you're correct. That there hasn't been. But again, let's take a tactical pause. Is that this has only been active and live for, less than 12 hours right now. To get 160 people from one party on something in less than 12 hours is pretty impressive.
Sure.
Now the real hard work is to find those Republicans who are willing to have courage and a backbone, which we
Yeah.
haven't seen. We have not seen over the last 4 months.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much. Got there in the end. Paul Terrier, go
Please
for it.
unmute me. I'm trying.
Sorry, I did. I muted you. Carry on, Paul Terrier.
Okay, we're all good. Bit of a change of subject, but a little snippet of news from Armenia, which I thought you might find interesting. Sorry, just let me get the right thing here. So we have a situation where the UK government, just a moment, sorry. Great Britain has accepted Armenia's decision to freeze CSTO membership as a sovereign right of the country. So you may remember that the Armenian government froze CSTO activity a while ago, a few weeks ago, and got a fairly negative reaction from Russia. The Collective Security Treaty Organization, by the way, includes Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. And now we have an announcement that Great Britain has accepted this decision. UK Minister of State for the Armed Forces, James Heappey, has said that his country, the UK, will continue to work closely with Armenia in order to identify opportunities for closer cooperation. So I thought that was very interesting that the UK, Great Britain, has made this announcement and, quote, will work with its Euro-Atlantic allies to support Yerevan in the event of retaliatory threats from Russia. So, yeah, there we go. A little bit of a snippet of information from Armenia.
So, thank you for that, Bull Terrier. Does it matter if the UK recognizes this or not? Or is it just like a diplomatic thing saying, oh, right, okay, huggy bears? Bull Terrier?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does. I mean, that's the first time I've seen any statement from the UK. I mean, France has made several statements and in fact, apparently sent war material to Armenia. But that's the first time that I've seen a statement from the UK saying that they will support Armenia in terms of protecting Armenia from Russian threats. So I think it's quite significant.
Well, fair enough. So Armenia's new friends are now officially France and the UK then?
Well, I mean, it looks like it, yeah. I mean, this is the UK Minister of State for the Armed Forces of the UK making this statement.
Well, there we go then. That's an interesting little snippet. Marcus, have we discussed Arctic LNG 2?
No, I can't say I have. It's not on the tip of my tongue.
So Arctic LNG 2 is a, gosh, how to describe it? It's an extraction project for liquid natural gas. And it's in the Arctic, clues in the name really, specifically on the Gida Peninsula which is kind of, in northern Russia in the Arctic Circle, there's that kind of great big sausage that goes out into the sea. There's just below that, there's kind of a little estuary type thing, and the Gila Peninsula is down there. So it's in a pretty bloody horrible part of the world, but that's where these materials are always found for some reason. And Arctic LNG-2 is a Russian project with international participation that aims to exploit and produce lots of liquid natural gas. Lovely. Problem with that is Russia's a genocidal shithole. So a number of countries have been withdrawing from this. There was, I think, UK, American, Japanese participation in this project, but they've all subsequently withdrawn. But it turns out that a number of naughty companies in the European Union have been supplying this project. So Arctic LNG-2 is nominally run by an oligarch called Gennady Timchenko, who you may have heard of. He's got lots and lots and lots of dirty money. He's also bestest buddies with Putin. So, the way the oligarchy works in Russia, it's the Cardinal Wolsey thing. Everything I have from the king. So the billionaires are not really, they're not really rich in their own right. They're rich because Putin approves of them and allows them to be rich, right? So their money is basically Putin's money that is serving a useful political purpose in being allocated to a particular oligarch. So Timchenko is the big cheese in Arctic LNG-2, but he is more of a sort of rind to the Putin cheese, if I can torture that particular metaphor. Now, it turns out that Arctic LNG-2 has received $630 million worth of equipment. That's 580 million euros worth of equipment between May 2022 and January 2024 from suppliers in the European Union. Yeah. And this is extremely recent as well. So in January 2024 alone, 24 million euros worth of spare parts and equipment were imported to Russia from European Union countries. This is according to Russian customs data. Now it was 220 million in the whole year of 2023. Now the largest suppliers are companies in Italy, having supplied 112 million, France, but of course, having supplied 31 million, Germany, but of course, having supplied 25 million, and perhaps surprisingly, the Netherlands, having supplied 13 million euros worth. So that's the naughty list. There's some minor players as well. So Spain with 8 million. So this is despite the fact that the oil and equipment for the production of oil and gas is explicitly sanctioned by the European Union. Yeah, it looks like these companies are being very, very naughty indeed. Yeah. Oh, of course, yes, Siemens. Of course, Siemens are involved with this because who else? So Siemens have supplied goods worth 5 million euros. You remember they got into trouble in 2022 because they kind of didn't really terminate their operations in Russia particularly quickly, and they only just begun last month the liquidation of their Russian subsidiary. They make a lot of stuff, or made a lot of stuff for Russian railways. Apparently, they halted that business in March 2022, but now they are apparently supplying oil and gas equipment, including valves, washers, nuts, radiators, and ferrous metal products. The last consignment of Siemens-made equipment was in September 2023. So not sure what everybody's going to do with this. Not sure what anybody's going to do about this. But it is pretty unpleasant, I would say, Mockers, that these companies are just literally selling sanctioned things to this Russian oil project that's run by an oligarch that is basically Putin. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, there's also been quite a number of car sales coming from the UK through Kazakhstan into Russia. All those luxury cars that they like so much. Yeah, there's a lot of that trade has been recently found out as well. And I hope there is some finding out as a result of these things being brought to light, because yeah, it's pretty disgusting. It really is. And we're basically funding them to continue warring, which is ridiculous when we want them to stop. We need to cut off their supply of money, do we not?
Yeah, we kind of do. And I don't know exactly how this policy would work, right? Because what's happening here, I would imagine, is the usual thing where they are. I mean, gosh, I can't remember who it was. One of our listeners was quite active in the trading of electronic widgets internationally, and the way the widget trade works is these widgets are bought up by trading companies, often based in the Middle East, and the widget manufacturer in the UK or France or Germany or the US or whatever doesn't really know who the end user is. He just sees, Al What's It widgets of Dubai buying all of his widgets. So there's, it's a business that seems to operate with a lot of intermediaries, possibly by design, if we're going to be cynical about it, because these widgets are used for all sorts of different reasons. I don't know if oil and gas equipment and spare parts is the same, but what will be happening, I expect, is the usual thing of a buyer in the Middle East buys from the manufacturer in Germany and then sells to a trader in Tajikistan, and then that trader in Tajikistan sells it to the Russians. So one wonders exactly what we do about this, because I don't know. I mean, how do you solve this, right? Do you have to make it like the arms trade? Do you have to insist that there is like an end user certificate produced? So you can't hide the purchases behind intermediaries or something like that. Like it's, and how much complicity do the manufacturers really have here, I guess, would be the question. Maybe somebody who knows more about this business can opine. But it's of course entirely possible that Siemens and all of these companies are selling these things in good faith to people who they believe are not Russian, right? These independent intermediaries. So it's kind of tough, but at the same time, there are apparently quite effective legislative efforts ongoing in other areas. So in the UK, for instance, we've got the Bribery Act, and that, and also the Modern Slavery Act as well, right? And these are pieces of legislation that basically introduces a kind of strict liability on British companies and British citizens, that if you do something and further down the line that thing becomes naughty, then it's still your problem. So what this forces the companies to do is audit their supply chains and their their sale chains, to make sure that illegal activity is not happening within them. So they can't kind of keep this stuff at arm's length and then avoid liability for it. They're still liable unless they can demonstrate that they've taken reasonable steps to prevent it. So there does seem to be kind of legislative efforts that sort of work about this stuff, but I don't know how seriously European countries take it. Really. What do you reckon, Marcus?
Well, that's the thing. We don't take it seriously enough, do we? And we really bloody should. And that is swearing. We really bloody should. Now then, do you want a little update on the situation in Belgorod and Kursk region?
Is it on fire?
Well, there's a lot of noise because the battles of liberation armies continue. In addition, there are artillery fights in the cities. It looks like it's really ramping up. So, yeah, that's apparently going to be continuing. Well, sorry, I'm just checking out some videos. Yeah, there's air raid sirens going off everywhere in both areas. How very alarming.
And this is Belgorod, like the city of Belgorod.
Yes.
And they're firing artillery at each other.
Well, possibly not firing artillery actually in the city of Belgorod, but certainly in some built-up areas there appears to be artillery battles. Yes, I just retweeted a video. I'm sure I did. Let me just check. Oh no, I didn't. I just liked it. Hang on. Let me find it, and I'll retweet it. Oh my god, I didn't even like it. I'm terrible. It's all right. I know who tweeted it. Oh dear. Have you ever had one of them days? Sorry, I've been doing a lot today. Oh yeah, here we go. Right, okay. So there were missile dangers declared in Belgorod and Kursk, and you could hear the the sirens in the center. What appeared to be quite very much in the center. Belgorod. Sorry, bear with. They've there are artillery battles, and there are things been blowing up in Kursk. There we go. Right, I'll retweet it now. Found it. So we can see drone FPV drones taking out some armored vehicles in Kursk, and then well, the second video is it appears to be artillery landing in quite a built-up area, but it does appear to be very much directed to one particular area, one particular building. So, yeah, it would seem there are now artillery battles taking place. Fun times, hey? It's amazing what happens when you invade your neighbours.
Absolutely. That looks like they're having an emotional afternoon. Well, I hope the chaps doing the fighting on the Ukrainian side are not having too rough a time of it. But they're going to be, I don't know, Russia is going to be crappy until Russians do something about it. Yeah, good for them. Good for them. Let's go to Marcus. Marcus.
Hey, everybody. I'm concerned about this young generation of Russian men having to fight in Belgorod and Kursk. Why doesn't Putin just surrender those areas and achieve peace?
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
They're historically Ukrainian-speaking areas, probably.
Well, I mean, Rostov, like, literally used to be part of Ukraine, didn't it? Ukraine used to go a lot further east than that. And there's a significant Ukrainian minority in oh God, what's it called? The one that begins with a B, and I've forgotten the name. It's totally gone out of my head. Belgorod.
Yeah,
Belgorod. There's a significant Ukrainian minority in Belgorod that presumably wants to be part of Ukraine. So, of course, Russia has a duty to take this very seriously and accede to their demands of this Ukrainian minority. that wants to be part of Ukraine. Yeah, because that's exactly what happened in the Donbass. Marcos.
So you're saying that really Ukraine is defending these poor Ukrainian-speaking minorities from Russian aggression? Well, I mean, they have no choice, right?
They're acting to prevent a genocide. That's what they're doing. Yeah. Lol. Let's go to Fop Tyrants. Fop Tyrants, welcome.
Marcus, what would we do without you? But I think we need to ask the Pope that question. Maybe he can give a speech and persuade the Russians to just give up.
Yeah, the Russians need the courage of the white flag, I think. And they're already 30% of the way there, because 30% of the Russian flag is white. So they just need to get rid of the red and the blue, and have some courage and surrender. This is the morally correct course of action, as curated by the Pope himself. Fox Harris.
You'd think some of the Russians would be smart enough to just cut their own flag, the white bit, and just wave it around, right?
Also works with the French flag, just saying. Marcus?
I was just going to say, maybe some of them already have, you never know. Again, we see quite a lot of videos of quite bedraggled Russian soldiers being rescued, basically, off the battlefield by Ukrainian forces. Just was watching a video earlier of Ukrainian forces basically helping a man to escape from the battlefield. He was, they found him basically with his head down in a trench trying not to die. And they said, right, come on, we're taking you in, sort of thing. And they did tie his hands for obvious reasons. He's a prisoner. And they started walking, and they're saying, come this way as quickly as you can. We'll get you to safety. And he kept sitting down. Now, I ain't being funny, but can you imagine what the Russians would have done had he sat down on them, their prisoner? Yeah, that guy wouldn't have been a prisoner for much longer, probably. And yet the Ukrainian guy talks to him. And this is one of the things about the language, knowing the language. That he talks to him and he says, look, this is your chance to survive. This is your chance to see your family again. Do you want to see your son? Do you want your son to know that you're alive? And the guy gets up and he carries on. And it's almost a soft power in itself, isn't it? That they have the ability to be able to do that. They don't have to throw him around. They don't have to threaten him with a gun. They just, can appeal to what matters to him. And they were able to get him back to a safe place and take him prisoner properly. And I just thought that was really important piece of humanity to mention.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not just humanity, though, right? I mean, as we've discussed a few times on MriyaReport, there is a strong military incentive to treat prisoners properly, because you want, a strong military incentive both to allow the enemy to surrender and to treat them properly when they have, because you want as many of them to do it as possible. You also want any information that they have. And you do get a bit of a propaganda coup out of it as well. So yeah, it's kind of a good idea, and mistreating prisoners is a bad idea. And it's usually symptomatic of an armed force that's, shall we say, lacking in the professionalism department.
Oh, Linda, go ahead, my love.
With regard to propaganda, stories from the 1960s, Colorado Springs, when my husband came back from Vietnam, and we became friends with some locals who were born there, and they were about a generation older than us, but we became friends. And Bill said stories about German soldiers who had been captured and were prisoners of war in the area somewhere around there in the Southwest. I don't know if it was Colorado Springs, but probably, maybe Eastern Colorado, Kansas, wherever. And they were treated rather well. And there was a big propaganda boost to that, in that after the war, when they went back to Germany, they were then able to tell stories about them having been well treated as prisoners of war. Now, I don't know this firsthand. This was told to me by somebody who, may have had a propagandistic view of the world, back then, but this was what it was conveyed to me. So it'd be interesting if there was a historian or somebody who actually knew, who could speak up and could confirm or deny what I just said. So there's that.
Fox Tyrant's hand just jumped up, so go ahead, Fox Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, doesn't it? If you think about it, when people go through war, when they come back, they have to tell stories. So they're either going to make up a lie or they're going to tell the truth. So whether that happened or not, there's a different story. But if you can take it at face value, then he's going to have to tell the truth, right? So eventually, sooner or later, someone is going to say something wrong, and that person is going to say, nope, that's not what happened. I was there, you was not there. So, especially people who get on the old age, they've got nothing to lose. So they kind of speak their mind, and quite brutally sometimes to the listener. So I can see that happening, and there are plenty of stories of that. They through Vietnam, they were in Korea as well, Korean War. So yeah, even other wars, you're always going to find a bunch of people that do have that similar story.
Well, you'll be glad to know that there's going to be a bigger Russian army. Yes, great news. Putin says Russia will now deploy troops to Finland's border after it enters NATO. So I don't know where they're going to get them from. Maybe they'll line up some cardboard cutouts or something, but I'm sure Finland is currently quaking. Especially with the fact that they're, now integrating themselves properly into NATO and doing lots of sort of NATO type stuff right now. I kind of feel like I've lost him. Never mind. Right, okay. So what am I looking at here? No, French aid to Ukraine. Shall we go through some French aid to Ukraine? Aye, go on then. Right. Oh, hello. I'm getting requests and everything. So lots of ammunition. That sounds good. Equipment, operational support, intelligence. This is the help we need to provide. The question of deploying combatants may arise, but it cannot be taken lightly because, of course, this would change the nature of our support. Similarly, the spectre of nuclear escalation looms and will require reflection on the limits of Russian defeat. We are far from it. The war in Ukraine is of exceptional importance for France, as for other European countries, going far beyond our commitment in recent decades. The war requires us to learn the lessons of harshness of our world and move from a post-historical society dedicated to leisure and well-being to a society that accepts to fight to survive independently is to preserve your way of life. This Copernican, transformation cannot be achieved without massive and rapid rearmament of France and Europe. The target of 3% of GDP for the defence budget must once again become our objective. This is a statement from France.
Well, sorry, Marcus, I just lost my mute button there, so I had to recycle. Yes, I will welcome this being followed up with action. It's worth remembering that Grant Shapps made similar comments a couple of months ago, and in the latest budget, they've cut defence. So he said, yes, we need to move towards spending 3% of GDP, but manana, inshallah, we shall spend 3% of GDP. But of course, it's kind of at some stage in the decade. It's not like here's an actual plan to do it, which was a commitment Liz Truss made, and look what happened to her. I just look forward to somebody actually doing it rather than talking about it. Put it that way.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Actions, not words. Now then, I've just heard from source here that also, as well as additional troops on the border with Finland, there is I don't know what you would call this. There is a promise of destructive material or something that they would put on the border that would destroy all of Finland. I don't know what that is, whether they've got some harsh thoughts or words left in their arsenal, but yeah, there you go. So they're making very, very vague promises. Ivana, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Marcus. So I wanted to react to this because I know that Putin is not very well informed, but Finland entered NATO 4th of April 2023, so about a year ago. And he's not talking about Sweden because Sweden doesn't have a border with NATO. So I don't know, 11 months late, he's thinking of deploying troops at the border with Finland after retreating from there about half of the troops that were stationed there and a lot of equipment. So I don't know, did he wake up now? Yeah, sorry, that's my comment. Finland entered NATO about a year ago, not now.
But you see, now they've made it official, and now there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. You can threaten them a bit more. I don't know. It's very tough of him, I must say. Jenny?
I'm just curious where he's going to get the guys from, because the ones that were there protecting, like, the Russian border from, invading Finns that come in massive hordes along and grabbing their Swedish and Norwegian friends to go with them. Where are they going to recruit the new guys from? Is it there that they're going to send the guys from St. Petersburg and Moscow? Is that what his plan is? Maybe the ones that will never see action because Finland just doesn't want the shithole that is known as Russia. I don't know.
Well, there is talk of now what we would call, the white Russians, the regular Russians that are not minorities, are now starting to receive call-up papers and conscription notices. So maybe that's what they've got in mind for these guys. They'll pop them over there on the border to look fierce, and hopefully, that'll be a nice little cushy effort for them.
Well,
this is. I've just got one thing to add, Tim. That's okay. It's really important that I add it now before the moment passes. When they were giving gifts to, the wives and mothers of dead soldiers, in some cases, they gave them a really excellent cardboard cutout of their deceased person. I know, slightly macabre, but they could just gather up tons of them. Maybe? Carry on, Tim.
That's totally insane. I didn't know they did the cardboard cutouts. That's really, really creepy.
Yeah. I saw two different ones, and I was like, awesome, it's a real thing.
Do the officers get like waxworks or something? Or is that like
Extra medal.
3D one? Yeah. No. I was just going to say, you know, this is where the Russians have shot themselves in the foot, right? So there was a in the late 19th century, particularly in the UK, but in kind of in the Dominions as well. There was a sort of there was a kind of cultural movement that was based around fear of invasion. So there was this it was called predominantly it was about literature, but it was also about politics and just popular culture generally. It was called the invasion literature genre, and the driving force behind this was there was this general feeling that while the British Empire was very rich and very powerful, and the Royal Navy was unchallengeable at sea, the British Army wasn't really up to much, right? It was a kind of colonial police force that was obviously inadequate if it was going to fight France or Germany or the United States, which was a very real possibility in those days as well. So there was this kind of cultural reaction to this feeling of inadequacy on land that led to the invasion literature genre, where they kind of imagined an army of, you know, greasy foreigners invading England and how much of a disaster that would be. You know, kind of there was a kind of Deus ex machina where the navy gets destroyed by some super weapon, and then there's an invasion, right? So it was kind of jumping the gun a little because it presupposed the destruction of the Royal Navy, which is kind of not nothing. And this culminated in, you know, War of the Worlds, for example, albeit science fiction, was an example of invasion literature. Another famous one is the Battle of Dorking, which is a kind of an essay. You can read it online. It's actually quite interesting. But anyway, what's the point? The point is that one of the reactions to this was it did actually change government policy, and it led to the creation of territorial force, which later became the Territorial Army. And territorial force was the rationalization of all of the, you know, the kind of patchwork of reserve and militia and volunteer units and movements that existed around the UK, because there were lots of them, right? But they weren't very heavily standardized. They tended to be, you know, kind of the yeomanry regiments and things like that. They tended to be sort of the train set of a particular aristocrat or potentate as sort of his household troops. And their equipment was not standardized, their uniforms were not standardized, nobody really knew how many of them there were and stuff like that. So they were all rationalized, and they created territorial force. And this created a recruitment crisis because terms of service in the British Army at the time were extremely harsh. So prior to, I think it was either the Childers or the Haldane reforms, you signed on the line, the minimum term of service was 20 years, right? So you join the army, that's it, you're in for 20 years. And the king can send you, or queen at the time, can send you literally anywhere in the world, right? So you could end up, you know, dying of something awful in some dreadful place on the Congo River. Or you could end up, you know, just on barrack duty in Woolwich for 20 years, like you just didn't know. And so territorial force, when it became this organized thing, had a bit of a recruitment crisis because people didn't really trust the recruiters, right? They didn't want to sign up to something in case they suddenly found themselves in India dying of dysentery. And so what they had to do was they had to introduce unique terms of service for territorial force that legally guaranteed that unless there was a general mobilization, the War Office could not move you outside of your own neighborhood. So you couldn't, like, they couldn't require you to leave the county that your regiment was associated with, whatever. Now, this is something that could solve a bit of a problem in Russia, right? Because they've got all of these people in Russia, young men make up a good proportion of them, whose families are well connected and wily and rich enough to avoid getting conscripted, right? So there's a resource there. And what they could be doing is they could be forming these kind of territorial defense units that would sit there staring across the border at the Finnish army and generally looking scary and being existing if there's a general war, but who don't have any service liability for Ukraine. Now, the issue with that is nobody believes them. So they've tried that before, right? They've tried this, sign up here. If you die, your family will get a larder. That didn't last very long. Sign up here. You'll get $3,000. Where are my dollars? Don't care. Off you go to Donbass. Oh, you're dead. No dollars for you. So the credibility problem of the Russian state is preventing them doing relatively easy and straightforward things that would do wonders for the security situation on their border as they imagine it, because their government sits on a throne of lies. Nobody, even if you introduced a special service contract that said, yeah, okay, we can't send you outside Leningrad Oblast, then nobody's going to believe them anyway. Right? So they just don't have that degree of goodwill with the people that would allow them to do something that in a Western country would be extremely basic, and in the United Kingdom in the 19th century was. Anyway, little history lesson.
Thank you very much. Booyah, go ahead.
I think that Huilo should be aware at this point that there's some very angry birds up in those regions, and pretty sure that we'd be more than happy to make some more cardboard cutouts for him.
You know what, right? You just reminded me of cardboard drones. That the very fact that cardboard drones are causing the Russians so much trouble. Have you seen the latest iteration of the cardboard drone, Tim? It carries a claymore.
These aren't just any cardboard drones. These are Australian cardboard drones.
Yes, the M&S of cardboard. But they now use them specifically with the cardboard wings and what have you, for dropping air bursting claymores, which is just awesome.
That's fucking horrible. God. Have you seen what a claymore does?
Really well, then.
You've seen what a claymore does? They're really, really disgusting.
Yeah, it's a scattershot type situation, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really horrible. It's their little kind of they're kind of about the size of an A4 piece of paper, I guess, slightly smaller. They've got two little spikes on the bottom when you stick them in the ground. You'll note they've got the words "front towards enemy" written on them. Presumably, they learned that the hard way. And you stick them there, and they're either set off by a tripwire, or you can remote trigger them you can remote out a wire. I think the newer ones have a radio controller as well, and they're packed full of ball bearings. And when they go off, there's kind of a cone-shaped thing, which is about, 50, 60 feet long and wide, and it will really, really ruin the afternoon of whoever's in that zone. So putting one of those on the front of a small aeroplane, it's fiendish, Mockers. It's fiendish.
Now they thought it up and they were listening. But I'll go to Marcus first. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I was wondering if when Tim was talking about the destruction of the Royal Navy, he was referencing consecutive Tory budget cuts. Boom!
Yes. I mean, well, in the invasion literature, you'll remember from H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds, it was the Martians. But in the invasion literature genre, it's some unknown superweapon destroyed it. Right? It's kind of a sort of plot, kind of a plot escape hatch, so to speak, destroyed by a kind of unknown weapon or an unknown cataclysm. This was actually quite interesting because there was a brief period of panic in the Admiralty when the Zeppelin became a thing, and they thought, oh gosh, have the Germans just made the entire Royal Navy obsolete? Turned out they hadn't. But yes, 15 years of rule by the Conservative Party. It's not exactly a cataclysm. It's kind of more of a whimper than a bang, but it does have exactly the same effect, Marcus.
Thank you, guys. Jenny.
So, sorry, but somewhere Gunny smiled in his sleep.
I just have questions about the Australian drones. Are they pre-programmed to give up to flightless birds, or no?
Are you making an emu joke?
Always make fun of the Australians to be conquered by flightless birds. That has to be mocked for all eternity. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Maybe we need the background there. I think we should do the background. So emus became a bit of a pest in Australia in the 1930s. And so the Australian government declared war on them. And they used the actual army, so the actual Australian army, with machine guns, with rifles, went to war against the emus, and the emus won. So almost 1,000 emus were killed. I don't know if there are any casualties on the Australian side, but the Australian army failed to eradicate the emu. And interestingly, on the Wikipedia article, there used to be one of those battle boxes, where you see, if there's an article about a particular battle, it'll say who's on which side, who's commanding, what the numbers are, and what the casualties are, and what the outcome of the battle is, or the outcome of the war is. And there used to be one of those, which has been removed now, unfortunately, and it did say result emu victory, which was very, very silly. Thankfully, in actual wars, the Australians do tend to rather distinguish themselves, as long as they're not having to fight against the emus.
Lovely stuff. Nale, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to talk about this flying claymore because I actually saw that the Ukrainians had made a, how do English people say it, a proprietary claymore-like device for these drones. So they are actually developing it and making it probably even more horrible than just strapping a mine to it.
Are you now going for the next stage, development? Are you in development?
I'm not, but they are apparently. So great. I saw that the just looking at it quickly, it seemed that the ball-bearing balls were a bit larger than in a claymore mine. So it's more horrible then.
Well, yeah, this is exactly what you have to do, isn't it? You have to innovate. That's the word, innovate. And we've noticed that Ukrainians are very good at that sort of thing. Now then, Fancy Vishivanka, if you can hear me, I cannot bring you up for the life of me. Try and recycle. So, where are we? Does anybody have any questions they want to ask? Maybe what's going on in Belgorod or something like that?
What's going on in Belgorod?
Oh, Cat. Thank you.
And
That'll
Margaret,
do.
I think it's called
Well,
Bilharad.
oh, sorry. My apologies. Bilharad People's Republic. Yes. I did say there was artillery battles. and there are indeed artillery battles. And there is, well, a number of destroyed Russian equipment that is happening. Now, I don't know if this is, you know, everything here being thrown at them at once, right? So we've got 6 refineries that have been hit. Out of what, 22, I think, that are within reach. We said 9 were very much on the Far East and maybe not so within reach at the moment. But it's incredible how they're hitting this. They're the Free Russia Legion are invading. They're also hitting lots of other things with drones. I note the FSB building in the Bilharad People's Republic is currently busted. Yeah, no, it intercepted a target directly with the roof of the building by the looks of things. And there's been, hello, quite a lot going on in Chotkino in the Kursk region as well. And I wanted just to have a little focus on Kursk because apparently armed forces did come out to meet them in Kursk and got themselves absolutely smashed. Don't know what happened exactly, but we do know there's been some quite large explosions. I've just retweeted a photo where you can see what I mean when I say quite large explosions. So certainly not what you would have expected in that location, shall we say. Well, you know me. I love a boom. So I've been keeping an eye on sort of Bilharad and Kursk. Now, Kursk, this little area, somebody's been having a look at it and they think that if they fully capture this Chotkino or whatever it is, that they would actually have a lot of difficulty having it taken back off them just due to the terrain. Now, I don't know how that is, but also we had a call last night, a very panicked call from the Russians to, what was it, destroy railway paths and roads and, you know, any sort of access in that direction. Well, I hope they do, because they would literally be sabotaging their own facilities to wage war there, wouldn't they? So that'd be funny. And the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Freedom of Russia Legion are working together in this particular area to, well, it says here, they are shattering the enemy defences. We've seen a number of short videos now of Russians retreating from the Free Russia people. The problem is, right, there's 3 different groups at it at the moment, and I don't know what to call them, so I'm just going to call them the Free Russia folks, okay, or Free Russians, because that'll just keep it easier for me. So yeah, they're running away from these guys quite unsuccessfully. There appears to have been a couple of unfortunate incidents, but they've sent in artillery. And I'm sure the locals are appreciating that a great deal. So, of course, the Free Russia forces are now fighting back with the big guns. They do have a, what's it called? A tank, at least a tank with them. So apparently that was how they broke through the initial area, was with a tank. And the Russians got very upset because a tank. How dare they? I think it's great. I have confirmed there are no Bradleys running around Bilharad, though. Fully confirmed, no Bradleys. Last time they did this, Tim, if you remember, there was one vehicle that had American parts on it. I can't remember what vehicle it was, but it was said that this vehicle had entered Russia, and there was a wee bit of consternation about it. So, of course, this time they've made absolutely sure that there's nothing like that. And I think that's why the Russians are claiming there's Bradleys there, trying to sort of stir up that nonsense again. But not happening, not happening. Fancy, I finally got you up.
Hey, Mockers. Yeah, I tried to come up several times, didn't work. I wanted to ask if you discussed this attack, Russian attack on the Ukrainian helicopters already. If yes, just ignore my ignorance and question. If no, maybe we can talk about it.
Yeah, I have been checking this out in the background. It's come out since I've got on, basically. And the Russians have released this footage showing that, well, it seems that they knew the location of where these helicopters were going to be, which is quite unfortunate because they've used a cluster munition to attack them. Now, I believe one helicopter was damaged, but the absolute massive heroism of the pilot who ran to the helicopter and flew it out of there, even in those conditions where, you know, the other two had been destroyed. Wow. Now it has been confirmed that the 12th Separate Brigade of the Army Aviation have lost two pilots, two helicopter pilots. Oh, hello. And we have noticed that it is becoming a problem that Russians are finding more and more accuracy with some of their strikes. And we wonder if that's due to some additional technological things that they might be receiving that are helping, you know, such as Starlinks. That those, I think, might be a problem.
I think my funnest fact about Starlink is, you know, the dishes they have that you can put on top of your roof. They've got a heating function. So if you live in a snowy place, then the dish you can switch the heater on and it'll melt the snow to stop your interference. The problem with that is that cats have worked this out. And so if you've got the heater on your Starlink, the local cats will come and sit on your Starlink, and then you won't get to the internet. So, lol.
Then we need to deploy the cats division, most definitely. Go ahead, Fancy.
Do you think that's really due to Starlink? I would think that these flying drones, they don't rely on Starlink, right? So I think Ukraine either needs like air defense, more air defense on the front lines, and more ELINT to prevent those incursions and generally otherwise avoid these areas with your assets. Seems like it was 40 kilometers behind the front lines, which to me does not seem so far, right? But if you land or park important assets there, yeah, I think they can't go without air defense. Yeah, but I think Starlink is not an issue in this question. I think it's more air defense and electronic warfare to prevent this kind of targeting and attacks.
Yeah, perhaps it's just it's a suggestion that they might be having a bit more accuracy with their targeting by being able to connect up to other things. Yeah, so unfortunately that is the case, that two pilots have been killed, two helicopters have been lost and another one damaged. And well, this is the unfortunate effects of war, and this is why it's more important for Ukraine to receive the air defense and everything they need to fight off the bloody Russians so they can stop doing this. I mean, come on. It's about time we got with the program now. We absolutely want them to win. So, you know, all these like concerns about, you know, what will happen to Russia later. Well, that's Russia's problem. We need to sort of just step out of the way, see what happens. Marcus.
Thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to say that it's utterly ridiculous to assume Russians won't get better at killing Ukrainians. It's silly to assume that they won't acquire more systems and counter Ukrainian systems. They're still a military. They're still human beings that want to murder behind those machines that are capable of thought. Nothing will stay stagnant, and the longer we wait to supply Ukraine with what they actually need in sufficient volume, the more human beings will die. It's a direct relationship, right? And every day we don't supply them with what they need is a discrete choice by each of our governments. They wake up that day and they choose not to do it. Just like Putin's army wakes up every day and chooses to kill. Every day you can reverse course. You don't have to be a slave to what you chose yesterday. So just remember, every day our regulators choose not to help enough.
Oh, Marcus, that spot on, my friend. Every day, indeed, they do choose not to do these things, and we really should start choosing to do things. And you know, consequences. Everybody's like, well, what are the consequences of our actions? Well, you know what? Russia deserves plenty of consequences for their actions. Now then, there's news, and folks, I think we all need to pour ourselves a drink later for this one. There is a rumor that Gerasimov is finally going to be fired. Well, he's only been dead 6 months, hasn't he? When did he die? December? 3 months then. Or at least we think he's dead. He's still in Schrodinger's box, obviously. But Russian media write that Gerasimov may have been fired. It's kind of about time, really. I imagine he was starting to stink a bit. Colonel General Poznikia, don't know who he is, will now temporarily serve as the head of the General Staff. And it is noted that Gerasimov himself has not appeared for some time in public. Curious. So, yeah, there is a suggestion that this new guy, what did I say his name was? Colonel General Poznikia. There's a photo of him. I tell you what, I'll retweet it so you can have a look for yourself. Yeah, so there you go. New head of the General Staff. Never heard of him, but well, it would seem that they've waited long enough that people have stopped really waiting for Gerasimov to turn up, and now they're going to quietly try and replace him. Well, I say quietly.
Double glazing salesman, maybe?
Well, it's about time they filled that gap, I suppose, isn't it? I do wonder how they've been managing to do whatever without him. I don't know about you, but I don't think things are going very well. So he's reportedly been dismissed as the Russian chief of staff, and the question still remains: where is he? Just wondered.
He's still not been seen.
Nope. Not a sausage. Or maybe he is sausages. You never know.
Maybe he's eloped with the Princess of Wales.
Oh no, she's been found. She's been
Oh,
found,
yes.
so can't be him.
That was
Yeah,
the most surreal couple of days on Twitter. All sorts of crazy stuff going around.
Yeah, apparently she had a small surgery. So there you go.
Now then, would you like to know the last words of the crew that were in the IL-76 the other day that came down yesterday, was it? Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze.
Aiden says we're going to survive.
Apparently not, no. So the main version of the crash is a technical, technical malfunction. So just before the fall, the plane was seen with its burning engine. And according to information, it hit the trees as it came down, causing its nose to sharply drop towards the ground, and it crashed spectacularly. 16 people were killed in the plane crash. So the last words from the crew, according to the shot source, were not, "Oh my effing, what's that?" Yeah, no. They apparently reported that the fire was in the fourth engine and that the blades of the engine were flying out of it, which doesn't sound good, doesn't it? And of course, that damaged other systems on the aircraft. It was for that reason that the aircraft was unable to continue and make it to the airfield, which it had taken off from just earlier. So the main version of the crash is technical malfunction, but that's what you call a blaze of glory, I think.
So something.
So yeah, not only was the engine on fire, but it was also spitting out large chunks of engine, which then damaged the rest of the aircraft. Oh no.
Oh dear. Yeah, you can imagine that conversation between the captain and the co-pilot. Sir, don't mean to alarm you, but the engine is spitting out bits of engine, and it's on fire. Oh dear.
Yeah, I can imagine that report probably wasn't the calmest. Be totally honest, I bet you there were a few blats in there. Oh, now then, here we go. 2 BMD and a BMP-1 have now been destroyed by fighters of the Siberian Battalion. This, I believe, is in the Bilhorod People's Republic, and I am seeing more what appear to be small explosions going on in the Kursk region. Folks, it's not seeming to calm down any at the moment. It's continuing to be continuing. They have made the suggestion that that all the people in the area should be evacuated in order to make in order to make them safe. So that would also, I would imagine, help those guys take over the area a bit as well. Kursk is definitely having some fun today. Definitely more explosions in Kursk than they've probably witnessed for a while, if not ever. And you know what? It's about bloody time. It really is. Now then, the I don't know if this is the free. Yeah, this is the Free Russia Legion. Sorry, I did say I was just going to call them the Free Russians from now on. Right, some of these guys. The Russian army clearly did not expect a breakthrough in this area. Oleksiy Baranovsky, a volunteer of the Freedom of Russia Legion, says that the main task of the fighters now is to advance deeper into the country. They also declare that presidential elections will not be being held in parts of the Kursk and Belgorod regions. I'm loving this. They're sort of reverse trolling. Sort of everything that the Russians have done in the past, they're now doing as well. There was a picture this morning of a referendum paper aimed at whether the Bilhorod People's Republic would like to become an autonomous state, which I thought was quite funny that they had these things prepared and ready. So they're basically doing to these Russian areas what what Russians have always said they were doing. They've been protecting the locals and what have you. Now then, I'm really trying not to sneeze again. Yeah. Just wanted to ask about the Gerasimov thing. Do you think he's retired with Sokolov? Do you think they're now, like, I don't know, retired in like the deepest, darkest of Venezuela somewhere, drinking cocktails? Probably not.
Hang on, Sokolov has gone as well.
Oh yeah, I mean,
You mean
after
the
being
Russian Navy guy?
after being dead for months, they replaced him.
Oh, I didn't know he was dead.
Oh mate, keep up. So, fired Admiral Sokolov.
I mean, aren't Storm Shadow missiles hazardous for your health?
Yeah, they usually are. He was in the Black Sea headquarters, I believe, or at least the only time he was seen after that event was at a pre-recorded ceremony where he was giving out medals to some guys, and then it was worked out that that pre-recorded ceremony had actually been held before the Black Sea headquarters was blown up. So he was widely regarded as likely dead. And then sometime later, he got replaced. And now it seems it's time to do the same with Gerasimov. So Russia's just going about firing dead people. Yeah.
Yeah, because I knew he'd been removed from his post, or at least it was rumored. Because Rybar said he'd been removed from his post, to the extent that you can trust Russian mill bloggers, especially on this issue, right? Because they're political operations. The Gerasimov, I mean, I heard he was dead, but then again, that came from a Russian telegram, and the claim was deleted. And we're getting kind of neither confirmed nor denied from both the Russians and the Ukrainians. Yeah, apparently there's been video of him since, though, in February, but that may or may not have been old video. So yeah, I don't know. It's anybody's guess, really. Whenever I hear the name Sokolov, I always think of sausage, because you'll know from your local Polish deli mockers that there's the kind of dominant brand of Polish sausage in the United Kingdom is Sokolov. So I think of a big sausage.
I buy the Kabanovs directly from the deli counter.
Oof! Wow, that's I don't know. I don't trust deli counters. I've learned that one the hard way.
Oh, the Kabanovs is fine. It's like dried meat. You can't go wrong. It's just chewy. Roos, go ahead.
I have to ask the two of you. What's the use of knowing whether a naval officer is alive or dead if he has no navy?
Well, that's a very good point, isn't it? Is he alive or is he dead? Does it really matter because he's got no navy anyway? Very good point. Nale.
Yeah, thanks. Personally, I don't trust the Russians myself, but that's just me. Do you want a bit of news from my homeland?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a great ballyhoo about this because now Finland is preparing to deploy soldiers to Estonia. But this is, of course, a part of a NATO brigade. So when in NATO, you are going to NATO and take care of your allies, aren't you? At least we are. So that's great news, actually. I'm not worried in the slightest about that.
So what you're saying is Tallinn is soon going to become even more full of Finns.
Yes, I apologize in advance for that, Tim.
I remember I was having there's a wonderful when you finally come and visit us here in Tallinn, I'll take you to my favorite pub in Tallinn, which is called the UFO pub, which is a very unusual place. It's kind of an old lady's basement, basically, and it only takes cash, so I'm not convinced that she even has a bank account. But beer is €2.50, €2.50 a pint, and there are kind of all sorts of people in that pub, so it's like I once met a former mayor of Tallinn in there, and also like a guy who'd been in Soviet prison. So it's kind of a mixed bag. And one of the guys, I was once in there. It was getting a bit late, and one of these kind of local oddballs walked up to me and looked me straight in the face and kind of slurred and said, "Go f yourself" in Estonian. And I was like, "Sorry, excuse me?" And he said, "I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were Finnish," which I thought was quite funny. You just think, well, even if I was, what did I do to deserve that? Anyway, it was quite funny. Nala?
Yeah, if the beers are 250, I'm buying both tickets right now to get there as fast as possible. That's quite cheap though. But yeah, and the drunk guy in the pub, I've had similar experiences, or one experience in the UK when I was there, but he wasn't looking for Finns in particular. He was just looking for a fight, so I left because I'm not violent with these people. I can't do that. I'm way too peaceful.
Yeah, I'm one of those I'm one of those very relaxed drunks rather than one of the violent drunks. The only fight I've ever been in that context was on the McDonald's in the McDonald's on Grafton Street in Dublin. Um, Long story short, I'm the reason the furniture is now screwed to the ground. Speaking of which, I see we have Decoding Trolls. Decoding, welcome.
Um, good welcome. Let me say, Tim, and I mean this in the best and the nicest possible way, your story about getting into a fight in McDonald's on Grafton Street somehow doesn't surprise me. But anyway, on Sokolov trivia, he was also, a warrant was issued for his arrest by the International Criminal Court last week. So that's something to hang on his wall in hell. Yeah. And I'm with mockers on this. I'm a Sokolov. I think he's a goner. I saw that picture of him basically on the gurney in the morgue, which they, some clever Russist decided to do that, that little arrow on your iPhone for the photos and to turn it upwards, dead as a doornail. And this doesn't bode well for Gerasimov because basically you only get fired after you're dead. And I suspect the International Criminal Court is now, along with needing a whole wing for Putin and all of his surrogates, is now also going to need a whole wing for all the Sokolov lookalikes that are going to go there. But he's probably down in Davy Jones' locker after that French-British scalp strike on naval headquarters, which will forever go down in history as the manifestation of the proof that poking the bear has no consequences whatsoever. And also mockers, yeah. I'm now adopting Free Russia Folk as my disinfolklore and counter disinfolklore moniker for the liberators of Russia. I think it's brilliant. It's the exact opposite of the polite people, little green folk, little green people, little green men that the Russists use to deter and to make fun of what was a violation of the most sacred laws in our civilization. And so, yeah, let's call them Free Russia Folk. I love it. Thank you for that. Out.
Well, they are a gathering of various peoples, really, aren't they? You've got, the guys who are the Free Russia Legion, who are sort of I would say they are sort of the most organised. Then you've got the RDK, the Volunteer Corps, who seem to have generally sort of sprung up from perhaps some white nationalist groups and football hooligans and stuff like that. A little bit like the original Azov, I would say. So, you know, I can understand where sort of they've come from. And then you've got the Siberia Battalion, who are also, it would appear, quite well connected with people back inside Russia, who also bring their own, you know, very special part to play. And so, yeah, they should be the Free Russia folks, because they're not one particular group or ethnicity. They are a folks that have all come together. So I like that. And also, it kind of makes them sound a little bit like elves or fairies. So it goes with the folklore.
Absolutely. Okay, just on that bombshell, I'm going to disappear because I see my relief chain's Helia's up. I will speak to you all tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much for co-hosting with me today, Mockers. It's always a pleasure. And as always, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Good morning.
Good morning. I hope you've got a coffee in you. I believe it's actually Jenny. I believe she's coming up to take over from me for a couple of hours. So poor Tim is confused. Don't you worry, Tim. We'll figure it out. Nale, go ahead, my lovely.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to comment this Putin threats that he is making again, because he recently, I think he signed a law or decree that was reinstating the Leningrad military district and the forces therein, because they have been, of course, shipped down to Ukraine and fight there. But I was getting into a fight on Twitter, of course, since I'm a total a-hole. I have to do these things, but I was getting into it with this, I think he was American actually, but this pro-Putin guy, or then he was Russian, you know, acting like an American. But so he said that, well, you know, Russia is not going to take this Finland joining NATO sitting down, that they are deploying troops against our border again. And well, that is true, but we have had that since 1945 over here, that they have, you know, been on their own side of the border and sat in the forest over there. So who cares? What has happened then? Absolutely nothing. Let them sit there and act Russian and get drunk in the woods, because it's in Karelia, so there is absolutely nothing to do over there except to sit in the woods and get eaten by mosquitoes. So enjoy it, dummies.
They will have drunk mosquitoes in Karelia.
Absolutely. Or they will drink methanol and kill themselves and the mosquitoes. So it's a win-win then.
Absolutely. I saw that in the back channel that they were gonna ramp up the troops along the Finnish border. I guess they're not concerned about the Norwegian one, huh? Because they have about 200 kilometers of border with, I think it's 200 kilometers of border with Norway. They appear to be more afraid of you, but they're kind of slow since, I mean, you joined NATO last year. Did they just get the memo? I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe the entire cabinet was drunk off their ass and they didn't realize that you were already part of NATO for like a whole year. So
Perhaps they
not
kept
shocking.
it from the old man. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, this would upset him. And you know what happens when he gets upset? So they just were like, Norway, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't want to tell the old man that. Putin has a way with subordinates, so I'm not gonna go in and piss him off. That's what I'd say, Jenny. Maybe that happened, but on the other hand, maybe it's all just bullshit, and they're not going to do a damn thing except bluster, and that's what I think it is. So, but anyway, Jenny, it's good to see you. Good to be here with all of you guys, and good morning from the sunny United States, and good afternoon to Europe, and I guess good evening or late afternoon to Ukraine. So here we are, Jenny. What are we going to do? Talk?
Absolutely. That's the only way I learn. It's by having discussions here on Twitter. Go ahead, Nalle.
Tack så mycket, Jenny. Yeah, so when Putin gets angry, absolutely nothing happens, apparently, because we're still here. And we've been in NATO now for a year almost, right? Yeah, a year. So, and we are, at least I am, enjoying that immensely. So, thanks, NATO.
You know what? I admit he's not much to retaliate against serious enemies, but there's a list of like 35 or 36 notables, let's call them today, notable personnel in Russia who've gone out windows or otherwise met strange fates, and so he is very good at retaliating against subordinates or any kind of troublemakers at all within his own realm. And it's like, well, more of that, and you'll take care of the job for us. So, but I think he's strategically taking care of the evidence. No one can testify against him directly if everybody's dead.
And this, my friends, is why you do not install Russian Windows on your computer. Stick with the Microsoft version instead, because yeah, they're nasty files when they crash. Go ahead, Mockers.
I was just gonna leave you with this thought that you know, all these refineries that have been hit in Russia. In fact, 6 of them now, 6 actual refineries. The exchange price of AI-95 gasoline has now exceeded 60,000 rubles per ton for the first time since September. AI-92 also rose in price to 48,000 rubles amid attacks on oil depots and refineries in the regions of the Russian Federation. Just wanted to point out how effective these sanctions are.
Well, I am. Oh, go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, no, you go ahead. I was just going to waffle.
Well, I can try waffling better than you. I can, but no, I was just gonna say, what a pity, what a shame. Boo-hoo for Russia.
That sounds almost like what I was going to say too. It's a shame. Anyways, I think it's more fun. I think that they woke up to realize that Finland was in NATO even when Sweden was too, but we don't have a border with them, so they can't do anything. What are you going to do? We're going to stare at you angrily from Kaliningrad. Oh no, please don't. So, you know, they have nothing.
They do have drones, but so far not much damage from those. I saw those go in, and I thought, well, there's something for target practice, you know. So, yeah, they are trying to piss people off. They do these little things, everything they can do to edge up to the very edge, and then they stop there. So they're not going to drop anything big. And you know, I heard debate the other day about. When will they go nuts and do crazy things? And so far, they still haven't done the craziest things they've said. But it does make you wonder. But I guess I'm still not very worried about it in any case. But Decoding, you have your hand up. Hello, welcome.
Welcome, thank you. Welcome to you too. Thank you all for being there. Thank you all for providing this amazing service, summarizing all this amazing data, adding fun and jokes into it. And That's really interesting about the price of fuel. Obviously, the Soviet Union collapsed because of centralized planning, and they just couldn't sort it out. And we saw what happened with eggs. And so the system will respond to the market price putting this up with mad and ridiculous attempts to hold back the tide, as what's his name in English lore tried to do. Ethelred, was it? Mockers. Can you remember your history? The guy who tried to hold. Oh no. It was actually the Danish guy, Knut, but the English called him Knut or something. Anyway, he tried to hold back the tide, and famously, it didn't work out very well for him. And so the Russians are going to try and hold back the tide of these rising fuel prices, and hopefully, along with eggs and cucumbers, I heard as well. There's a shortage of cucumbers, which apparently are very which we know are very important culturally to them. So yeah, vive la France! Out.
Thanks to coding. I have put myself in front of the tide occasionally. I quite enjoy swimming in the ocean, but no, I've never ever been able to hold it back. So not really going to try. But surfing looks like fun. That's on my bucket list. But enough about me. Let's talk about Russia again and just say that there's probably going to be some point where they'll slow down destroying well, they may slow down in destroying Russian oil infrastructure, because at some point I'd worry about price surges, and maybe not. Maybe they'll just go ahead and say, "Damn y'all, you didn't give us weapons, so we're just going to blow up your oil prices, along with Russia's ability to produce any oil." In which case, Biden will probably yet again dip into the strategic reserve. Which, does anybody know? Does Russia have a strategic reserve of oil?
I have no idea. I know next to nothing when it comes to oil, the oil business. I just know that I needed to have cars go the way where I wanted to go. Utterly useless.
I wouldn't put it that way, but no, that would make two of us regarding oil and that kind of thing. But I'm so happy that these things are going boom. Well, we'll have to hear from Will Teal or somebody like that who knows much more about it. But anyways, delighted that they're having problems, and I hope they spread to other resources. Still looking at it's a little bit too late to freeze anybody, but more broken pipes is another thing I just kind of delight in Russia. Don't know why. It's some kind of Schadenfreude problem I've got. Maybe one day I'll see somebody about it, but in the meantime, I'm enjoying it very much. When pipes go boom there, it's just a mess, and it fits Russia well. So, Jenny.
Yeah, the thing is, they are probably free. Like, I don't know how they heat their homes, but if they need the oil and gas for heating their homes, they're screwed, because I still have -5 centigrade. So what's that, like
cold
20s, low 20s. It's below freezing. Like I woke up this morning and I realized I was in my third fake spring because there was like snow on the ground, and I'm like, oh, so many, like a string of swear words, and then I was like, oh, Jesus, when is spring coming? And it's warmer here than it is in Siberia, so I bet I feel bad for. Oh, well, not really, but you know, there it's colder there than here because we have the Gulf Stream that heats us up too, and it's a lot warmer here than in Siberia. That's all I have to say about that.
They're welcome to the cold. Did anybody talk about the ISW message about the Kremlin asserting its right, contrary to international law, to enforce Russian federal law on officials of NATO members and former Soviet states for actions taken within the territory of their own countries, where Russian courts have no jurisdiction? effectively denying the sovereignty of those states? Was that discussed already?
No, but tell me more.
Well, that I can do because there is more, in fact. So the Kremlin continues to assert its right. Blah 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 blah. I read that part already. Let's see. Kremlin Wire, Newswire TASS reported March 12th that Russian law enforcement agencies stated that Lanemets is wanted for the destruction and the damage of Soviet war monuments. The Russian MVD previously put other Baltic and Polish officials, including Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas, on the wanted list for the same charges, despite Russia's lack of legal authority to prosecute foreign citizens for allegedly violating Russian laws in foreign states. The Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs also banned 347 citizens from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, including many high ranking Baltic officials, from entering Russia. And that's never going to be a problem, I'm thinking. Entering Russia for allegedly having hostile policies toward Russia, interfering in Russian internal affairs, persecuting Russian speaking populations. That's got a familiar ring to it. Demolishing Soviet monuments, glorifying Nazism, in quotes, and supplying Ukraine with weapons. The Russian MFA claimed that it could expand the list at any time, again, in quotes, at any time. How threatening that is. Russia has previously used narratives about Russia's right to protect its compatriots abroad. And this again, this is why Russia invaded Ukraine, was to save those poor Russian speakers, right? The compatriots, as they call them. Let's see. Okay, now I lost my place. Oh, compatriots abroad, which include Russian speakers. Its alleged fight with or against neo-Nazism and its dissatisfaction with the treatment of Soviet monuments in former Soviet states to justify the invasion of Ukraine and aggression against other countries, including NATO members Estonia. In the past, ISW continues. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I got this wrong. I thought that was a period. It was a comma. Former, including NATO member Estonia, comma, in the past. Sorry. ISW continues to assess the Russians' attempt to use pseudo-legal mechanisms against Baltic officials and are part of the Russian efforts to set informational conditions. Informational conditions. Okay, justifying possible Russia escalation against NATO states in the future. So, yep, they've got a justification already for when they do go past Ukraine. What do you think, Jenny? Think it's a serious thing, or I think they might try it?
I think they want to. How, um, however, I don't think that they succeed. They put in a new law in, I don't remember if it was March or April of 2022 in Russia, saying that they can militarily attack Gotland in order to save the suppressed Russians that are the oppressed Russians that live on Gotland. And it doesn't matter like how far back in history that they came to Gotland from Russia. It could have been their great grandparents, and they would be oppressed because maybe they don't speak Russian anymore. And therefore, we have, Sweden has been oppressing them. And so far, we had 2 SUs and 2 MiGs that came flying. I don't know. I don't remember if it was before or after this law came into effect. And we sent up the Gripen to meet them, and they were in Swedish airspace for, I think it was like 10 or 12 seconds. So not very long before they turned around and went back home. So no, I wouldn't take it too seriously. They seem to be quite willing to turn around and go back home to where they came from. So I wouldn't be too concerned.
Come
They
to think of it, they didn't blow up the nuclear bomb off the English coast to swamp the whole country in waters. That didn't happen. You're right.
Yeah, no, that didn't happen either. And we had drones, and the one part that concerns me is I don't know how close to a military base they were with the drones. I do know that they were scouting out Barsebäck, which, as far as I know, it's a decommissioned nuclear power plant. It's important to see how much it works now. Rose might know if it's completely decommissioned or if it's just partially, if they have any reactors still going. Do you know that, Rose?
Could you repeat the question? I missed the first part.
Does Barsebäck have any reactors that are still online, or is it completely decommissioned?
I think it's completely decommissioned. I'll double check and come back to you if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I want to say that it's completely decommissioned as well. And so it's really important to make sure that we haven't moved it. Like that part I don't understand. The one over the airport in Malmö, that one I understand. You want to scout out the airports, but still it was weird. And we did not give them coffee. We are quite, generous people that if we get unexpected visitors, we would offer them coffee. It's a Swedish thing. But we don't do it when the Russians come flying. We just don't. Are we rude for not offering coffee, James?
If it's so hot that it burns their hand when they pick it up, I think it's acceptable. Otherwise, I think it is kind of a violation of civility to give them coffee, honestly. Unless, of course, you've doctored the coffee appropriately and befitting the Russian method of putting foreign stuff into coffees and drinks like that. So that's where I stand on it. I think that coffee served the right way with the right ingredients is a proper treat, let's say, for the Russians.
So strong Swedish coffee with a couple of teaspoons of arsenic. Check. I got it covered. No. I'm kidding.
I
Maybe.
think I think that would work. Yeah, I don't really know about dosing recommendations for that kind of stuff. I don't, and I'm not going to go search for it on the internet either, just in case something happens to a neighbor or something of mine. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. But yeah, I had polonium, but I understand that's kind of hard to get a hold of, actually. So it really isn't probably something that should I serve Russians. I would not have access to that. So, arsenic might work. It could also be something even non-lethal, just an irritant. It could be something that it would at least give them a bad afternoon. But the other ways, arsenic, yeah. Now, Jenny, tell me you don't have a bottle of that in the kitchen.
No, I don't. I don't. Actually, that's a really dumb way of doing it because it shows up on the talk screen. So, not that I'm giving people ideas on how to kill people, but
The MriyaReport
no,
doesn't sponsor murder.
exactly. Unless it is with like it, and this is, I guess, the way that you would deal with, all the ones that are happening in Ukraine where the Russians are dying. It's that it wasn't their fault. They were trying to stop the bullets with their bodies, and they just didn't realize that they shouldn't do that, or HIMARS rockets. It's really not the Ukrainians' fault. Um, oh gosh, I'm waffling. Somebody save me.
That's my job. I'm supposed to save you as co-host. That's why the Chuck never goes swimming in the deep ocean without his compatriots, somebody else to bail him out. That's what they say about the special forces. Now, we're not special forces, and they've never thrown us in the ocean. So this is a good thing. And honestly, the only line I can throw you is a good funny one, really, and sometimes I can't find that. So hopefully you can swim through the rhetorical ocean yourself, which you seem to do just fine. So, anyways, it is it is the case that you're never alone on MriyaReport, which, if you think about it too long, might seem a little creepy, but it really isn't. It's all to the good. Well, I think we've talked about Russians dying at our dinner tables enough, and it would probably, come to think of it, Jenny, I'm not going to have them over for dinner. Honestly, I don't. I don't think I will. So, but it was fun to go to the Russian embassy and sing the "Putin is a Dickhead" song, and otherwise watch all the people uh, go up to the cameras and put their fingers toward the cameras and other things like that. And yeah, it was sort of a joyful thing. Now that means I'm probably on camera myself. The Russians know who I am, and so yeah, fuck 'em. Anyways, yes, I liked the trolling that's been done with some of the Russian embassies. I'm really proud of that. That the the people who've decided to troll them, it's great. I have tried that a little bit, and honestly, Jenny, it feels like one of those tasks. It's like that was kind of fun, and then it's like I forget to do it. And so I need a list every day, I think, of what I have to do because there's so many things. Do you have a list for starting up a shift? I was wondering, I know that we got a default one, and I wondered if you had modified your list. I know, like checking to see if there's a new version of Twitter, restarting your phone, all those things. And do you have a list for that you've tailored? Any items that might be extra tricky things I should go do before I start? Like getting coffee.
Coffee. Always get coffee because seriously, humor and sarcasm needs to be hydrated. Even though I do like dry humor, but still caffeinated. Funny thing you should mention the finger on the camera. Uh, I have 42 tattooed on my left hand middle finger. So when people annoy me with the stupid questions and I've answered them a long time, then I would tell them, read my finger. And they will know that the answer is 42 because and everybody who's a geek and knows about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy knows that it's the ultimate answer. Just saying. Linda, you have had your hand up and you have been super patient. So I'm going to throw it over to you. Thank you.
I've just been laughing my dear ear off. I just going back for a minute. I mean, so I'm half Swede, and and although there is some historical genetic drama in the family, and there are some Danes who have been hidden in the woodpile, but nevertheless, so going back, I being half Swede, I would like to like respect my elders and offer my services, which would take away the necessity and the expense and the surveillance of treating Russians to things that might particularly be particularly potent, because I can do the same thing if you just bring me over as a chef, because I'm notorious, and I could just cook, so to speak, and take care of that for you. Um, and there would be, I know, and there would be nothing, quote, nefarious, unquote, just you know canned goods and frozen stuff mixed up together in some sort of a way that, oh well, if it makes people ill, oh well. I mean, I've been dealing with that my whole life, so there's that. Anyway, I just thought I'd offer my services. Bye.
You're more than welcome. And I know exactly the canned goods that we should
Yes.
use. Surströmming. That is the fermented herring.
There you go.
I still think that is the best thing that the Finns have ever done to the Russians. They threw open cans and threw it over the fence into the Russian embassy.
I love it.
Me too. I was like, damn, I need to do that over here too. I can't believe his friends beat us to
I
it.
think you should send some of that
So,
stuff to DC.
oh yeah. I don't know if you
Ooh.
can. So yeah, no, I heard I heard rumors that you can't ship that crap on planes because the can is actually pressurized. So if it blows midair, I can just imagine being stuck on that damn plane, like over the Atlantic, and they're like, "Well, we're just gonna have to deal with this," and the pilots are gonna open up the windows so they can air out their part. They'll be fine. All the stewardess are going to be in there with them. Everybody's going to survive, and then they're going to drop the oxygen masks to help the poor people in the cabin. Oh gosh.
Well,
Ah,
just to let you know, however, I mean, I might be able to, mix up something very similar just with a couple of cans of sardines and I don't know what else.
yeah, but you need to leave that stuff out for like a year. That's the
And
trick.
not a problem.
That's what we do with the
I,
herring.
I have some stuff in
Yeah.
the closet here. It's probably been there for a while. So yeah, it's not a problem. Yeah.
So a true story, and I double checked this with my relatives who actually served in the military here in Sweden. Part of the conscript, like they have this week when they get tested to kind of their limits. So they get like some canned food that has expired and not like in the past 2 years. I think it's like 10 years or something, and chocolate also. But they're all fine. Uh, the Swedish motto, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, I guess. I don't know if they do that in the US military, but here they're like, suck it up, buttercup. You're not going to get away from this. You can also eat some pine needles, I guess, if you want to. You get hungry enough. It's it's a different thing. Does the U.S. except for the hazing, does the U.S. military have weird connections too, like weird stuff that they do, kind of like eating expired food?
I do not know. I've never served in the military. I did all my government service in other parts of government, so I have no idea. But I do know that there are rumored to be things like that. But I'm not familiar with any rotten fish kind of practices within the military. But maybe that's an advanced, top secret kind of thing that they do. I'm doubting it. But yeah, I do know that. They do a lot of drinking when possible, like every other set of soldiery that has probably ever been born. So, other than that, no. And yes, if the plane came in, you'd probably get a call from the dispatcher to turn around and go back with your rotten fish. You're not landing in our country. So anyway, so do think twice before you carry on any rotten fish or anything like that. So but seriously, there is no serious follow up to rotten fish, I think. And I'm delighted to say that the What about intentionally fermented fish? what maybe I need instruction on what is the difference between fermented and rotted, and yeah, what is the difference, and how does it differ in terms of smell? Rotten smells bad.
So does surströmming, but it's a more like of an acidic. It so fermenting. This is like sauerkraut. That is fermented cabbage. It's not rotted cabbage. So this is fit for human consumption, regardless of the smell from surströmming. But it is fermented fish. So it has wine is fermented as well.
Pickled eel.
That is fermented. It kind of like pickles, but it's not really. So they put them in salt water kind of thing. They must have something that stops the decomposition, but it has there's something, I don't think that they put yeast in it to make it the fermentation process, but it is kind of that kind of a thing. It's the same thing if you make sourdough, then you're fermenting the flour with water. You put it in room temperature, with a ratio with water um, and flour. It works better with rye than with wheat. Wheat is kind of hard to keep alive, but you can do it. I do actually have some news, not just funny stories. So Mockers told us this morning that Lithuania, they repoed a car that came across the border because no Russian cars can drive on Lithuanian roads. And this is a law that Lithuania have. And this guy drove across the border and they took his car. And then they said, too bad, so sad. It now is part of the Lithuanian government. And they 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 made the decision to send it to Ukraine to be used by the forces there, which I think is brilliant. So Finland's like, hold my beer, and they said that on no later than Friday, so in 2 days, all Russian cars needs to leave Finland. If they have not left Finland by Friday, they will be repossessed by, or they will be taken by the government, and they will be removed from EU territory. I hope that it will go to Ukraine. And the owner might also get fines. And also the Finnish customs also say wanted to stress that it's at the moment it is not possible to leave Finland through its eastern border. Owners of Russian registered cars are now responsible to find a way to make their cars leave the Finnish territory and the territory of the EU. It's not Finland's problem. They will repo them. I like this. Did you see who put up their hand first, Mango? Or James? Was it Mango or Ruse?
Do you know, I only see one hand. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I do see two hands. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong place. I don't know. I have no idea. Ruth, why don't you go
Okay.
ahead first? I think you were up first.
I have no clue either, but I'll tell you about the surströmming. It's both fermented and I think it's autolysis, the other process that's called in English. So what happens is you put it in a big barrel, open barrel, and the enzymes within the fish itself starts to break, decomposite the fish a bit. That's what causes this smell. And then after a certain time, I don't know how long, you put it in a tin can, and then it starts to ferment until it's out of oxygen. So it's both autolysis and fermentation.
Very good, thank you. Yes, how things decay. It's an interesting topic, but I'm going to go off of it for a minute here just to tell you this, a bit more news. So this is from Melissa Peltier and Julie Davis. So this is what Hungarian dictator Orban gets for making quickie campaign ads for Donald Trump. Nice deal. And she is referring to Julie Davis's tweet that says, surmising that Trump's return to the White House would mean the inevitable fall of Ukraine, Vladimir Slovyov said that Hungary would also expand its borders by being gifted the Ukrainian Carpathians, courtesy of both Trump and Putin. So, anyways, I thought that was newsworthy. So there that is. I think that they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves. But yes, bad things would certainly happen if certain people get elected. So do take care wherever you vote. Take care to vote the right way. Anyways, Jenny?
Okay, so I know this is a room about Ukraine, and I will get back there very shortly. But do you think that there is a serious possibility that he will be reelected?
Well, let me put it this way. It came within kind of a hair's breadth last time of him sitting in the office again, not by virtue of election, but by virtue of the crook part of by hook or crook, where they tried to steal it with false electors. They tried to threaten Mike Pence, kill Mike Pence, in fact, if he didn't do as Trump had asked, which was to throw the election. So they sealed up those cracks in the Constitution, if you will, and it won't go down that way again. But there's infinite ways that you can abuse laws, and I'm looking for that kind of fishiness again. So I never say never. I think the best solution is an overwhelming defeat at the ballot box, but other contingencies have to be made as well.
So to be honest, like there's so much that he says that you just like, oh my gosh. Um, I saw a meme that where it says my 3-year-old brother ate a whole bunch of Scrabble tiles and his poop made more sense than what Trump says. Um, but this is like this was big news in Sweden. Was when he was talking about in one of his rallies, and he said, in fact, I welcome Russia. I would let Putin do whatever the hell he wants with anybody who doesn't make the 2% mark. And from my personal perspective, so if anybody gets offended for me now talking about the way I perceived Trump for the 4 years that he was president, you're more than welcome to send me messages in the back channel. Do not bother anybody else. And if I find it worthy to respond, I will respond. But if you feel that offended, go right ahead. I don't give it. I don't care. I perceived him to be a clown that had no business being in the White House. I thought he was awesome because I have never seen that many memes. Even Biden doesn't generate as many memes as Trump did during his 4 years. There were just so many things, and it was really funny until you actually stop and then you realize this is one of the most powerful human beings on the planet. He controls the largest economy in the world single-handedly. He is the one that they put in charge, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're so screwed, kind of thing. And then when he says something like this, considering that there were people who actually died when he said maybe drink bleach or inject bleach to get rid of COVID, and there were people who actually took his advice, uh, then you may think that we Europeans we think that we're better than everybody else because we come from old countries. And no, we don't. Are we stuck in some of our traditions? Yes, we are. Is there a certain way to conduct yourself in diplomatic meetings with other dignitaries? Yes, there is. Did Trump obey these unwritten rules of etiquette? No. And while some Americans, I'm not saying everyone, but some Americans thought this was hip and cool. But you're pissing off your allies. And by telling them these same allies, do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. Do whatever. I think that do whatever the hell you want
That
with
was
some of those.
that was to Putin, I believe.
Yeah, that was to Putin.
About allies. About America's allies.
Yeah.
Yes. So that was very troubling. Yes.
Yeah, and this pisses off those allies that he made faux pas. There were faux pas we could forgive, we didn't forget. This, on the other hand, is not a faux pas, and we will not forget. And you're pissing off he, not everybody else, he is pissing off America's allies. Is America powerful? Oh, hell yes. Can it fight every battle on its own without allies? I doubt it. The question is, if you're pissing off your allies, even the ones that make the 2%, it's troubling. I am concerned having this person in charge of the US. I noticed that CC came up. I just saw D. Sorry. Did you want to say something about my trashing of your ex-leader? I am sorry if somebody gets offended. Again, more than welcome to send me DMs.
Well, I don't
I
know
will.
why you'd be sorry because it's a long line of proof of why and how he would absolutely kill Ukrainians. This is not just posturing or politics. This is the history of facts. So I would not be sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say I see that Mockers put our little sign for the discharge petition up, and I would just say if you need phone numbers, because we're needing all hands on deck right now, red alert. They're my pinned tweet, so you can just go to click the cat, smoking cat, my profile picture, and then it's my pinned tweet. And we really do need people to call more than just your rep, because this is so important and in fact crucial. It is very important that this get done, and I will do what I usually do. I will give them a call. I am switching up the messages. Some of them, sometimes I just go quickly, as you suggest, and other times I've read some of them, the the quote from the Federalist Papers that's on my pinned tweet, because I think it's so meaningful in understanding what's happened in the United States vis-a-vis Russia. The idea that they've got one of their own in the White House is very troubling. So Trump is all about revenge. This is his main thing. In fact, this is his main methodology. He's like a mob boss that way. Cross him, and that's it. Otherwise, you have to suck up to him, and that's the rules. That's how he works, and he is quite willing to off people. Of course, he'd never get his hands dirty himself, but he would encourage it, and it might just happen just because he encourages it. I'm thinking of Paul Pelosi here with the hammer attack. So these things do happen, and he's an instigator, and certainly COVID. Well, let's not do that again. Yeah, but let's also not keep decoding waiting any longer. Decoding, welcome.
Hi, I just tuned in on that. So my reading of what Trump, so I don't think the conversation which he reports has ever happened, but it is a perfect example of what I call disinfolklore, which is a lie, a tale that never happened, however, which communicates emotions and changes the world through a story. Thankfully, President Biden is doing the same thing. But what Trump was doing there, I believe, was asking for help from Russia and China and Iran to aid his campaign and to pay the 550 million he needs to come up with over the next few days. This was a quid pro quo. And clearly, the power of these words, and this goes back to what we were talking earlier, Jenny, people who don't understand we're already under attack are basically, well, we can try and convince them, but perhaps not waste time convincing the unconvincible. If they haven't seen that we're under attack, then maybe they'll never be convinced. So, as I always say, don't go to battle with someone who just doesn't understand there's a war. But that tale he told, there has been reporting in the past that he did communicate to Ursula von der Leyen, either when she was defense minister of Germany or while she was president of the European Commission, something to that effect. But as far as we know, that probably never happened. He, as anyone who listens to his discourse, it's exactly the same method Hitler used. This is it's a way of hypnotizing supporters. It's also a way of sending coded signals, not so deeply coded. And I asked someone called Lev Pernas, who's been on the space actually, who knows how Trump works well, and I asked him, "Is this a very subtle code?" And he said, "No, it's not subtle at all. This is just what he does, as you were saying, James. He talks as like a mafia boss, and this was not a not so subtle attempt to get money and to get support, online support, by saying it in public. And he does it through the medium of these tales, distant folklore, which about things which never happened, but they are very effective ways of communicating very strong ideas. And as I've written, and other people I'm sure have written, there's no going back from this. So whatever happens now, no one will ever trust NATO again. I mean, Ukraine has got this message that security guarantees are a great add-on, and all these security agreements are a great add-on, but Ukraine needs to be able to defend itself. It needs to have, be able to send 50,000 drones over into Russia at any moment, at any time it feels threatened. And all of us have to build up resilience in the information space, and to understand how this distant folklore works, to impact on our security in ways that were unimaginable a few years ago, but we are where we are, as they say. So I just thought I'd chime in on that, on my opinion on his on that little vignette he concocted out.
Thank you so much, Decoding. Go ahead, Cece.
Oh, I forgot I had my hand up. I was going to say something about what James was saying was about Trump, which is that, this is not just James' opinion. This is everyone who's worked for Trump and has left or gotten fired. They all have the same exact stories and phrases. So this is not just one really cute dog's named James opinion. This is, has been corroborated by not just people who were spurned, but also people who, left of their naturally or of their own volition. So for people to say that, oh, it's just a political opinion is just absolutely false. Those are all Republicans. The collective response from his cabinet, all the people that he appointed at the beginning, I would boil down to he's an idiot. That's how much respect he got. But what he is a useful idiot for all of them, because, well, Trump has interest in serving Russia because of the big bailout that they've received repeatedly from Russia, they being the Trump family. They have bills to pay, so to speak, and so Trump has his. Rex Tillerson, big friend of Russia, he got a medal from there, and so many other members of his his cabinet also got what they wanted, including the biggest tax cut ever for people that rich, and for corporations as well, which has put us hugely in debt. Trump alone, well, Trump with his friends in his party went ahead and increased our debt by what was it, $9 trillion. So that's a chunk of change. Now we're still riding with our debt right around 1 year's GDP, but still, this is a lot of debt, and it doesn't help us. And now they're saying, oh, we can't afford to do Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. So you can see what's coming. Kind of another one of these head-on crashes where probably the commoners will lose and the oligarchs will win. But what do I know? I am just a dog, and thank you for acknowledging my dogness.
No, but I have to say that I found it to be like, so as many of you know, I lived in the United States between 1990 and 98 was when I went back home to Sweden. And I think I lived in Texas when Ross Perot ran for president. And so when I saw that Donald Trump got into the race, I was like, oh, it's going to be another Ross Perot. This is going to be entertaining. I'm going to go get my popcorn. And then as the election went on, and I realized that he got elected, I was just like, oh, this is going to be an interesting 4 years. I'm going to put my seatbelt on because this is going to to be a bumpy ride. And but like I said, he wasn't. My perception is that he wasn't respected in the same way that Biden is. So this is for the other people in this place. He wasn't respected. People thought that he was a buffoon, uh, and a much bigger one than Boris Johnson and everybody else. And everybody thought that Boris Johnson was a buffoon too. So I'm not saying that European politicians are immune to this buffoonery. I thought that the guy that was in charge of Sweden was the biggest bumbling idiot. And he was. It just took him a long time to realize before he resigned. And then they put a woman in charge of Sweden, and with the idea that how much can she screw up? It's only going to be like a little bit over a year until our election, and then we're going to get somebody else in. And so let her play. And this way, Sweden can look good and go like, hey, we've had a Swedish prime minister or a female prime minister. And then she came in and she rocked it. So that kind of screwed up all their plans. And anyways, she handled the invasion. She got to take over botched COVID policies and the war, and Russia invades Ukraine all under her watch, and she got us into NATO. So I think she did wonderful. She straightened up the COVID ship, and she held her cool during a time when Sweden was being repeatedly threatened and under attack from Russia, and while they were doing their genocidal war in Ukraine at the same time. And she was a rock star. And in fact, around like she had overwhelming support from the Swedish people as she went into her election. They just didn't like the party she represented, but across the board, she had some of the highest approval ratings that Sweden has had for prime ministers. Anyway, that was enough waffling about my country. But I was terrified when I realized that Trump was going to be, or that he was elected president. Dan, you're up next.
Here, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm gonna blather because this is my opinion. Yesterday people were talking about where his money was coming for to pay for the bonds and everything. In my opinion, the DOJ should be on this, and the department, the Federal Trade Commission, because absolutely no one under never mind his regular court findings so far, where he has all those bond issues he has to pay. No one under federal indictment by the government for government violations while he's under indictment should be allowed to get any bonding that's financed, even if it trickles down, like say a corporation that has 2 or 3 oligarchs involved in it. Nobody should be allowed to get foreign funding for their bond issues when the indictment is here in the United States. That I find absolutely appalling. I don't know why the DOJ doesn't go in further and investigate this, because this is definitely a violation of being a citizen of the United States. You or I, if we were under bond, we'd have to go to a bondsman and get the money. We can't call up somebody in France or Russia or North Korea to bail us out. This is ridiculous. But that's my opinion, and I'm sticking with it. Bye.
Dan, I appreciate that point of view. The real crime is what's not a crime here. And I honestly, I think that there is no crime except against good judgment and against everything that we should stand for. This is the kind of thing that ought to be a crime, but I don't think that it literally is a crime. So sadly, we can't do that. But what is the other crime that's not a crime is that the news media is kind of going, no, we're not going to report on this, and it's a shame. I mean, it's getting reported, but it is not ever in the top news slot that I've seen
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe other parts of the country, maybe somewhere besides my Apple News aggregator app, but not where I'm looking, which is a real shame that people don't realize this. And so, if you couldn't connect the dots between Trump and Russia before, it should have been made clear by this. And one of the bottom lines, unfortunately, is that regardless of how solid the evidence is, there are people in the United States who don't care about the Trump Russia connection because they hate um, Democrats, other people, more than they hate Russia. And also, he's their leader and he can do no wrong anyway. So if he says Russian money's good, it's good. So, well, anyways, there you go. But Marcus, I think you had your hand up next. Marcus is in the kitchen trying out different recipes.
Sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So, I think people have brought up some good points about clear and present danger to democracy and lack of a vision for improvement of American lives versus just vengeance against people someone doesn't like, and a lack of qualifications for office. However, Biden's like 3 years older than him.
And he's about 100 years more mature than Trump is. So I hear that age thing, but it doesn't do anything to me because if you actually listen to the guy, if you watch some of the tweets that come out, like there was a meeting with Biden with some of the sheiks in Saudi Arabia, and it was really quiet, and Biden had his head slightly bowed and his eyes closed, and they were all staring at him as if he had nodded off to sleep. If anybody remembers that, which maybe that really happened, maybe it was a fake. I do not know that, but that's what the attention is on: is these little teeny glimpses of him failing. But when you look at Trump, when he talks, he's a word salad machine. And Biden actually gets out many cogent thoughts. His only issue is talking too fast, and then he stumbles over his words. But other than that, he's still there. There's a man inside who understands the issues. Somebody who reads prolifically, which Trump watches TV. Which, okay, that's a way to gather information. But watching Fox, come on. Anyways, it's a funny situation that people are talking about age and this when they're so close. And what's not close though is their abilities, experience in life, and their how do you say this? Their moral compass. Huge differences between the two, Marcus.
Yeah, in all seriousness, if I were to estimate their relative performance on the MMSE, which is the mini mental state exam, it's really not. No, there's no comparison. I think Biden would score like a 29 or 30, which is the 30 being max, and Trump would score much lower because he has so many strange symptoms of dementia or pre-dementia in terms of the way he mixes up words, his references to things and stuff instead of the proper descriptors, and the way he jumbles his thoughts and the present state with the past. It's clear one of them is more mentally fit than the other, my professional opinion, but I'm just a biomedical engineer.
Your professional opinion, aren't you an engineer? Anyways, I appreciate that. I think that
I'm a biomedical engineer. So
biomedical engineer, right? Yes, well, yes, but not a neurological engineer. Although that would be an interesting topic to get into. But because actually, Musk is one of those, if you will. That's one of his endeavors is hooking up the brain to the computers, so to speak.
And he does have a business degree, so.
There you go. I've got a degree of calm about me at this moment. It's a mixture of coffee and being settled in on the couch properly. That's where that degree of calm comes from. But I see that I'm obstructing the conversation by waffling, and so we should go back to this lady, Kat, who is smoking a cigar. Yeah, it's going to be, really funny when people listen to recordings of people talking about Biden's age or his speech difficulty, which is a disability. So for people who make fun of that out there in the world, yeah, that's charming to make fun of a disability. He's had it, it's lifelong, so it has nothing to do. But the fact that we're even having this conversation when people listen to the recording in the future, when we don't have elections anymore, or we have Russian elections, it's gonna sound really, really insert the blank. Yeah, thanks. Well, let's turn to a bit of news. Decoding Step Down. I wanted to first congratulate him on chapter 1 of his book. I read it. I liked it. And the reason I'm bringing him up is because along a similar vein, I posted something in the nest. And let's see, where is it? Second in the nest. And it is the special issue on Western narratives and Russian disinformation in the Journal of Slavic Military Studies, with articles on narratives about nuclear propaganda, bioweapon disinformation, and the use of history in patriotic education, which I have only read this title, and I am looking forward actually to reading it. And what I have to say about this is that there are many different ways to look at these topics, and I've learned something uh, from Timothy Snyder's book, from Decoding Trolls, and that whole effort that he's making about dis and folklore. And this looks like a worthy addition to it. And I asked the other night for other books along that would help along the same lines, and somebody told me Putin's People would be another good book. And the reason for all this interest is because understanding your enemy is a critical thing in war, and since this is an information war as well as a kinetic war, this is the part of the war that we at MriyaReport are actually engaged in, is the information war. I thought this was a good addition to the discussion, and uh, take a look at it, see what you think, see if it's useful. I'm going to do the same. But the sharper we get about, detecting trollness, detecting lies, detecting how a mixture of the truth and lies hurts us. These are all good skills that we can gain, and it makes us better combatants, and it helps us to better explain to other people what the heck is going on with Russia. And they certainly are good at their game, and so that means that we need to up our game. And so, anyways, Jenny, that was why I put that in the nest. Looking forward to it. But there you go.
Thank you. I rarely put anything I don't think I've ever put anything in the nest, actually. I leave that to the more seasoned ones. And sorry for sidetracking it to the US election and Trump, but it is important when you think about how this will affect Ukraine, because Orban has already leaked the talks that he had with Trump when he went to Florida, to Mar-a-Lago. Was it last week? And he said that Trump promised him that if he becomes president, he will not send a penny to Ukraine. So Trump is ready to throw Ukraine under the bus and not honor the Budapest Memorandum, which I think is sad, because that will also further tarnish the United States, their reputation, because he's breaking a treaty. And I think that's also dangerous, and people should have that in mind. I'm not saying that don't vote for him, do whatever your heart, like you follow your heart, but realize that there will be consequences. I don't like all the choices I have, and I weigh my consequences. I try to weigh them really carefully, but this is one where he has openly said that he will not help his allies. And the question is, I heard the rumor that said that they put in several steps to stop him from being able to, like on his own, have the United States leave NATO, but still, the US's membership in NATO is in danger. Go ahead, Cece.
I'm so excited. The count is up to 177 on the Ukraine aid petition. So thank you, all of you, for doing the good Lord's work out there, calling and writing, because holy crap. Okay, so this means, so there's 177. Go to my little calculator. So this means we only need like 39 or 40 more votes or signatures to bring it to the floor. And the reason I say 39 or 40 is because Buck is retiring next week. So depending on if you're talking about this week or next week, we need either only 39 or 40 votes left. So, and I have so many people writing me saying that their reps are undecided right now, which is just an absolutely delicious opportunity to call them. So what I see one person has started, who wrote me, is going to start doing is for her rep that told her that they were undecided, is get little mini campaigns going that target these specific undecided quote unquote reps, so we can all call them and really target the laser, right? Because if someone's undecided and then they get a flood of calls, voila, it's worked before. It's worked before in real time when Angry and I were coordinating that campaign where he walked into the office. Do y'all remember that day? And we just had, because you guys took screenshots and showed me like how many people focused on those two offices, and then he went into those two offices and had meetings on Ukraine and convinced the person to do whatever it was at that time. So this stuff works, and it works like a dream, and because so few Americans call. So let's get out there, and if your rep does say they're undecided, please start a little campaign. Just all it takes is one tweet saying this rep in zip code blah 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 said she's undecided. Let's help her decide, and I will help. Send it to me. I will help pimp your ride, because this is the good work. This is the good stuff. We only 39 votes, you guys. This is incredible. I'm not going to sanitize my southern y'all. It's y'all. Y'all should all say y'all. It's equal opportunity, y'all. The all y'all is all inclusive. It's a good thing. It really should be our way to handle plurality, because we need a good word for it, and I think y'all is a perfectly good word. And all y'all, the all encompassing all y'all, is even better. And it also sounds like that forward string about the sailors. This was it Swedish sailors, Jenny. But anyways, the tongue twister, oli or whatever it was. So perhaps I spoke some cogent. No, it probably wasn't cogent. But anyways, yes, perhaps I did speak in a foreign language there. But all y'all is very good. And Cece, seriously, the list is of the people right now. The discharge petition list is the people who've signed it. And let me look here. So this list that you've got, or I'm sorry, the tweet that you've got in here. What are we looking at here? Tell us what we're looking at. These are the. So we're trying to get these people that are tagged there. This fella, Colonel Corn, had a great idea to tag people who can get massive amounts of callers, dialing fingers. Because I'm seeing like not only did he tag people like Mark Hamill, but he tagged like big Ukrainian accounts that are easier to get. And that's why we're trying to get all these people to call the phone numbers in the tweet that's within that. Because they're the ones that are undecided. They're the ones that have not. And there's so many, like out of all of these people, we can get 39 of these individuals who already believe in Ukraine aid to just sign the piece of paper. Okay, so the list on the left is the one you're talking about, the 39. I haven't counted them. That's the one you're talking about on the left side? Yeah, so the one from Colonel Corn is the one just trying to get people to get this out there, to get callers to call. The one on the left and the right, equal opportunity Dems and Republicans. The one on the left are Dems that have not signed yet, and the one on the right are Republicans that have not. There's a lot more Republicans, but they're in the. If you go to the, I posted them in the thread there. If you need more, there's always more. Excellent, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I understood what I was looking at. And good. I hope that it turns out well. I know that we're going to get more people to sign on. I'm wondering what kind of pressure the Democrats are receiving, who or maybe knows. And last time there was an issue with the quote unquote squad. Biden said, "Hey, let's talk about this," and they came out of the room saying, "Yes, sir," and kind of following Biden's lead. And that was sort of an accident, because if you recall at the time, there was a statement that went around for a long time, and it came out as the last person signed it, and then it was sort of an untimely event for them. But in this case, I think there's a little bit harder resistance to that, and so I'm really anxious about how they're going to turn that around, because I think this is not just a threat to aid this time, but it is also representative of a problem about the voting in some states. And so we wonder how Trump might win the vote again. Well, remember that last time market segmentation passed along from Trump to the Russians through Manafort was a big part of that. It allowed the targeting data, the polling data, essentially, to be used by Russians in their very good campaign with bots and whatnot on social media, and they did make an impact. So I'm guessing this is going to happen again. I do remember that recently, was it Peskov, I think, made a statement about, "We are absolutely and never have interfered with the American elections." So, of course, they're not doing it, but somehow yet it happens. So, anyways, Jenny or Cece, back to you guys, or to Dan if you want to. Whatever, Jenny.
Well, let's go to Dan, who has his hand up.
Yeah, I have a question. I think I know the answer, but the original discharge petition bill that was brought to the House from the Senate by Jim McGovern from Massachusetts. Am I right?
Yeah, so there's two of them. There's one that's the one that we want, which is McGovern, and he is indeed. And then the other one is Fitzpatrick, that has the humanitarian stripped from it, as well as the poison pill of the border.
That makes me feel great, Cece. He's my representative in my district too, and I've called several times, and I have spoken to people. I've met him once at some function. He's great. So that makes me proud. He's my rep. He's getting my vote again.
Yeah, he's my favorite human right now. You're so lucky.
Yeah, I'm blessed. Now the only person we're pressing is Presley. I haven't looked at the sheet yet. I don't know if she's signed it yet or not. But I let her know that I can always move to the east of the state if I have to.
Oh, I'm not sure. That's hilarious. But the important part is to, when you call, is to say 1016 House Resolution 10:7 or 1016, because now that there's two dueling bills, you can't just say like
sign the discharge petition because they won't know which one. So, or if you can't remember 1016, you can remember McGovern. Please sign McGovern's discharge for Ukraine.
Thanks. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Well, while things are going on in Washington, around the world, people are probably also wondering if not only is this aid bill going to go through or not, but will the war spread? And we already know that the Red Sea has got issues in it. There's things happening in the Middle East otherwise. There's a whole lot of angry Iranians who are trying to overthrow their government. And in response, the Iranian government has hung a record number, like 834, I believe is the number, of people in a year as a response to the uprisings that have happened so far. And other parts of the world over in the Pacific, there's questions about whether or not South Korea and Japan should be allowed to have nuclear weapons to properly defend themselves, and what will happen to Taiwan, if anything, if support doesn't come through. So there's a lot of people around the world that are worried about these things, and rightly so. I think it's fair. And in Africa, we know that there's a huge amount of Russian influence there, and a lot of active measures. And even in our backyard in Haiti, there's quite a few problems. And none of this stuff, I think, is really organic. There's a kind of a widespread, I believe, effort to destabilize what we'd call the West, but democracies, because I think they're all in on destroying democracy. So the American election is central to this, but it is not the only one. I hear Le Pen is coming back to run again, and hopefully Macron taking a stronger hand is a good thing, but I don't know enough about that. But I do think this is far from the only election that matters. There was a list from the State Department, a report that is, about at least 10 that were explicitly named countries who were targeted by Russia interference campaigns into their elections. And there were more that were included but not named, because I think that sometimes the attention can make it worse. And I think they were sensitive to that. So these kind of election interference schemes are widespread, and probably the case that Russia is getting better at them. And they're very good at edging up to the law and abusing it, right? Doing everything but crossing the literal line, between right and wrong. Well, at least legally. So lots of concern. So I just wanted to broaden the picture of this outside the U.S. because, while it is critical, I would say, to Ukraine, it is far from the only one. And that say-do gap is so important because it does come down to military aid to Ukraine, and this gap that we're talking about, where people stand up and talk about it, such as Macron, but then not increase their defense budget, it's very troubling. So citizens around the world have to look at their own governments and examine that. How are they doing? And so kudos to Japan, right? Host connection issue. Pardon me while I go deal with.
Sorry, my son just came home, so I unmuted prematurely. So the thing about the spreading, um, I find I do hold a firm belief that Putin will not stop in Ukraine if Ukraine falls. That is a firm belief I have. He will not stop. The question is, where will he attack? I don't think that he's going to go for the Baltics or Finland or Poland the first thing he does after victory in Ukraine. But But it in the end, that is his goal. That much he has stated. That much the Swedish press. I don't know if it's a leak from the Swedish intelligence community, or but that much has been made. The Swedish public has been made aware that it might end up that we end up in the crosshairs, that he will set his sights on the Nordics, because frankly, that is the shortest path to the Atlantic. If you're going to get to the Atlantic, are you going to go through Sweden, Finland, and then Norway and get to Norway, and then you have a clear path to the Atlantic? It's strategics. Or are you going to go through Poland, Germany, and France? That you're going to have, it's a shorter route. It's not as long as it is down on the continent. Does he want to take Poland? I believe so. But the Baltics? Oh, for sure. Of course he does. He wants them too. They were part of the USSR. And so it is, if he is allowed. And this is something that our politicians actually talk about in the open during press conferences. If Ukraine falls, it's not a question of will it happen? It's a question of when. When will he attack? Will Sweden, Finland, and Norway have enough time to build up a secure defense that will guarantee a defeat in Russia? That is something that they say to us. And so for us, it is better if Ukraine wins. And this is why the US election is really important, and why Swedish people watches the news. And do our politicians exaggerate? I'm banking on it. But I also live with the reality that he wants that path. And if he does it through the north, it's not that far from Murmansk to the Atlantic Ocean. And then you can go down a little bit in Norway. It is warmer in Norway than it is up in Murmansk. And I think this is why I get so concerned when I see the statements that Putin makes, or not Putin, Trump. Freudian slip there. That Trump makes when where he is saying that he will abandon his allies, the people that he is in an alliance with. And it feels very concerning as a Swede. Anyways, thank you for allowing me to eat like a quick dinner of coffee and a sandwich.
Oh, right, that's dinner. Well, I'm glad you got some food in there with the coffee. That's always better. But yeah, the Trump thing about him actually talking about his intent is sort of useful, right? At least there's other nations that say one thing and do another, and Trump is often like that. Often he does deceive people, but not ours. And in this case, I don't think he's deceiving anyone. He's counting on the force of his statement, the truth in his statement, to overwhelm the negative impact of that same statement, right? So he thinks he's going to gain more by making this kind of threat from people who, at this point, really do support isolationism. And I was watching those old "Why We Fight" series from World War II, propaganda films, I guess you'd call them. And that one of the things that was clear was that there was just as probably maybe even more isolationists back then in the United States. And there are still some now. And is it just that they're ignorant, or is there deeper motives behind it? And I suspect there's a mix of both of those, that some people just don't realize the stakes. They've been misled about it. And other people are like, yeah, and I hope they burn to the ground kind of thing, which I think, unfortunately, there are people who have very bad motives, and especially towards some people. And so, yeah, a mix, but not the only country where that's true. Again, when we talk about these things in the United States, these are just um, the biggest, largest manifestation of the problems that we can see when we look across all the democracies in the world, because we're never safe from being convinced to walk away from democracy. That is always a threat. But Jenny, I'm going to just go right over to Bull Terrier and say welcome.
Yeah, hi James and Jenny, and thanks for your hard work. Everybody, please retweet the space and support the fundraiser. So I just saw something very interesting on Reuters. So, excuse me, there is a headline: Russia warns Ukraine war could spin out of control due to action of one or two NATO countries. Now, this is obviously one of our favorite people, Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova, who told reporters on Wednesday that the situation around Ukraine was becoming dangerous. Oh, she's noticed. And that the risks were growing. Well, amazing. Yes. And quote, as a result of the ill-considered provocative actions of one or two EU or NATO member states, the Ukraine crisis could absolutely go beyond its geographical borders and acquire a completely different scale and develop uncontrollably. So, quote, accordingly, the question today is how to avoid the risks of further escalation. They are obvious and frightening to all sensible people, Zakharova said. Well, you know, I think we all know the answer to that question, right?
Oh, but do tell the ignorant and those who want to hear it from your lips. What is the answer?
Well, Russia gets the hell out of Ukraine, obviously.
That's the thing. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Bull Terrier. Well, we all want that. We all want it to happen soon, and so we all need to ask for long-range munitions. And here's to the Free Russia campaign that's going on there. The separatists, I guess you call them, Belgorod separatists, are what they are. And this is a very cheery thing, and it is an example of how things can change in the world, because you know, the future comes out of breaking up history and rebuilding stuff, and this is a good chance to do that. Perhaps not changing international borders so much, but countries, places in the world, for example, Russia's spot on the Security Council would be a good thing to talk about and negotiate away, because they don't deserve it. Far from it. I know Ukraine said Germany ought to be in there instead, but Ukraine ought to be in there instead. They're the kind of more Eurasian representative that should be in there. But we'll see about that. It won't come until war's end, if you know, even then. But Bull Terrier.
Yeah, we seem to be in an ongoing situation in Belgorod, and I forget the other region. Do we have any updates on this Free Russia Legion?
Well, I only have heard that they had a tank, and I don't know if that is literally one tank or there are many, but at least one that was cited. That they went in, that they went in deeper than they did last time, which reminds me of Budanov's little line, deeper and deeper, which I always associate with hypnosis, but I won't go there. So I do think that that campaign has really shown how unready Russia is should Ukraine decide to do the same thing. Now, I don't think that's going to happen because of the distribution of forces on both sides. But it is so encouraging to see this group of partisans battle against Russia. And it does invite others to at least think about it. And it's got to make Mr. Putin worried about things if he even learns about it. I still go back to the idea that maybe they don't tell the old man everything. You know what I'm saying, Bull Terrier?
I've thought about that. Can you imagine having to be the one that has to update him on the losses in Ukraine in the past, what is it, 3 weeks now? All the planes that have gone down and all the boats? That I'd be like, oh no, thank you. I'm not telling him. And I hope that this Free Russia Brigade has a lot of successes. Maybe that will encourage other groups that are within Russia to do the same. They're like, look, daddy's looking the other direction. We can raid the freezer for ice cream now. And they start their own uprisings and start to kick the Muscovies out of their territory and reclaim their own, like trying to get their own sovereignty. And Georgia, take back your part of Georgia that Russia stole. Just Armenia is the rumor I heard is that Armenia is inching closer and closer to getting get together an application for the EU. So again, Putin is just, recruiting member states left, what is it, right, left, and center. 2 for NATO and 2 for the EU in a period of 2 years. It's amazing. He should get like a plaque or something, I think. I know that that was a meme after Sweden and Finland had put in their application to NATO. Then there was a plaque with Putin's face, and it said NATO Recruiter of the Year. I thought that was really funny. I have that kind of humor.
It is
Go ahead,
hilarious.
Volker.
Yes, go ahead.
I will see if I can get it over to the back channel.
Yeah, hi. Just on the issue of Armenia. Now, let me just try to find this. Sorry. So there was a report, March 11th. Now, this is really interesting. UK, quote, ready to help protect Armenia from Russian threats. I read this out earlier today. But Great Britain has accepted Armenia's decision to freeze CSTO membership as a sovereign right of the country and will work with its Euro-Atlantic allies to support Yerevan in the event of retaliatory threats from Russia. And this is said by the UK Minister of State for the Armed Forces, James Heapy. Okay, so that's the first time that, well, certainly that I've seen anything from the UK offering support to Armenia. We've seen support from the EU, we've seen support from France, but I think that's quite significant in terms of actually the UK openly stating that they will support Armenia if they come under threat from Russia.
Now, I do forget these things, but isn't it Georgia that already has an application in that went in at the same time as Ukraine? And so they're sort of maybe next in line. But I don't think dominoes is the right thing because dominoes fall over. These are people standing up. So maybe it's reverse dominoes. But anyway, do please correct me if I'm naming the wrong state.
No, Armenia has not applied to join the EU or NATO. What Armenia has done is frozen relations with the Collective Security Treaty Organization, which includes Russia and several other ex-Soviet states. So what's happening at the moment is that Armenia has said, the government has said that they've frozen relations. Russia's not happy about it. But they've also started to build a lot stronger relations with EU countries, particularly France, who has provided actually war material, defensive material. But this is the first time today that Great Britain has actually said that they will help Armenia in the event of a Russian retaliation.
I see. No, and I didn't get confused about what you were saying. I was just saying that before Armenia goes anywhere toward the west, I do understand. See, pulling out was the first step, really, or freezing it, as they say. Um, Probably that's less offensive to the Russians to freeze it rather than just pull out. But I think that Georgia will probably pop over to the EU next, and then it would be more timely, I think, for Armenia to maybe take those steps as well. We'll just have to wait and see. But let's see. Let's go to a Ukraine war update. Welcome. You got up after a couple tries.
Yeah, I did, James. Thank you so much. Hi, Jenny. Thank you for hosting this space. Thank you for the opportunity to come up to the speaker panel. Really appreciate discussions. Love you guys. Yeah, I just wanted to share some thoughts about a previous speaker mentioned or asked about the incursion. There's, despite what a lot of Russian channels are trying to project, which of course are lies that the incursion was stopped and all that stuff, it appears to be continuing to develop. I've seen some brief reports that there was they ended up hitting or maybe even taking over an FSB headquarters building in Belgorod, I believe. But anyway, it's neither here or there. The point that I'm really trying to make is that I'm really glad to see this incursion happening, right? And honestly, those guys, they really need to uh, uh, increase the level of violence essentially against Kremlin forces inside Russia. Right now, Kremlin has this, in my humble opinion, huge advantage that they feel safe and secure inside Russia because they really understand, despite the rhetoric, that NATO will never attack, right? It's a defensive organization. So I'm sure they feel very comfortable and confident that they can pull troops away from NATO borders, right, and saturate them in Ukraine, right, because their territorial integrity, if you will, there's really nothing that threatens it. Well, nothing besides these forces that are in there right now. Those rebels, insurrectionists, whatever you want to call it, the Russians, right? They fight against Kremlin, and that could really destabilize their society, I believe. But it really depends. There's just so many different factors. But it's important, right? Because that's going to make Kremlin and Shoigu, the military, the think twice about how many resources they can really dedicate um, to Ukraine versus what they need to keep in reserve as far as capable fighting force. Because I don't know, I have a sneaky suspicion that their national guard that they have internally in Russia is not that capable to fight paramilitary organization that has entered Russia right now. I know they passed law last year, basically allowing those militarized police, right? I don't know what's a better way to talk about their national guards, I guess, or whatever in Russia, to have heavy weapons, right? So they authorize them to have basically tanks, armor vehicle, motors, that kind of stuff. I don't know to what extent it was really implemented. I don't think it was, to be honest with you, because Russia suffers heavily in hardware, and I think whatever hardware they have, they're really trying to push it into Ukraine. So theoretically, they could have it. But again, even if they do, it's very unlikely that it will be very effective with it, right? Because it's one thing to have it on paper. The other thing is to really have worked out how the instructions, training is going to happen, how to deploy those things, the command and control C2 element, right? So I think there's a really high chance of those incursion forces to do a lot of damage to Russian security forces internally inside Russia, and that would be really really great thing, because if anything, that's gonna make Kremlin pull back forces from Ukraine. It will alleviate some of the pressure on the front line, and it will allow Ukraine to a little bit steadier chop through those occupiers that continue to advance in some of the locations, as was discussed last night actually by Chuck on this space. It was really, really great discussion. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to share some of my thoughts on about this, because yeah, I think it's really important to recognize the Russians know there's really, NATO is not a threat. nobody's going to invade Russia. As far as Western civilized countries, and they've really taken advantage of it, right? While screaming at the same time a completely opposite thing, completely opposite message. Again, for the internal domestic consumption, just to keep their people nice and scared, in order to manipulate them. So hopefully it's going to change. Hopefully those, people in Russia, the Russians, going to be like, okay, we really need to do something about this. Really looking forward to see if there's anything going to happen, though I am skeptical there's any major meaningful changes going to happen on March 15th. Like I always say, the Ides of March, somebody's going to get stabbed in the back, whether it's President Putin or the Russian people. They just really need to make this decision and act sooner than later. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and share my thoughts. Thank you.
We're delighted to have you come up and talk. I appreciate this. It is exciting to see that Russia's feeling a little bit of what they've been dishing out, and I hope that it does continue. I was kind of skeptical that this could last long, really, because it feels like there would be overwhelming force resisting them, but that probably is completely false. Go ahead, Ukraine war update.
Did you see, guys? No, you started talking about how long it's gonna take, James, and yeah, I remember the image. There was like a video or a short video, maybe, that the RDK, whatever the incursion forces posted. They're like, "Hey, we are here to cast a ballot," basically implying they're gonna be there at least until the 15th of March, and it, they were pretty explicit about like we are here because of this election stuff that's you guys doing, and we are here to to cast a ballot into this. It was in Russian, but it was really awesome message. I thought it was really funny.
It's hilarious. Yeah, I could see them pulling up to a polling station in the tank and yes, asking for a ballot or two. Yeah, it would be quite funny. So, oh boy, and they certainly would not want to interrupt the Russian elections, of course, would they? No, never. But change them by voting, yes. No, I don't think that it will do much, but except cheer us all up and make the Russians feel a little bit more insecure. Although most Russians, right, they're never going to hear about this Ukraine war update. I don't think they'll hear about this. They'll hear some other story that makes sense of it for them, that lets them stay in their little bubble. What do you think, Ukraine war update?
Yes and no, James. I think we should not underestimate the kind of wine grape spread of information through other channels other than official Russian propaganda. I really think Kremlin is losing control on that monopoly, and I mean the problem is even let's just entertain this thought. Majority of Russians are against this war. They want Putin to be gone and all that stuff. The problem they really have is that they've been kind of educated or educated, right, reared or re-educated or brainwashed, that's probably a better one, for so many years to act a certain way, right? They were disciplined to perceive uh, um, Kremlin a certain way, right? They don't really understand what actions they have to take sometimes, right? They feel that they need to be doing something, but they're just not capable of organizing themselves. They're not really capable of living up to this free speech concept, right? The ability to assemble and voice this disapproval, that kind of stuff. So until they really cross this threshold as a society, right, they will not be able to drive any meaningful change. Now, having said that, I really feel that they are standing on that line, and they only need a small push, right? An example of how to deal with tyrants like Putin and his cronies, how to really liberate themselves. Ukrainians showed it how to do it in couple of revolutions, right? If you call them revolutions, but the latest one, Revolution of Dignity, that we saw in 2014, and basically now the Ukrainians demonstrated to the whole world of how to stand up to invasion and deal with the Russians instead of trying to appease them or be afraid of them. You just basically have a conversation with them, using universal translation language that comes in the various forms of caliber. And Russians get it. They understand that type of language. But appeasements will never work. Um, so the Russians really need to go back and look what Ukrainians did in 2014, how they stood up for what was right. It was a matter of principle. They understood that the action had to be taken in order to free themselves from this tyrannical oppression that Russia was committing through hybrid warfare essentially back then, right? They were financing the political leaders in Ukraine, and making sure they maximize and implement a large scale corruption, and undermine Ukrainian military formations. Like, for example, Yanukovych, one of the things he did, and Yanukovych was the president that was ousted by Ukrainians that's hiding in Russia right now. But one of the things that he did after the Orange Revolution, for example, he took concrete steps to dismantle Ukrainian military. Because during Orange Revolution, the Ukrainian military said that they will support the people, right? There was like a really interesting nuance that happened, and Orange Revolution happened before the 2014 Revolution of Dignity. But I don't want to get into all of that right now. The point that I'm trying to make is that Russians have examples. They know what needs to happen. They just need to act. And if they act, this is honestly their only last chance to really save their their nation, their statehood essentially, right? And probably have the opportunity to fix it into the right thing by completely removing the government by any means necessary. Violence is okay, personally. And then reinstating a different type of government. Hopefully, it's gonna save the integrity of the whole Russia as we know it today. If not, then whatever. But they really need to move forward, and abandon this 19th century imperial mindset. They really need to move forward and evolve into the modern society. And if that means admitting being wrong, and doing right by Ukrainians, well, so be it. But at least that's probably the last chance for them to save whatever they have left. Otherwise, it's just going to be disintegrated, and they will forever remembered in history in the future as Russian failed terrorist state, essentially, right? I know it doesn't help Ukrainians right now, but Ukrainians will win. They will prevail, just because there's no other way around it, not only for Ukraine but for the rest of the civilized world, right? You cannot make concessions with Russia, because it will undermine all the principles of law and international relations that we base our societies on, right? So there's just no way around it. Putin cornering himself, you know, thinking that we will walk away and all that stuff. Well, now he's going to have to stand in the corner and take the beating. Now, the question is, will the Russian people join the Ukrainians and the rest of the civilized world and start slapping him while in this corner until he quits or disappears, or whatever fate he wants to choose? I know he really liked what happened to Gaddafi, so hopefully that's going to be the case. But there's no really other way. So sorry for rambling, James, but I feel very passionate about this. I really appreciate everything that you guys do on this space. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, and Hello, Slava. I appreciate what you're talking about. This is what we would all like, is for the people of Russia to wake up, realize that they could have a better life, and then set about obtaining it. And I still hope for that. I'm still very suspicious about what how that might happen, and if they did present that way, is it really sincere, or just more managed bullshit? So, but the other thing I take from what you said is I need to perhaps learn the language of lead, I think is what you were talking about. Yeah, speak to Russians with what'd you say, any caliber? Anyways, I thought that an important thing. So I'm gonna go see if there is a English to lead translator out there. So, but I appreciate it. Dan, go ahead.
This is for Ukraine war. Even if the Russian people do wake up and all this stuff going on over there in their own country, they're getting a taste of their own medicine. My question is, don't you think that if they do that or decide to change their government, that they're going to have to ask for change within the FSB or whatever it's called. Because if there's a lot of corruption in there, and that's pretty much what's running the government. That to me is the heart of the matter, probably in their country when they're coming around. So, anyways, I'll let you answer that question. I know it's pretty vague. Thank you.
Go for it, Ukraine.
Oh, thank you so much. No, I really appreciate this question, Dan. And there's a lot to unpack there, to be honest with you. I'm going to try to be brief, but in order to do that, I want to draw a parallel to something that happened in 1991-ish, right, when the Soviet Union fell apart. The same thing, right? We already have the blueprints. Now, what a lot of people don't realize, but it is in fact true, is that when the Soviet Union fell apart, all those KGB agents, they used to, be a very central element in all the oppressions and in generally maintaining this totalitarian, oppressive regime of the Soviet Union across 15 different republics. They all thought and expected a knock on the door shortly after Soviet Union fell apart officially. They all expected this knock on the door, and that when they open the door, there's two things that are going to happen to them. Either they will basically disappear one way or the other, or they just going to stop to exist. That never happened. For whatever reason, they were surprised and eventually emboldened by it, causing basically or leading up to what we see today with Russia, right? Hijacking essentially all those elements of what was supposed to be democratic Russia and really coming back to power essentially, right? Today in Russia, in a majority of Russian people, I can say there was a certain degree of confidence, to be honest with you, but there's very little trust in any um, police institution that exists in Russia. They really don't trust the police. They don't trust the FSB. They don't trust anybody. Period. In fact, they really, not that they just don't trust them. They significantly dislike them. So personally, I think whatever change, the one that we're talking about, if it was to happen, it's probably going to be pretty violent, because on one hand you have a security apparatus that really wants to stay in power, right? Because they control a lot and they have a lot to lose. On the other hand, you have hopefully a will of people that really wants to drive meaningful change and show and prove to the rest of the world that they deserve to have free democratic statehood that is capable of changing, that is capable of admitting mistakes, punishing those who committed them. um, the question is, how motivated they really are, and I'm very skeptical about this part. I really don't think, um, at least, I feel like they haven't proved me wrong otherwise, right? But yeah, if it was to happen, right, if we just entertain this thought, there's going to be major rehaul of all of that. But more importantly, you cannot just dismantle organization like FSB and create a new one, because those are going to be the same people. They're just going to be renamed essentially, right? You gotta have to make sure those people are gone, and read between the lines. Basically, what I'm trying to say here, with reference to the fall of the Soviet Union, there's just no way around it, right? Anyone who ever had connection to that apparatus essentially, right, that's feeding and supporting Kremlin and all of those crimes that they've committed so far, not only in Ukraine but in other countries as well as internally in Russia. They all need to be basically gone, and there's really no no way to use any form of justice or judicial system that exists in Russia right now, or even the one that exists in any other Western countries, because by the time you reform that, it's going to be too late to really deal anything. And I'm doing big air quotes here, serve justice, right, through civilized means. I think Russia just blew bypass all of that, and really don't have any other options but to go a very violent way to fix all of this. So that's just my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. I appreciate all you're saying. I do think that this KGBism or FSBism that is at the heart of Russia's, evil and their problem is something that is very difficult to take apart, and at least the way I'm looking at it. So I appreciate what you're saying about the means necessary, and certainly for Russians, it really can be any means necessary. And it's always a question, when should the people rise up against the government? Ordinarily we'd say, oh, that should not have to happen. But when you have a government that is astray, that is not serving the people, that is in fact breaking international law and bringing hatred and hard times to your country because of your leadership's problems with international law, the problems following the law period, then I think there begins to be the case that there ought to be a bit of a revolution going on. And in the United States, we've gone for a while now without having a revolution. It was 1860, 60 or something like that. Anyways, it's been a while since we've done that. But at the time, um, it wasn't necessarily for a good reason. It was for a bad reason that happened. So revolutions can break either way. In this case, I think that we all agree that should Russian government fall and be replaced by something friendlier to the Russian people, it would be to everyone's advantage. So I don't know how we better coax them along than what we should be about, which is arming Ukraine as completely as we can, and that's probably the best prod that we can give them to move in that direction. Because assuredly, they are looking at things, I'm sure, wondering if they will in fact prevail, because there have to be doubts in Russian minds, especially as more and more of their soldiers disappear, don't come back, and they don't get a check, and they don't even get a body back. So it has to raise a lot of doubts in their minds. So I hope they figure this out and save the world another 100 years of trouble. That would be a beautiful thing. I'm not waiting for it, though. I'm somewhat skeptical of it, but I do think it is possible from where they are now. But let's go to Bull Terrier. Bull.
Yeah, hi. Just on what Ukraine Update was saying, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with everything that he said. And we're talking about regime change and, getting rid of everybody who is associated with the current invasion of Ukraine. But my question is, like, how would that happen? Ukraine Water Update, do you have any suggestions about how that might actually take place?
Yes, I do, and we see it's happening today. The incursion. The thing is, the moment this incursion is going to be permanent, and those forces able to uh, really stay for a longer period of time. Now, it's not going to probably happen this time around, to be honest with you. But what they're really doing is, several things. They're obviously doing reconnaissance, right? But it's also a form of a re-education of Russian people, right? Because every time they go in, every time they inflict damage on Kremlin forces, that sends a message, right? And a lot of those people who wants to rise up, they really focusing their attention more and more on these forces that are right now operating inside Russia and battling Kremlin forces. The moment they're gonna stay there long enough to where the Russian people are gonna feel like, okay, we can do this. We have this military, basically, organization that is, relatively effective, maybe too small to do anything on their own, but we can start revolting against this. That's one element to it, right? But again, it's not just military stuff that we really need to consider. We in the West have to do a lot more to cultivate appropriate environment for this to happen, right? I was thrilled, when there was like all these reports about the shortage of eggs. It was more important than any other, news at that time about casualties in the battlefield, because that's Those are the things when you remove basic necessities from population, right? Regardless of what your political stances or beliefs, right? They're gonna have to. There's gonna be a growing discontent with the government, even if it's outside of the policy related to war in Ukraine. And those are many like multi-layered, really effects that create, the proper, I guess, environment for something like this to ignite and then to burn and fuel and continue on in much greater ferocity, I guess, right? So hopefully we'll be able to synchronize and implement a lot stronger set of sanctions on Russia. Along that, Ukrainians will do what they do. Basically, right? We noticed a series of successful strikes against their energy infrastructure, and that's huge, right? I mean, fuel. That's essential for anything, not just production or military, but it's a very important element of basic social almost need, right, in the modern society. So that also strokes up fears, right, and all that stuff. And then when you have a more prominent presence of a military formation like the one we see that's doing an incursion today in Russia, that's gonna be basically the core around which Russian people, I feel, would be able to to organize around, basically, right? And then start pursuing a more aggressive, a lot more kinetic ways to achieve, change of government, I guess. So anyway, yeah, that's just my thoughts on this.
Thank you very much, Ukraine More update, and good day, everybody. Welcome back to the panel. Our speaker, James, did you want to follow up on anything there?
Just to say thank you again for those, and I remain very skeptical about it, but I admit the opportunity is here, and I do think you're right about being a once in a lifetime for this generation opportunity. But again, I could be completely wrong, because it may be that the movement of other parts of the former Soviet Union away from Russia will later stimulate some change. For example, if Georgia goes to the EU and Armenia steps away, for example, that may well trigger events that we can't predict. It could be another war against somebody, or it could be Russia maybe just accepting it because it's too soon and they just went through a war, and if they start another war, it would just be too soon for the population, possibly. I don't know, but anything can happen in the future is what I've learned, except the past.
Thank you very much, James, and thank you very much, everybody, for a great conversation. I agree with basically what everybody's saying. I do think they are on the edge now, and they have, one of two directions to go, and let's hope they go in the right direction, because otherwise, I guess it's the North Korea option for Russia for a very, very long time. Good day, Christopher. Good morning to you. Okay, sticky mic, maybe.
Mike.
Oh dear.
Mike.
I think you will have to recycle, Christopher. Well, whilst Christopher does that, we'll go back to James, who has a hand up. Go ahead, James.
I just wanted to say sticky mic and rubber bandy sounding too, and he's in a jar, so maybe that is the issue. Maybe well, I don't know, but I would worry about dogs licking if you got out of the jar, so it's understood. But anyways, I feel now the need for a jar, as I have no jar. Anyways, and would I look good in a jar? I guess I'd look the same way, right?
Well, thank you, James. Several important points to consider there, of course. Okay, whilst Christopher gets himself organised and gets rid of that rude sticky mic who just decided to jump in his seat, without being invited. This is what happens around here with technology. So hello everybody. Of course you are at MriyaReport, and many of you know we are 24/7. So if you didn't know, you do now. So thank you for joining us here. We bring you information, analysis, news on Ukraine. We talk about ways to help Ukraine. We have fundraisers. We do all sorts of things here at MriyaReport. And if you're new around here, stick around. You will find out about all the amazing guests that we also have at MriyaReport. Now, Ukraine War update. You were just talking about the multi-pronged attack that seems to be going on. I was thinking this last night, actually, probably as many people were watching what was happening with the various attacks throughout Russia on the oil depots and refineries, etc. And of course, the incursions into Belgorod People's Republic by the RDK, the Siberian Battalion, and the Free Russian Legion. Then, of course, coming to what my point now about drones. Because Ukraine is also having a fantastic success on attriting Russian equipment, oil depots, fuel depots, ammo depots, all sorts of things in temporarily occupied territories. Now, you will be familiar, if you are here regularly, with some of the things that Christopher and I are starting to do on a regular basis. And one of those is our drone drops. So today I have already posted for you all Christopher and Tracy's drone drops from Ukraine. Why am I telling you this? Because Ukraine War Update mentioned how well Ukraine, the armed forces of Ukraine are doing. So the first video in the list, in the thread for you, is from the Special Operations Forces. So they have given us a selection, compilation. So this is why I popped it in the list first. So go and check out these videos, have a look, come up and speak to us about them. Tell us which is your favourite explosion, which is your favourite piece of Russian armour and equipment going boom. Go and have a look. So in the Special Operations Forces, they get 25 invaders, 6 units of equipment in the result of 1 day. So they have a whole day's compilation there for you. The second one, this is the, let's have a look, the drone operators of the 58th Separate Motorised Infantry Brigade. Let me just turn my light up because I'm old, my eyes need lots of light. So go and have a look there. They successfully got rid of some Russian armor. That's pretty good. Actually, they're all pretty good today. I find it hard to choose my favorite. Possibly the Special Operations Forces one, because there's several, so maybe I'm just being greedy. But you go and have a look and decide. So the third one is the video shows the results of fire damage to 2 trucks of the Russian invaders, as well as the starting position of the FPV drone invaders, where the enemy operators were as well. So go have a look at some of those. Now, maybe Christopher has had a chance to look at some of those whilst he recycles. Who knows? We shall see. If not, I shall tell him when he comes back. So drones, coming to drones now, and let's talk about our fundraiser for a moment and have a quick public service announcement about that whilst we do the switcheroos and get settled. And then we will go over the headlines and the news. If you have any topics or comments that you would like to raise, please come up to the panel. Now is a good opportunity to do that when co-hosts are switching over. That's usually a good opportunity to find a space on the panel if there hasn't been space on the speaker panel previously. If you don't know how to do that, it's really simple. You just press the microphone icon on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That gives us a speaker request, and we can then raise you up to the speaker panel. Then we have a hand up policy. So you pop your hand up, you use the heart emoji, click on that, and you will get other emojis show up. And then you use the hands up one like I have just done on my picture there. So on the far right hand side of the emojis, and then you can do that. And then we will come to you in order. So Christopher seems to be able to have rejoined us as speaker now. Christopher, did you hear what I said, that we had released our drone drops from Ukraine?
No, I just come back now. I think the mic stays on now. That's good. That's a positive step in the right direction for today. Back to you.
Hello, it is indeed progress. Good morning to you.
Well, it is afternoon these days because we are in that time warp of between sides of the universe, or in this case, the sides of the Earth. Some sides of the Earth want to move forward an hour, other sides don't want to move at all, like the workers' paradise, and then some want to lag behind. And yeah, so it's causing consternation all over the place in the scheduling world. Back to you.
And some days we do extended play, well, which makes me think it's a morning. Goodness me, all the days get confused together. Never mind, as long as we help Ukraine every day, that's all that matters. So I have released the thread of our drone drops from Ukraine. So go and check them out, Christopher, if you are able to, whilst you are doing the switcheroo and climbing the stairs. But be careful, watch where you're going, whilst you also watch those videos. We do not want any accidents around here. So health and safety, everybody, it's very important. There's no health and safety in Russia, by the way. They cannot seem to put these fires out. Dear me, I'm not sad. So let's talk about drones for Ukraine, because we are having a fundraiser for drones. Now, let me see, where is this? There we are. There it is. Let's pop it to the first post in the nest. Whilst we get organised, and Christopher no doubt will rearrange the nest very shortly, which I will leave to him because he's much better at it than I am. I will just waffle about our fundraiser. So these are not just any drones, these are DJ Mavic 3 thermal drones. Why do I tell you that? Well, because they can do several things, and not only can they give these our friends in the field eyes in the sky day and night because of the thermal imaging capabilities, they can also detect mines. With the warmer weather coming, we heard last year that these mines were showing up because, of course, many of them are made out of metal, and that heats up and that retains the heat longer than, you know, the ground around it, for example, or it retains heat at a higher level, so it shows up more, it's hotter, so therefore it stands out more. So anyway, either way, these can be detected by these thermal drones. So that gives them eyes in the sky, and it also gives them that capability to have that, what's it called, that forward operating person or something they call them. So they can basically do that reconnaissance with these things, and they can make sure that wherever they're going is not mined. So that's, or if there are mines, that they can then send the engineers and the sappers in to get rid of them first. And of course, that saves Ukrainian lives. And then eyes in the sky to keep an eye on those pesky Russians and see when they are coming. We heard from Chuck Farrell last night about them coming from several directions at once. He described it like rows of ants coming at you. Imagine your sandwich on a picnic, he said, which I thought was a really good analogy to use, actually. It gave me a really good image when he was describing it. You know, you've got the sandwich there, and you turn around and all of a sudden there are several lines of ants coming from several directions, all in lines, like soldiers. They actually call them soldiers as well. So that's funny, isn't it? Quite funny, quite apt. But yes, this is what it's like. Apparently this is what they have been doing, rather than sending what they've been doing of those huge waves or those larger waves of what they've been calling meat waves. They've been sending, well, smaller lots of them, several small groups all at once from different directions. So one, of course, this is a change to their tactics. And two, this is a very different attack to have to handle. So to be able to have eyes in the sky from several directions makes a huge difference. And why do you see that in these videos with the drones that the ones that I've just released of our drone drops from Ukraine? Because on many occasions, these images are actually taken from other drones. Not, I mean, you get usually the image from the drone that's flying in to do the attack, but then you also get the image from the drone that is the eyes in the sky watching what's going on. So that's just an example of how much they can see with these things, how much distance they cover, and how much more safety and an advantage that gives them. for. So if you have some spare cash, some spare dollars, some spare, I don't know, Wonga, Dosh, whatever you call it, what do you call it in the US? I don't know, Benjamins. Oh yes, let's have some of those. If you can spare them, of course, that is, please be as generous as you are able to afford to, but do not give us your essentials. We just want your disposable income. Maybe consider giving up a few luxuries. So you can do that by clicking on the link in the tweet, or you can go across to MriyaReport.org, where actually you should go to MriyaReport.org/educate as well. Check out that page on the website, because that shows you lots and lots of the things that we've been able to do in this community, all the wonderful things that you people, every single one of you, have done to help these guys and girls in Ukraine, to help our friends in Ukraine have those extra advantages. Bull Terrier?
Yeah, hi Tracy, and thanks for your hard work. And everybody, please retweet the space and support the fundraiser. So I just noticed something very interesting on Reuters, and I think maybe I have a new hero, Finnish Prime Minister Petteri Orpo. What a hero! He said on Wednesday that Russia was gearing up for, quote, a long conflict with the West, and asked for more spending and coordination on European defense. Russian President Vladimir Putin said in remarks published on Wednesday that Finland and Sweden's entry into NATO was, quote, a meaningless step. Ha! Brilliant. And that Russia will deploy troops and systems of destruction to the Finnish border after Finland joins the alliance. But Orpo told the European Parliament, quote, Russia is evidently preparing for a long conflict with the West and represents a permanent and essential military threat to Europe. To go on, fail to respond sufficiently to this challenge, the coming years will be filled with danger and the looming threat of attack. So Orpo is my new hero, and I really like, really like his comments and really appreciate what he said.
Thank you very much, Bull Terrier. You know what makes me laugh, though, is Finland joined ages ago, didn't they? This is what I find amusing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was quite funny. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bull Terrier. Yes, I found that quite amusing. They did actually join a while ago. So it's just, well, you know, I imagine this every time they say Russia says silly things or Putin says silly things or whoever. I always imagine Putin there stamping his feet like a spoilt child, or jumping up and down when he gets the news that this Black Sea fleet
Just found out, you know, it's possible.
I think he's finding out a lot today, isn't he? And on that note, I'm just seeing more updates from what's going on with RDK. So let's have a look. Apparently, something has hit an administration building in the Gavrion City District. The roof was taken and broken. There is damage on the second floor. The administration is temporarily out of power. 2 houses were damaged. 2 were injured. So there we go. So more updates from them. So this is continuing to go on throughout the day. This is like the last time that the Free Russian Legion and the RDK went on excursions. It was kind of amusing watching the updates coming out throughout the day. And again, I will give you all the image of Putin stamping his feet every time he finds out. But it seems like, to me, you know, everything's going on at once, isn't it? So I think that's pretty good. Anyway, let's hope we see more throughout the day. We will keep you updated. So does anybody have a topic to raise, or any comments or questions before we continue on keeping you all up to date? No? Okay. So let's move on to some headlines, some numbers, and some of the news of the day. We'll bring you all up to date quickly, and then we'll see what the latest information is. So the numbers of the day from the General Staff: 980 eliminated invaders, 5 tanks, 20 APCs, 32 artillery systems, 1 MLRS. That's good because there were none of those yesterday. 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 22 UAVs, 1 cruise missile, 26, and 8 special equipment there. So some good numbers of attrition again, and this is of course why we see those videos. Naval forces reported again no enemy ships in the Black Sea. And today, no enemy ships in the Sea of Azov either. There's been one hanging around in the Sea of Azov for the past week, but not carrying any missiles, no caliber cruise missiles on board. And there have been no ships. So that's over. I'm pretty sure that's either on a week or over a week now. Not far off. So that's excellent news. Frightened of those sea babies. So today in Ukraine, because you all know by now, and if you don't and you're new around here, this is how I like to look at things. So they have cleared, let's have a look, 346.54 hectares of land and 452 explosive objects. So there, that's your lives saved at least, or well, certainly lives saved, legs saved, a whole lot of trauma and tragedy saved is basically how I like to look at that. So if nobody's got any questions or anything to add there, I will get you up to date on what's going on with the regional news.
But when can we talk about snow plants? Please. Thank you. Back to you.
I have posted that too, yes. Okay, let's go over the regional news and then we will talk about snow plants.
To eat my broccoli first before I get my ice cream. Back to you.
Yes, it's something like that. It is, what do they call it in that musical that I like? A spoonful of sugar with your medicine, as they say, helps the medicine go down.
In the
and
Mary
where is
Poppins.
James? He would be singing it. I love Mary Poppins. That's one of my favourite movies. Yes, I know you're all surprised because I'm such a meanie. Why would I like such a movie? But I can't help it. I like a musical. Anyway, enough about me. What's Christopher talking about with snow plants? Well, another little feature that we will be bringing you once a week on a Sunday afternoon at some time during our segment. But we missed nonsense time change. I thought we had an hour left, Christopher and I together, and we did not. So I chose to leave it until today. So you have kind of extra ones in the list. So go and have a look at the thread that I have posted. Well, it's all the different plants. Concrete plants, snow plants, mud plants, face plants. Which letter agency in Ukraine has given us the best plant of the week, the best takedown of. Go and have a look. Come and tell us which is your favourite. Christopher likes a snow plant, in case you did not get that already. I kind of like a concrete plant, cold, hard concrete, flat on your face. That sounds good to me. Take those terrorists down. So have a look at that anyway, whilst I tell you all about the regional news. So let's start with there was that vicious attack yesterday by Russia, because this is what they like to do. So the update for Dnipropetrovsk today. A woman injured in the attack on Kiriviri died in the hospital overnight. A total of 4 people died. 43 people were injured. According to the confirmed data, 12 of them were children. 20 victims remain in a medical facility. 4 adults and 2 children are in what they say a heavy condition. So that's what I would class as a serious condition. In the city, more than a dozen high-rise buildings, 2 kindergartens, a school, an enterprise administrative building, a store, a warehouse were all damaged. cars were also damaged. There are volunteers on the ground, lots of agencies from the state and NGOs, rescuers, doctors, even dog trainers, policemen, psychologists, volunteers, and hundreds of specialists are there. Of invincibility that they have put up, mobile points of invincibility, but unfortunately the terror of Nikopol did not stop. The district centre was attacked and 2 communities came under artillery fire. 3 private houses, a transport shop were broken and damaged, but thankfully people were not injured or no deaths there. So everybody's continuing to clean up the debris. The heating points have expanded now today. The headquarters of the police and local authorities, including charitable foundations, are on the ground. Even get building materials to cover damage. And they also point out about the different ways that people can get help with restoration through the Dia app and things like that. So the attack took 4 lives. The women who were killed were 45, 49 and 55-year-old. The man's identity is being established. So that's the update from Dnipropetrovsk. Now, unfortunately, Sumy has not been having a very good time of it either. We know Sumy that is under attack constantly anyway in this area, but that's usually from artillery, shelling, mortars, that type of thing. But they were also under were previously damaged. 15 of them were destroyed from the 2nd to the 5th floors. 10 people were rescued from the rubble, 8 of whom received injuries of varying severities. Medical assistance was provided and 3 people were hospitalised. Again, emergency and rescue teams are on the ground and all the support and necessary psychologists, etc. are there. You know, I think this is really important to highlight and emphasise. I can only always compare to the UK because that's the place that I live in, but I don't see the UK doing as well as this when we have things that happen. Of course, we don't deal with war and Shahid attacks and things like that. I'm talking about normal everyday crises that happen throughout, you know, societal life. But anyway, never mind. I think they do incredible to get these mobile invincibility points you know, sprung up really very quickly. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And they get the whole team on the ground. It's not just a doctor, is it? You get like the medical doctors, the psychologists, the therapists, social workers for children. You know, it's a whole team. And they do this in every area. And I think that's incredible. So, Volansky district, 2 houses and an outbuilding were damaged. Pokrovsky district came under fire. Several 119 children. That's really a high amount, isn't it, Christopher? We've seen these evacuations happening every day, but there's not usually that many. So I'm pleased to see that.
Do you
really,
think that?
I mean,
Do you think
obviously,
that there's just this was sort of the first pass, or have there people been there all this time and then sort of kind of being hesitant to go and to leave? I'm not clear on whether or not their mandatory order was given more recently than others. And did we talk about Krivny Reeve? Because that was
yes, yes, that's in Dnipropetrovsk.
yeah, because they had some a lot of they had a huge amount of incidents coming. 30 residents plus were injured and hospitalized. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still recovering from that. It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Like you say, lots of injuries, and unfortunately deaths as well. One person, they increased to one person, didn't it, from yesterday? So I guess that's something. I mean, it's absolutely heartbreaking, but I was expecting it to be more, actually, given the level of destruction that's there. But thankfully, having said that, they've not completely finished, clearing up and dealing with that. So
right. So I guess one of the things that maybe I should do is I should be looking at a map every time we talk about this, because I am geographically challenged. But this whole oblast is subdivided by the Dnieper and the river. It's from basically almost north west to sort of southeast, but basically cleaves it down the middle. And one half of it is obviously closer in towards the temporarily occupied territories. And then the city itself is on the other end of that, the western end of the oblast. And so, yeah, it's kind of an interesting little place to be. But it definitely is getting a lot of attention. Anyway, I'm doing that for myself, so maybe I can be helpful of people. But we have two hands, though. Back to you.
thank you, Christopher. No, it is helpful. I have the map open as well because I'm exactly the same as you. I kind of know where some of the areas are in my mind because of people like Chuck Farrer and his maps and the way he describes things, and Language Learner. So I have a rough idea, but yeah, I do definitely need to refer to the maps. Absolutely. I am certainly geographically challenged in that way also. Thank you very much to technology. Bull Terrier, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Tracy. And I guess I just wanted to say that, it's heartwarming to hear how the Ukrainian authorities have dealt with these attacks. But, it's actually awful. I just wanted to say it's actually awful. We should just pause and just acknowledge how awful those attacks are. And, how many people have been killed? How many people have been injured? How many apartment blocks and buildings have been damaged and destroyed? I just wanted to say that because it's hard to hear that. And I think we should acknowledge that.
Thank you very much, Bill Terry. I really appreciate that. I absolutely agree with you. And this is why I like to go around and read that regional news out, because as difficult as it is to hear, I think we have to do everything we can to keep highlighting that Ukrainians are suffering these kinds of things every single day. I mean, I'm going to say, like everybody said a million times, I'm staggered why these things are not headline news every single day on those repeated cycles that we see. Many things on there that really shouldn't be on there that are not very important. Anyway, let's not get me on a rant about that. But that is one of the reasons why I like to bring that news to people, because we talk about all the numbers and everything else that go on. And there's so much news that comes out, especially today with everything that's happening across Russia and what seems like the multi-pronged attack from Ukraine. So, yeah, I like to remind people of this, and I know that's hard to hear and it's heartbreaking, and I have exactly the same emotions when I have to read this information every single day. But I think, we have to stop people having that ability to be able to close their eyes to these things. And the way that we do that is to keep getting up every day and having the strength to keep going and highlighting them, emphasizing them every single day. Bull Terrier, did you want to follow up before we go on to Arya?
No, that's fine. I mean, absolutely. I agree with you.
Thank you. Welcome, Arya. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, wherever everybody is. I think that is a very true point, Tracy, and you said that very eloquently. We need to be reminded. That being said, please, if you are, suffering from abnormal depression where you can't deal with it, or you're dealing with other stuff in your personal life, please, turn off Twitter for a day or two. Take your mental health is the more important. If your mental health collapses, you occasionally popping on here isn't going to do very much good. That being said, if you are able to, you should not turn your eyes from it. It is imperative that we see it, and it is imperative to remind yourself also, as you will most likely become more numb to it, that is happening, and be aware of that, because there is a tendency when you constantly hear this stuff to either have it become normalized to the point where it doesn't hit you in the same way, or where it doesn't invoke the same amount of emotion. And some of that is a defense mechanism we have as humans. But it's important to be aware of that, because it can have a bad effect on you. The other thing, please don't say it on the space, because I know that other charities are not allowed to be mentioned here for tax purposes or legal purposes. But if somebody could please message me some vetted Ukrainian charities for animal shelters or rescue operations. I have a family member who would like to make a donation. And I know of a few, but I don't know which of them are good ones that actually use the majority of the funds for, what they need to, opposed to which are, just bigger charities that are less effective in what they're doing. So if somebody could send me a couple,
Arya,
I'd appreciate it.
Arya,
Yeah.
can I make a suggestion, please?
Go
If you
ahead.
take a look at Timothy Snyder's timeline, or just Google with Timothy Snyder. He, at the beginning of the genocidal invasion, the second one, right? He basically went through and did a list of charities. I don't know if there are any animal ones in there in specifics, but he did put a list of charities that he had said that were kosher.
So thank you very much. I'll take a look there also. I appreciate it. I'm also going to bookmark that, because that would be a good resource, and I appreciate that, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, we have to say, as you said, Arya, we can't recommend anybody donate to any charities that we have not got a relationship with, that we've not been able to do our due diligence and vet each other, etc. So if you want to have those conversations, aside from that, of course, we can't tell you what to do. All we would say is, as you say, Arya, just make sure you do your research, make sure you get the information that you need to be sure. And I would say the same about MriyaReport as well. Do your research on us also. That includes us in that category. So always make sure you check out where you're sending your money. And thank you very much, Arya. I appreciate that. So let's move on, shall we? We've got no more questions or hands. Nobody wants to raise anything right now. So we will continue on with the rest of the regional news, and then I will take you up to date on some general news, and then we will see what, if anything, anybody would like to talk about. So we covered
Can I put
Sumi and...
Sorry, excuse me, sorry. I'll do my Canadian again. Can I put a tickler in our show notes? I don't think I put it in the show notes today. Sorry. This guy named, there's a professor at, he was my professor last semester. His name is John Lindsay. He's at Georgia Tech. He's a cybersecurity policy researcher. He just put something in War on the Rocks, and there's a journal there that publishes, and so it's talking about AI and war. So it was something I wanted to just touch on and go over if people were interested later on. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Before I forget as well, thank you, Arya, for reminding me. I put into the nest, it's the second post in the nest. There are some information there that Nancy M has put together. They use this in the genocide segments on a Friday night when they're talking about difficult stuff with Prince Heather and Gina Christiansen. Is it Gina Christian, I think, or Gina Christiansen? I always forget. I apologise, Gina. I think it's Gina Christian. Anyway, wonderful segment. If you haven't heard it, some fantastic information that you get there. They cover a great deal of very important information. And so that's the Understanding Genocide segments on Friday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern. So thank you to these lovely ladies. There are some resources in the nest that you can use now. There's a list of contacts there for various different countries to be able to reach out to support services. If anything that we're talking about today does trigger you, please do use those resources. That's what they're there for. And please don't feel any shame in accepting help. In fact, it's very strong of you if you are able to turn and accept help. That's what I think anyway. And we all need help in some form, shape or form throughout our lives. This is why community works. So thank you very much for reminding me to say that, Arya. Please go ahead.
No, I'm very glad that you guys put that up there. You know, as said, we need to take care of our mental health and our physical health too. Otherwise, you know, what we're doing is going to end up being meaningless. This is going to be a long struggle. And, you know, there is hope that it isn't, and there is hope for, you know, black swans or miracles, but this could potentially be a very long time. And the other side, chief goal and best weapon right now in this conflict is exhausting us and getting us to stop doing what we are doing. And so discord and disunity. So please look after yourselves. You know, don't feel guilty if you need to take a day off. Remember, it's important to go outside and go for a walk and touch some grass. Yeah, on a funny note, and I don't know if it's Russian propaganda or you know, actually true. Either way, Ukrainians are amazing trolls. There have been multiple reports from RT and Russian Telegram channels of mass calling to Belgorod, you know, telling the residents to surrender, pertaining to the incursion that's happening. So I thought that was quite comical, but not of much significance.
Thank you, Arya. Yeah, I think it's absolutely wonderful. It's like, you know, I'm always reminded of this thing that Ukrainians do. And this song always goes through my head. Anything you can do, I can do better. Because they absolutely do. I mean, it's just delicious. The first time they did it, it was fantastic. The second time, it's not any less better because, you know, the way that they went in with the little green men and tried to pretend that it was, you know, Russian separatists when it wasn't. Of course, we know it was Russians, really. But now it actually is Russians going into Russia. It's just fabulous. But yes, I've seen lots of videos of these groups, the Siberian Battalion and the RDK. They've posted some videos telling people to leave and calling on the residents to leave and calling on them to fight against Putin. And interestingly, before we go on to Chris, I've just seen a notification that let's have a look. Oh, wait, it came past me. See, the news comes out so fast. Go back to the next one. So apparently the IT army has suspended the work of the Moscow Metro. The cyber army attacked a number of government and local portals, among them Troika Fair Payment System. This is one of the largest ticket payment systems in Russia, serving 38 different regions. So due to the failure, owners of the transport cards in Moscow and Kazan could not pay for their tickets, top up their travel, or pay for parking. So absolute chaos. I love it. Chris, welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Tracy, just a quick one. In regards to charities in Ukraine, and not particularly dog ones, but obviously dog ones and cat ones are favourites of ours, Tracy, I'm sure. But just to let you know, usually when I'm talking about U-Control, I'm talking about the U-Control world or global application. but there is the original U-Control application allows you to check in detail any Ukrainian company, including any Ukrainian charity. So you can run a due diligence and financial report on any Ukrainian company or charity, just to let you know.
No, thank you very much, Chris, for that reminder. It's fantastic, isn't it? It comes back to this thing that they're doing so wonderful at, and transparency, and really showing everybody else. This is, one of the main things about, how you root out corruption and how you go forward and make sure that corruption doesn't seep back in there, and you get rid of it completely, systematically, clear it out. And I think that's one of the keys. The transparency is really, really important in that step of all those things that they do to show that. So thank you very much for that, Chris. I wish there was one like this for all other companies around the world. We're kind of getting there slowly, aren't we, Chris?
Yeah, that's right, Tracy. I mean, I sort of say like there are countries where we have like 100%, if you like, data. The UK being one of those. Most European countries and that U-Control's got, pretty well all the data that you would need on them, as well as the Russian, Belarusian, CIS countries. We're not there with the USA, but I know some people have looked at the U-Control World application in the USA, and they've actually found it quite useful. We just can't say that all the data will be there for US companies at the minute.
Thank you, Chris. Step in the right direction.
Right. When it comes to, just to interject, when it comes to not-for-profit and nonprofits, there's a website called GuideStar, where in the United States, everybody is required to do to file their stuff. How timely people file and stuff like that is always a question, and the completeness to which they file. But you can always look at a company that way. Also, Hoover's online is also another way to look at companies in general. It may require you going through your library's portal in order to get in through a paywall. Lots of people can do it that way. Check out your local library. You'll find that they are actually pretty digitally forward and can help you out with access to stuff that you may have been paywalled away from before. Anyway, back to you.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Go ahead, Aria.
I did not write down my thought, and I was listening to you guys, and I forgot it, so I dropped the hand down. Sorry.
No problem. That's okay. So let's just finish off with the regional news then, shall we? And see where we are then. So in Kherson, there was, let's have a look, 8 high-rise buildings and 2 private houses were damaged. Administrative buildings, outbuildings, garages and cars. Fortunately, nobody lost their life, but sadly, 3 people were injured. But no reports of how severe that was. So I'm assuming, I could be wrong, it's just my opinion, but they tend to usually list that if there's anything serious or the varying degrees of severity, as you heard in the previous reports. So hopefully that person is not in too serious of a condition, or those 3 people, should I say. So that's Kherson. Let's have a look what else happened. There's some other things that happened. We'll move on to let's have a look. Did I go through Donetsk already? I don't think I did I?
No, you did not.
So we shall look at Donetsk. I did go through Donetsk. Yes, I did. That was where 620 people were evacuated, as well as the children. So I did cover Donetsk. I think I tend to cover the worst regions first, unfortunately, and sometimes try to get them out of the way. Go ahead, Aria.
Is there any update on the numbers with the vote? I saw that the TikTok vote passed, but in regards to Johnson and the aid, I was wondering if there were any updates on that.
I think CC was reporting earlier that there was definitely lots of really good progress. I don't exactly know where the numbers are at the moment, but it's getting even more confusing because there's 2 discharge positions now. This is what I heard her saying, and you have to ask for the right one. You have to request the right one. So, Christopher, can you help with that at all?
On 2 discharge petitions? No, I can't. I don't. The only thing I know is that it's HB as in House Bill and not HR as in House Resolution. And so that we're trying to get that enough signatures. That's as much as I know at this point. The machinations of a discharge position I know something about, but not nothing that probably most everybody else hasn't already heard. Back to you.
Thank you, Christopher. So if you look in the nest, the 3rd post in the nest, there's some information there. So discharge petition 9 in support of House Resolution 1016. That's the Senate bill petition started by Republican McGovern. Share this far and wide to avoid confusion. I hope that helps, Arya, a little bit. I apologise. I'm not much more informed than that.
That only seems to confuse me more. But
it does a little. It does a little for me, because if there were 2 different bills, it explains why I'm seeing weird discrepancies and conflicting things. I spent like 5 minutes looking earlier, through tweets of people I followed, and there's very different, things. So I appreciate that. That explains that. I'll look into it more when I have a second later. Thank you.
Thank you, Arya, and apologies. I'm just getting even more and more confused as the days go on sometimes. So thank you to Forrest for putting that information there. So let's look at Kharkiv then. So in Kharkiv...
Let me read this one from Axios. I trust Axios pretty much. If y'all haven't come across Axios, they've been around for a few years. They're pretty straightforward a political kind of focus inside the Beltway. So House considers dueling discharge petitions to force foreign aid vote. And House member, and then I'll just read it because that's the other thing about Axios. It's short, and then you can go deeper. I like that because Budanov likes that. Anyway, House members were presented with 2 competing options on Tuesday in cross-party efforts to force a vote on sending aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Why it matters. The fracturing of these efforts could make it more difficult to bypass House Speaker Johnson's refusal to put any bill with Ukraine funding up for a vote. The intrigue. Republicans likely won't sign on to House Democratic leadership's discharge petition, and some Democrats say Representative Brian Fitzpatrick's petition is a non-starter. Fitzpatrick is out of the 1st District in Pennsylvania, by the way. Driving the news, House Speaker Democrats' discharge petition for the Senate's bipartisan $95 billion foreign aid bill went live on Tuesday. So did the petition led by Fitzpatrick, the co-chair of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, who wants a vote on his bipartisan House bill. And if you're on Axios' site, all of these things are linked out. You can read in depth further on all of the items that for further clarification. Next bullet point. The Senate bill includes humanitarian aid to Gaza and economic assistance to Ukraine, while Fitzpatrick's bill is purely military aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, along with border policy restrictions. By the numbers. A discharge petition needs 218 signatures to bypass House Republican leadership. Bullet point. Democrats' discharge petition has obtained 169 signatures, all from Democrats as of Tuesday evening, according to the House Clerk's website. And again, we have additional links to get you to those spaces. Fitzpatrick's petition had 12 signatures, 6 from Republicans and 6 from Democrats. All but one of the Democrats, this is the 3rd bullet point under by the numbers, all but one of the Democrats, Representative Jared Golden, Democrat of Maine, who signed on to Fitzpatrick's discharge petition, have also signed on to the one from the Democratic leadership. Reality check. Both petitions are likely to struggle to get the necessary signatures to force a vote. Bullet point. Some progressives have said that they won't even sign Democrats' discharge position due to the inclusion of unconditional military aid to Israel. Another bullet point. Other Democrats have said that they will go for the Senate bill, but not for Fitzpatrick's. Quote, for us, it's a non-starter. There's stuff in the bill, quite frankly, we can't accept. And this is Jim McGovern from Massachusetts, and he told this to Axios, representative in Massachusetts. Third bullet point, and Republicans have long been hesitant to support any Democratic effort to bypass their leadership, a position that doesn't appear to be weakening. Yes, but, and this is what they say, Fitzpatrick's decision to even file a discharge petition represents a new phase of Republican frustrations with their rocky congressional minority. So that's from Axios as of 17 hours ago. So, yeah, if you follow Axios, not saying to follow, but they're if you want to know somewhat of the inside stuff, Axios is one of them that will give you that. Excuse me, along with the Bulwark. Okay, back to you all.
Thank you very much for that, Christopher. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, so Christopher, all this tells me is that Putin has done an absolutely amazing job of infiltrating the US government, because there's no other reason to explain it.
Bull Terrier, for you and I have sparred in the past, and we've agreed and disagreed and agreed to disagree, but you know what? I completely agree with you. Thank you for pointing that out. Back to you.
Thank you.
Arya?
Thank you.
I don't know how much of it is due to propaganda and how much is actual infiltration. Either way, it is horrifying. It truly terrifies me that there are two ends of the two political parties in this country that are deeply anti-American and are deeply anti-freedom, and are stonewalling this from both sides. I do believe the isolationist Republicans are a bigger threat at the moment, but this is only going to grow. And a lot of low information, voters and people, they buy into the stuff on both of those ends, and those factions are only going to grow. That being said, I'm happy to see that there's starting to be a counterbalance within the Republican Party to it. And I'm glad to see the counterbalance in the Democratic Party, with more and more people being willing to speak up publicly about it, which for a long time wasn't happening. So there is some hope and there is some progress with that, but it is a major issue, and it's going to be one of the biggest issues. And the Russians have been highly successful at propagating these ideas and these factions, and it's terrifying because they're playing both sides of the of it here, and they're getting a lot of success, and our government so far has not woken up to this and gotten their act together in the same way we did during the Cold War. We need to be combating this. People within our political system that are deeply anti-American. And I don't say that like based on my political views. I mean like anti our actual government and legal system. They are not, honest players, and these people are doing a lot of damage, and they are a minority. And until we realize that they're a minority and get our voices back, it's going to continue and get worse.
Thank you very much. So let's finish off with the regional news, and then I've got some other interesting things to bring you all up to date on. So let's go over Kharkiv. As always, a lot goes on there. So lots of destruction and damage, all are repeated the same things: buildings, administrative buildings, civilian infrastructure. Volchansk was hit with a guided aerial bomb. A two-story building was damaged. Emergency services are continuing to work at the scene, but during the day, 4 children and their families were evacuated. To date, 73 families have been evacuated from 2 communities in Kupian district. Coming back to what you were saying earlier about evacuations, a mandatory evacuation has been expanded in Donetsk and Kharkiv regions recently. So that's probably some of why there's more people leaving. But then, of course, shellings have increased as well, as you can see from all this reporting. So that, again, will be some of the reason, no doubt. I'm sure there's probably various other reasons that we don't consider, which are in some cases complex. But 20 settlements of Kharkiv were hit by artillery fire, mortar attacks. But thankfully, no reports of any injuries or casualties. There was a rocket attack in Balaklia, but again, nobody was injured, and thankfully, nobody died either. So demining continues as well in Kharkiv. A couple of other bits of news from there. They've been having a meeting of the State Commission under the chairmanship of the Vice Prime Minister for Reconstruction. So they've been talking about, you may have all heard this oil leak, which they've actually managed to prevent to spread further, which is fantastic news. They prevented the leak of the dangerous substances into the Seversky Donetsk River. Currently, all indications are normal. At the same time, there's a positive trend in reducing the content of oil products in those regions. So this is following an attack not too long ago where Russia hit an oil depot and oil was leaking everywhere into the rivers. So Ukrgazvodobuvania received 45,000 litres of sorbent and 625 metres of these barriers that they install, the kind of like blow-up boom type of things. Interestingly, they also received support from the UN and the Embassy of Switzerland in helping in this as well. So they've coordinated the work. Rescuers, City Council, Fish Protection Patrol officers, 261 metres of boom barrier were actually used across 14 locations, and 4.3 thousand litres of sorbent were also used. The soil on 5 streets was cleared and 6,500 square meters were restored to the road surface, and they are continuing to monitor the drinking water conditions. Again, along with the help of UNICEF. So lots of support going on there, I'm glad to say. So that about covers the regional news. Now, I was just looking at something else that popped across my screen, which I think I've posted or I will post for you all to have a look. So the Minister of Digital Transformation, actually, let's see if we've got any hands or anybody wants to comment before I continue prattling on with all the interesting things I have discovered today. Christopher, did you want to add anything here?
No, well, no, not particularly. I do have a couple of other things, including another book that I've been digging into that is absolutely fascinating. But anyway, back to you.
Okie doke. Well, let's not forget about that then. Just remind me and butt in wherever you need to, because you know what I'm like. I will just keep talking. So I was looking at some information the Minister of Digital Transformation posted just the other day, actually. And this is about some new, it's always talking about new things, which are absolutely fantastic. So here he's talking about the mass production of robotic ground platforms begins in Ukraine. So again, this is something that's happened in conjunction with the Brave One cluster, where you can submit your various designs or design ideas, etc., and get them maybe possibly taken up and, well, I don't know, help you to fulfill that design, that idea. They take them up from all stages, which I find really interesting. It doesn't matter what stage your design at, whether it's just the thought and the idea and the intellectual property, or whether you've actually gone on to continue to, to start manufacturing in some kind of a way, even if just on a small scale. They also help companies and people with finance support, with loans and various types of things. They've got various initiatives going on, which I find fascinating. And they also said that they consider everything, even from international partners and everybody else as well. So if you haven't heard about this before, go and check it out and have a look. If you've got something that you think would be useful in the field for them to, well, I don't know, save more lives, kick more Russian butt, get more Russians out of Ukraine, all those things that we like to see them be able to do. So coming back to these particular things, which I'm posting for you now to have a look. These are drone platform turrets, platforms that destroy positions and equipment of the Russians, mine, demine, evacuate the wounded, and transport ammunition to the positions. All of these were tested. So the robots have successfully proven themselves, he said, and on the training ground, in a few months, they will also be on the battlefield. So hundreds of different platforms will be purchased through the United 24 in conjunction with the Brave One cluster, and they continue to develop the innovations for the defence forces. And the main purpose of the ground robots, he said, is to minimise human involvement on the battlefield. And this will, of course, help to preserve lives and save the lives of, Ukrainian soldiers, which, of course, is the most important thing. And that's one of the reasons, that everybody points out why it was the best thing to retreat from Avdiivka, because, the place had just become rubble. So it's not worth expending those Ukrainian lives for. And this is one thing that we hear Chuck Farrer and other people say often who know much more about these things than I do. How does it go, Christopher? Why send a man where you can send a grenade or something like that?
That's
Something
exactly
like that.
right. And then you can just sort of extrapolate that out to even larger things. Why send a squad where you can send an HIMARS, for example? Back to you.
Yes, exactly. So let's have a look. Coming back to this now. So like I said, the main purpose is obviously to save lives. Ground robotic complexes will be the next game changer of this war, which drones are already. It is an asymmetric response to the enemy's numerical advantage. The Brave One cluster is doing everything to scale up production of robots, and the government is starting to buy them en masse. The way we went with UAVs, we are now going with robotic systems as well, which he spoke a little bit about this not too long ago, but didn't give much detail. So I'm pleased to see that there's more detail for us now. More than 140 robotic systems are registered on the Brave One platform, and 96 of them have already passed defence expertise. 14 developments are codified according to NATO standards, and some of these robots are already working on the front line, such as the Chabla turret, which you will be able to see pictures of there. So I thought that was fantastic news from him. But that's not all of it. Of course, there's always lots of news from him. From now on, countries that are interested in the Ukrainian digitization experience will be able to understand the logic of action and import the code and launch their own state services. So he mentioned this not too long ago. Again, as well, there was information came out about this. So specialists will be able to create an analog of the Dia or other applications similar to it. But for this, of course, it will be necessary to join the public license. So there's more information about that if anybody would like to hear more detail about that. And also, passengers of Ukrzaliznytsia paid 2.7 million hryvnias for drones for the defence forces. So I thought that was really interesting. They also, Ukrzaliznytsia, have got their own drones now. I saw something about that, the advances there to be going out and doing, well, the work of people where there's no need to send people into dangerous areas. So there we are, some information about what's going on with the digital transformation, which is moving pretty fast. And Ukrainian children have been presenting their own ideas how to use AI to solve global problems, Christopher. How cool is that?
That's cool. I have not yet seen that, but I will want to look at that.
Yeah, so there's not, let me see, just gives a bit of detail. So This year, for the first time, Ukraine is participating in the Teens in AI International Hackathon, which takes place in 40 countries around the world. The national stage of the competition took place at the weekend, and 10 teams of school children will present their own ideas on how AI can make education more inclusive, as well as strengthen the field of healthcare. Projects presented include apps for the military, PTSD, veterans, sign language translations, anti-cyberbullying technology, and educational apps. And some teams even presented prototypes of their own AI products. So these is teams from all over Ukraine are taking part in this competition. And the winner was the team from Kyiv, which developed connectability, an AI-based application for learning sign language. It can recognize recognize and voice the gestures of a person with hearing impairment, becoming their online translator. Next, the Connectability Project will participate in the selection for the international stage of the hackathon. Only 5 teams were selected for this from over 40 participating countries, and they will make it to the international finals of the competition. Wow, I didn't know anything about this, Christopher. I guess you probably did, but I think that's pretty cool.
Oh, I didn't. That's why I was asking for some more clarification. There's these kinds of things that happen all the time here in the United States, and I'm sure that they happen elsewhere too, with great regularity. But it's not something that I've heard happening during the wartime. I'm sure it happened prior to this, but again, this is society just getting on with the normal order of business in some ways, and that's pretty remarkable, I think, from our perspective looking at it. I'm not sure that they see it as remarkable so much, as more like this is what we just do. But I guess that the flip side to that is, and not to be Debbie Downer, so to speak, or Dan Downer, or Donald Downer, maybe it's Donald Downer, that normalcy is what people are fighting for. But at the same time, I can see where that would be potentially causing a bit of a rift in the social fabric of the folks that are fighting and the folks that are back home. Anyway, maybe I'm just listening to some of the detractors that have popped up recently. But in any case, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Christopher. It's pretty remarkable. They just get up and carry on with, like you say, not just the normal business of life and daily life, but actually, doing more, building better, reconstruction, like all the things that we talk about, all this systematic change that's going on in many state agencies. It's definitely remarkable from our point of view. And as you say, they probably don't see it that way. This is the opinion that we hear from many Ukrainians, but I guess that's one of the things in life. You've got to either just find a way to get up and keep moving forward and deal with things, because the other option is, well, you really don't have a very good time of it, and some people struggle to do that. I understand that. It's a difficult situation, but you've just got to keep putting one in front of the other, haven't you? Reach out to people if you need to and get that support, and just keep going and get strength from each other if that's what you need to do. And this is something that we see Ukrainians do. What's this here? So I'm seeing EU ambassadors have just given permission to allocate 5 billion euros for the purchase of weapons for Ukraine. Okay, so I need more information on that, clearly, because why do they just give you these things and not tell you all of it? So shall we cover the military situation, Christopher, or would you like to cover one of the topics you've been looking at?
We could do either. It might take me a little bit of time to go into whatever I'm doing. So if if your military is on the short end, that's great. We can take that first, and then it'll basically be a complete switch.
Sure, let's do that. Okay, so looking at the military situation, there was an update from the 3rd Assault Brigade earlier on, which I was looking at, and we have the report out from General Tanavsky. So first of all, what I saw is that the armed forces of Ukraine have denied the capture of the village of Nevelsk in Avdiivka direction. So I think that's important to emphasize. Let me see, I think I've posted about that with a little map there for everybody to have a look at, if you would like, somewhere on my profile. Oh, too many posts. There it is. Yes, I'll post it to the top now. So you can see that. So the settlement remains under the control of the Defence Forces, said Dmitro Likovia, the spokesman for the Defence Forces of the Tavria region. So just to emphasise that there. Now then, what did General Tanavsky report today? So in the Tavria direction, these soldiers continue to hold the defence and the situation remains difficult but under control, he said. 64 combat clashes took place during the day and 17 airstrikes. Of those, 5 missile strikes and 1,215 shellings, including 107 drones of different types. So the total losses of the enemy in this area today, 387 eliminated invaders, and in military equipment, 45 units, in particular 2 tanks, 10 anti-aircraft guns, 12 artillery systems, 1 BM-21 Grad, 16 vehicles and 3 units of special equipment. Also 297 UAVs of various types. That's about average, I would say, just lately. There have been times when it's been higher. Defence Forces also destroyed 1 ammunition depot and 5 more important enemy facilities. So that leaves us with the report from the 3rd Assault Brigade, who, of course, are formed of what was left of Azov after those, well, yes, those people that we don't like to mention left, and it was re-amalgamated. I think that's what you call it, maybe that's the word, I don't know. Anyway, it was reformed of the people that were left, the brilliant people, hardworking, very brave, and well, I don't know, they go in, didn't they? They went into Avdiivka to help with that retreat. But of course, every single one of these guys and girls is brave, courageous. I mean, I don't know if I could get up and do what they do every day, so I think it's pretty staggering. But anyway, coming back to the amazing 3rd Assault Brigade, who did go into Avdiivka and help with the retreat there. After leaving Avdiivka and liberating Krasnoivka, the 3rd Assault Brigade continues to destroy the enemy in the Avdiivka direction. As of now, units of the brigade have liquidated more than 500 occupiers and up to 20 armoured vehicles and tanks. Air defence systems, artillery systems, self-propelled guns, and a significant amount of Russian vehicles. According to the number of casualties, the enemy was inflicted with a critical defeat at a regimental level, but numerically superior armed forces of the Russian Federation did not retreat. The combat situation remains extremely difficult. However, despite the tense situation, the 3rd Assault Division continues to wipe out the enemy infantry, repulse assaults, and prevent the invaders from breaking through the occupied defence in the Avdiivka direction. So, short little military update there with my limited amount of military knowledge, Christopher.
Oh, don't discount yourself. Your military knowledge is very not very. It's not limited. There's the words I'm looking for. Back to you.
I would go with very basic.
What did
But
no
thanks to
but
Chuck
see what
Farrer.
did Chuck say? Not maybe not last time he was, but he said previously, he's like, if you've been paying attention for the last 2 years and listening in and participating, that you've gotten more of an education than if you were at whatever war college that he had gone to. And I know maybe he was blowing smoke and maybe he was just being, being the kind of Chuck that he is. But definitely my knowledge has expanded greatly beyond even if I was to sit and read about all of this. It's the ability to hear it from several different voices in several different contexts at several different times that help it stick in my brain, because sometimes my brain is a little dense, kind of like concrete, like a concrete plant. Suppose, speaking of plants, we didn't talk about the snow plant, did we? Did I miss it? If I missed it, I'm so sorry.
Oh, we didn't. Oh, so what are we talking about? Yes, snow plants. Where is this on my profile? Let's have a look. We have got several plants this week. Have we not, Christopher? Have you had a chance to look at them yet?
No, I've actually been doing more research of more in-depth research and stuff. So anyway, that's been my thing in Medjugorje. Thank you.
Yes, I do not have the time to do things like this. No, actually, I have had a chance recently. I put some time aside to read a couple of the reports that I've been looking at and a couple of different things. So I did have time to do some research. But yes, where is this now? So I'm talking about the plants of the week. So I like to see takedowns. Plant of the week. Christopher and Tracy's plant of the week from Ukraine. So this is the thread that I'm talking about here. So I'm undo the repost and I'm reposting it again. So it's at the top of my profile. You can now see it. There are several here. We start with a wall plant from somebody, a doctor. You can see he's there in his white coat, hanging his head in shame. What I like about this one, Christopher, what is my favourite part is the fact that he's got his head bowed down in shame, pressed against the wall.
But also, if you zoom in on his hands, he has look like car keys, like he was trying to do a runner. Back to you.
Well, I never noticed that. You are very eagle-eyed indeed. Maybe he was trying to do a runner. Maybe that's why he looks so sad. We can't see his face, but it looks very sad. Sorry for himself. So he was among these people that were in a new scheme and they were exposed. And this involved 3 officials of medical institutions and a lawyer. So he's been nabbed there and has faced a wall plant. This is what we call a wall plant. Next in the list, we have a bonnet plant.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I
Well,
couldn't get my freaking finger on the button fast enough. Sorry. So I wanted to add to the story potentially, right? So you notice the color of the wall. So the wall's that two-tone color. I've been used to seeing those two-tone color walls in places of like hospitals. Like that's kind of the color scheme that I remember seeing. So maybe he was busted at work and trying to do a runner from there. And wouldn't that be just embarrassing? Anyway, back to you.
yes, everybody at work sees you have to hang your head in shame. I like that. I don't know if it's a hospital or it's like one of these medical places that deals with because it's an evading scheme that they exposed, a new scheme for evaders. But either way, yes, it does look like he was at work. I think you're quite right, Christopher. So shall we move on to the next in the list, which is a bonnet plant? So this is because the SBU detained a traitor who tried to poison the command of the armed forces of Ukraine in Zaporizhia region. And now we spoke about this yesterday, I think, didn't we, this case? I think we did. Yes, I remember this case.
Yes, we did. We talked about, yes, bathtub gin, I think. Back to you.
Yes, so this case was quite detailed, and the military counterintelligence exposed this Russian sabotage. It prevented Russian sabotage, stopped people being poisoned. The command forces on the southern front. The attacker turned out to be an active serviceman of the Ukrainian army, and to commit the crime, he planned to add poisonous substances to the water of the bath and laundry complex, which was used by the command of the armed forces of Ukraine. So he received a flat-out bonnet plant, which I kind of like. He didn't just get shoved up against the car at the side with, spread eagle. He actually got face down in the bonnet. If you look, there are 2 pictures there as well. And one of them, you can see he's really trying hard, not for his face, not to be planted on the bonnet. Do you see that? See that, Christopher, straining to lift his neck up? I think that's quite amusing. get down and get your handcuffs on. So Christopher's disappeared. He's having a look at these pictures. Let's move on to the third one in the list. This is a flat out mud plant. I am pleased to say I like mud plants, although Christopher made a good point yesterday in that it could actually be very beneficial for your skin. So I'm not sure I want them to get it on the face, but this guy hasn't got his face in the mud anyway. He's flat out on the floor though, but again, trying to lift his head off the floor. So this is what we are calling a mud plant. So there we are. These, which go and pick your plants of the week. Come and tell me which is your favourite. Where is the snow plant, Christopher? This is the one that I think you're looking for, isn't it? The snow plant?
Yes, of course. You know that's what. Yes. Stop teasing me. Thank you.
Me? Would I do such a thing? I do not know what you are talking about. So where is that one now? Wait a minute. I don't think, it should be on that thread there, but it hasn't come onto the thread. That's really odd. Twitter likes to play odd tricks on you sometimes, doesn't it? I'm not having this. I may have to go and post that again, Christopher. Let me have a look. There we go. Let me see if that comes through now. That's really odd. So half the thread came through and the other half of the thread stayed in my drafts and said failed to send. That's kind of odd, isn't it? I wonder if I moved away from Twitter at the time when it was trying to send. Never mind. Anyway, it's resent again now. So just to make it a little more confusing for you all, the thread is there. Is it there fully? Yes, it's there fully. No, it isn't. Oh, goodness me. I'm going to have to post those pictures for you again, Christopher. What's going on? You will have to save me and go to your news website.
Well, I can like it again. It'll be, yes.
Well, you will have to save me and talk about what you were wanting to talk about whilst I go and repost it. But Bull Terrier, he's going to save us with a hand up. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, Tracy, the wall plant is my favourite, actually, out of the three. I think that's fantastic. Look, I've raised this a couple of times today, but I think it's worth raising again. I have DM'd you about this, but excuse me, I'm really pleased to see that the UK has made a statement supporting Armenia. So this is reported in the local news. I've DM'd you that the UK is, quote, ready to help protect Armenia from Russian threats. And this was the UK Minister of State for the Armed Forces, James Hepney. He made the remarks in a written statement provided to a member of the country's parliament. And basically, he's saying that Great Britain has accepted Armenia's decision to freeze CSTO membership. Now, let's just remind ourselves of this. The Collective Security Treaty Organization, which Prime Minister Pashinyan froze collaboration with, well, probably a couple of months ago now. CSTO includes Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Russia. And this is a very forceful statement. He's saying, the UK Minister of State for the Armed Forces is saying that he will support Yerevan, the capital, in the event of retaliatory threats from Russia. So I just thought that was really important to highlight again, and just read out and see if anybody has a response to that. I mean, I'm particularly interested in if Chris has a response to that. Chris, I mean Chris Findlay.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. Chris is not putting his hand up, so either he doesn't have a response or he's not able to speak right now because he's muting. I think that's the case. Christopher, do you have anything to add?
The
I
only
take it
thing,
that's a no.
sorry, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, go on.
I was curious, Bulteria, why you had DM'd me that, and I just hadn't had a chance to ask you. Thanks for coming up and clarifying it. I know very little about the collective agreement that is. Russia's supposed to have some sort of multilateral or bilateral agreement with all of these states for security, I think. Is that correct? And then they've, of course, not fulfilled any of that. So I don't think there's any reason for anybody to hang around with them. But I'd have to look at the statement directly and read it to have more of an opinion on it. But on the surface, if you're happy with it, that's awesome. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you very much. So I just needed to wait and be patient, it seems, because the thread came through now. Go ahead, Bulteria.
Yeah, the reason that it's so important is because, like, over the past few months, the EU and particularly France have not only expressed support for Armenia, but have France, in terms of France, have actually sent material. I mean, war material. So this is the first time that Great Britain has expressed support in these very forceful terms for Armenia. Now, this goes directly to Russia because the CSTO is a crumbling institution. It's the, excuse me, it's the Russian equivalent of, collective security. It's the Russian equivalent of NATO. So the reason that I find this so important is that this, to my knowledge, is the first time that Great Britain, has made this very direct statement of support for Armenia. And it directly impacts Russia. So Pashinyan, the Armenian president, a couple of months ago said, they don't need CSTO support anymore. He's frozen cooperation with them. He has more recently, in the last couple of weeks, told Russia to get their border guards out of Zvartnots airport, the main airport in Yerevan. And now we see this very forceful, very, very direct statement of support from Great Britain for Armenia. So I think it's really significant.
Thank you very much, Bulteria.
I agree with you. And now, given you having outlined and giving us all the rest of that context with that, that certainly brings the issue to the fore as right. So if Armenia is telling Russia to go take a hike, and Great Britain is saying, "Yep, we agree with them. Go take a hike," then taking a hike might be in the best interest of Russia. But that would be great. But that would then probably, wouldn't you think, really just disintegrate the rest of the coalition in a very formal way? Because I think informally the coalition doesn't really exist, or it exists on a one-way street, whereas I think Russia would probably demand something from the members, but have yet given nothing. Does that sound about right, Bulteria?
Well, one of the reasons that Pashinyan and the Armenian government are taking this stance is because, now let's go back a couple of years, all right? So Nagorno-Karabakh was taken by Azerbaijan. Let's leave that aside what's happened more recently is that Azerbaijan have demanded a corridor, a physical territorial corridor between Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan, which is the other bit of Azerbaijan that's physically separated by the border between Iran and Armenia. And what Azerbaijan has done is taken hundreds of kilometers, square kilometers of land recently, occupied it in Armenian territory. So this is the context of this, right? So what's going on now is that the Armenian government is saying CSTO doesn't help us, right? They're turning to the EU, which has sent observers and missions and stuff like that. They're turning to France, which has sent actually some military aid. But now, for the very first time, we have this very strong statement from Great Britain expressing support for Armenia if Russia basically tries anything. So I think it's very significant.
Thank you very much, Bultaria. Go ahead, Aria.
So something to think about here is Russia doesn't have to get directly involved, right? They can do things with the Armenians and the Turks, and this will create a huge conflict within NATO. I'm not saying that we should not seize any opportunity to pivot Armenia away from the West, or even saying not to do this. But this could potentially have very large consequences for the NATO alliance and for the Ukrainian war effort. Turkey has repeatedly, over much smaller issues, stonewalled, with the European Union and NATO on things. So I wonder if it's a good choice or a bad choice. The other thing, which is important to remember, with this, is the only reason the Armenians are pivoting is they had been given those assurances by the Russians, and the Russians did not follow through with their promises. I am not sure how much of this is an ideological pivot past that. Not that that should overly matter, but it needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Aria. Did you want to follow up there, Bultaria?
No, not really. I mean, I gave the context, and I think Pashinyan's government, ever since they came into power, have been moving away from Russia and moving towards the EU. But just again, for context, there has been no application to join the EU by the Armenian government. There has been no application to join NATO by the Armenian government. What there has been is if you like, an observation that Russia and CSTO have not helped at all with the Azerbaijani occupation of Armenian territory. And I'm not talking about Nagorno-Karabakh here. Let's be clear, right? We're talking about the last year where Azerbaijan has actually occupied border areas of Armenia proper, like Armenian territory. And Russia and CSTO have done nothing. So it's not surprising that Pashinyan and the Armenian government, and apparently, I mean, anecdotally, the sentiment amongst the Armenian people is very anti-Russian at the moment.
Aria?
I appreciate, Bull Terrier, you adding that nuance, because it's important, because a lot of people will take one side in the conflict with Nagorno-Karabakh. And there are two, that is one of the very few conflicts where there are claims by both sides, crimes by both sides, and there are legal arguments by both sides. But what you said is correct. Armenia has illegally taken land that was never theirs at this point. And that is very different than a disputed conflict over land that, previously was one country's, went to the other country. There's been multiple massacres on both sides. So I appreciate you making that distinction.
Voltaria?
Sorry, Azerbaijan has illegally taken territory from Armenia.
That was what I said, did I not? If I misspoke, as I said, in the last year, you are correct. They have illegally taken territory that was never theirs. I'm 99% sure that's what I said. If I did misspeak, I am horribly sorry. That was not my intent.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Carl, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, one thing that I find really interesting with this, but also other moves, is Russia has kind of their thinking of their sphere of influence, right? And in their thinking, it's like nobody should pass or dare to challenge or dare to venture into their sphere of influence in any way. And this is just one example. Another example is France making their bilateral security agreements, whatever they entailed, with Moldova the other day. But there's kind of a clear message from major European NATO countries that they're not willing to just be timid, and they will stand up for things even within the Russian sphere of influence, and that is encouraging.
Thank you, Carl. Yes, it is. You're right. Angry, welcome. Do you have some updates for us?
Yeah, if you don't mind me taking a couple of minutes of your time, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to give a kind of briefing, and I apologize for changing the subject. I got a couple of minutes in between meetings that I wanted to hop up here and just give a report of what's going on Capitol Hill, and what we all can be doing and what we all are doing, which is actually the first thing I want to report is that as I've talked to staff, and I got to talk to about a dozen members of Congress at a press conference supporting Ukraine. Also, what I will tell you is that yesterday and today, phones are lighting up, especially if you're a Democrat that's not on this petition already. There's about 38 Democrats who haven't signed on so far. They are being worn out, and that is exactly the position they need to be in. So right now, I think the most important thing that any of us could be talking about, and I know we've said this for many times, but this has been a triathlon of 4 months of trying to get the Republicans to build the political will to call a bill to support Ukraine. We're down to a very, very critical inflection point when it comes to this. There's the most important thing is that today, tomorrow, maybe for the foreseeable future, we need to be making phone calls to a targeted group of members, asking them to sign on to discharge petition number 9, House resolution, which is House Resolution 1016. That is exactly what we need to say when you call your member of Congress if you're an American. We also need people from other countries to lift up the work of what the American advocates are doing in America, because when on your Twitter feed, it's not just folks from Germany or England or wherever. You've got fellows following from everywhere, and they may not have heard the word. There's a graphic. I know Forrest has a graphic up there, which is great. But when you start seeing the list of people to target, it's no problem to quote tweet them, to add them into Twitter, letting them know that you want to see them to sign on to the bill. So the priority targets we have right now are any Democrat who's not signed on to the bill. Right now, there's about 38 that hasn't. The vast majority of them will get on the bill before this process is over. We have not had a single Republican sign on to this discharge petition, which pushes the Senate bill across. So that's the second target. The second group of targets is calling for Republicans to have the political will to bring this bill to a vote, which that's what HR 1016 does. It allows the people to vote on support for Ukraine, which it will pass in the House. Right now, Speaker Johnson is actively working against the discharge petition, and unfortunately, he doesn't feel like he needs to work for the next couple of days, and he's probably going to be calling a recess today after working hours today, and the House will not be back in session till I think the 19th possibly. So that's not really great, but they still can get onto this bill in between then. One of the issues with the discharge petition is a member physically has to talk to the clerk in the House floor to be signed on. So by sending them home, it's another active measure to hurt support for Ukraine. One more action by the leadership of the Republican Party to try and stall and delay, because that's the only thing you can do when you're getting beat at something. So that's the word of the day. I would say the most uplifting thing that I hope everyone talks about, and then again, making sure that we constantly have this as one of the main talking points as we move through the day, that very simple message of calling for the discharge petition number 9, House Resolution 1016, is especially the targeted list of folks that we are targeting, the folks that need calls. They are getting lit up. Their switchboards are being lit up. They're taking in the calls. We've known historically that support against aid for Ukraine has came in at a 10-to-1 ratio, because we haven't been able to build our advocacy network as strong as we could have over the last couple of years, and the people against this have strong advocacy networks. But right now is the time to pull everything out to do it. So please, if you're an American, call your member of Congress. Call any member of Congress you want. You can call, as an American, you can call any member of Congress you want, and you can ask them why the hell they're not signed on already, starting with Democrats, secondly, Republicans who support Ukraine, and then whoever else you want to send, vulnerable Republicans. There's a couple other lists. But yeah, I will be quiet for a second because I see a couple of hands, and I'm happy to answer questions for the next couple of minutes before I have to jump.
Oh, thank you so much, Angry. I appreciate you coming up and sharing your valuable time with us and giving us those updates. It's really important. Chris, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. Angry, I've seen some posts about some Democrats that are definitely not going to support this discharge petition and that, so whatever they call them, progressive and socialists and whatever. Is that true or not true?
We've always known that there's between 5 to 15 folks who will not vote for it. And I know what post you're talking about. I'm not a big fan of the way that was mentioned, because there's a lot of people on that list that are not like radical. That is the more progressive end of things, but there's definitely a hardcore group in there. That being said, no matter what, even if every single Democrat was signed on to this, we need a handful of Republicans to still step up and show courage, which we haven't seen yet when it comes to the supplemental package that came over from the Senate. Good news is that there is another process being worked to put pressure on Republicans to sign on to something, and it has gained a couple of signatures. It won't go anywhere, but at least we do know that there is some Republican votes to offset the farthest of the far left. The problem is we don't have mainline Republicans. Like, we've got mainline Republicans who are supposed to be, pro-democracy, Ronald Reagan type folks that are siding with like AOC and the Squad. It blows my mind. It's just like a really crazy time here on Capitol Hill. But again, we know there won't be. We know there won't be 100% to get an entire caucus. 100% on something is almost impossible. The fact that we've got, I think, 177 co-sponsors or signatures in a matter of 12 hours. I think we're right at the 12-hour mark right now. That's incredibly fast. That's probably why Johnson is sending folks home, because the closer we get to that 218 mark, the more pressure it is for Republicans who support Ukraine to sign on. Also, the more Democrats we get to sign on, the smaller number, it will put more pressure on Democrats not to be a holdout, on this. Besides the very small number, maybe eight-ish of the real radical folks, we need to get the rest of those folks on.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Bulteria.
Yeah, hi Tracy. Thanks so much. I wanted to support what Angry Ants was saying. Is it possible to put that list onto the nest? The list of House representatives that we need to put some pressure on.
Thank you very much, Bulteria. I think, is it not already in the nest, or is that just the... So if you look in the nest, there is a post, it's the last one in the nest. So it talks about the discharge position, but if you look down that thread there, there are some numbers to call there. So I hope that's helpful.
I can't see it.
Hey, so
Maybe I
Bulteria,
need to.
if you so to help out, if you go to the discharge, if it's the farthest one to the right by Forrest, and it says discharge, the graphic says discharge petition number 9. If you go through that thread, there is a list. I don't think it's 100% up to date right now, but it does have the large number of Republican or Democrats to call, which I think is a top priority. So if we just did that, that'd be fine. It's easy on the Republican side. You have to call every single one of them pretty much. But it also has the list of the most at-risk Republicans in that thread that Forrest put together. And those are very high targets. That's like our third tier targets when it comes to the 3 top priorities that we need to do.
Thank you, everybody. I've just reposted that for you, Bulteria, in case you can't see the nest. I know sometimes some people can't see the nest updating. That happens to me. So I've reposted that for you as well. So that thread's now at the top of my profile for you to have a look at. So hopefully that helps there. Also, if you go to CC's profile, she has various lists on her profile. So don't forget to check out CC because she usually has up-to-date lists. And I believe a few other people, like I said, Forrest and Slavi, and a few other people at MriyaReport are posting these lists as well. So hopefully you can see that now, Bulteria. Aria, please go ahead.
So I'm going to beat a dead horse. If you are listening right now, especially if you live in the United States or a expatriate, living outside of the country, please stop listening to us talk and go make a quick couple of phone calls. We will still be here rambling on when you are done making those calls. As Angry Ant said, if you make calls and you care about this, past a very basic level, today is the day to be doing it, right? You don't want to make calls for the next week or two. That's your choice. Go make it today. Okay, it's important. The second thing, Angry Ants, I appreciate you answering Chris with the radical wing of the Democratic Party, honestly and nonpartisan. This is, I think, as I've said many times, the Republicans are the much greater threat with the neo-isolationist and the Vladnik wing. But it is also a threat from the anti-American and in many cases, Ukrainian far left members of that party too. And we need to be aware of this in both cases, because I as we were saying earlier, the Russian propaganda has reached both of the sides and is doing a lot of, is having a great effect. And sadly, more and more people are falling into the trap of that, whether it's with the MAGAs or the far left. And it's scary, and it will not help Ukraine.
No, definitely. And we do have to always be mindful of this. The lucky thing, we have like 5, right? We have 5 to 8 on our side that doesn't have any power. They are the farthest of the far left. And they are the ones that are voting. What's really nice to see is that since the start of this conflict, that the support for Ukraine, when we think about day one of this, there was much less vocal support from the Democratic side than there is today. And again, like groups like myself, folks that I know I work with a lot who focused on, talking to Democrats, talking to our side of things, right? And when it comes to our personal beliefs, was able to really do a lot of. I mean, when you think back to, there was a letter that was put out by the Progressive Caucus a few months after the war started. And it was, if you read the real backstory behind it, it's hilarious how it happens. It was a lesson learned of not allowing staffers to have too much control. But within 24 hours, the majority of people on that letter had rescinded their names, and many of them have actually gone on to be some of the most vocal supporters of Ukraine. And when you read that kind of letter back then, when I think about the rhetoric today, it was so timid when it comes to the opposition. And I'll tell you what, there was some I would say on a personal level and a professional level, not as angry ants. There was some very, very firm conversations with members, but one of the people who signed on to that was Jamie Raskin. And I was lucky enough to help lead the march in Washington, D.C. With a group of veterans and supporting the Ukrainian cause a few weeks ago at the second year anniversary of the invasion. And the most powerful speech of the entire day was Jamie Raskin. So what I will say is that we have to remember that support has grown on one side, but it's extremely deteriorated on a very large level. Like right now, we do not think we'll get over 300 votes in the House on the bill at the end, which means that the over under is between 50 to 70 Republicans will be only 60 to 70, or 50 to 70 Republicans will actually vote for this at the end. And that's not a partisan thing. It's the truth. It's what the vote counters are doing, the people who are doing the whip counts. And it's just sad. I mean, it's sad to see how much degradation and how much influence Russia has had on that party over the last 2 years.
Maria?
Bull Terrier, or sorry, Angry Ants. I had a brain fart there. Apologies. I agree with your entire statement, with one exception, which is I will agree that they don't have the same level of power as the MAGA Republicans, the neo-isolationists, and the flat-out Russian supporters, do. They do have power, and it has been growing over the last couple of years, and it has affected multiple bills, and it has affected multiple things in politics, and it has divided, I think, Biden's support because they are very loud. I agree with you. They're a small number. It's somewhere between, depending on what issue it is, you could say between 6 and 9 people, right? They're not a huge portion, but they're very loud, and they have a lot of popular support among vocal activists, right? So it does need to be monitored because it's growing, and I think personally it is the biggest factor, in the issues right now with the Israeli-U.S. relationship, but that's a different issue I don't want to get into right now. So
Yeah, I would say
I
I think
appreciate you breaking
it's
it
very
down.
good to keep the two issues separated because there's many people who understand the situation, who have their own beliefs on both conflicts. People on that list that I know personally, and as a veteran, as someone who we are in America, we're allowed to have those kind of conversations. Again, this comes back to the biggest problem is that the mechanisms that's been forced on pro-Ukrainians' hands, on the administration's hand, to be able to get this bill across has been so limited that things have had to be connected and had to be put together, right? I would like to see a clean Ukraine aid bill, 100% humanitarian, and just like the original one. I'd love to see that original $95 billion or 95. It was like between $85 to $100 billion standalone bill for Ukraine that Kevin McCarthy scuttled before he left. And forced border security bills money into it and chopped it from 85 to 60. I would love to see all that. So there's a lot of places to point our fingers. We have to understand that Ukraine is not the only issue that members have to deal with. We need to have every Democrat we can in office to defend our democracy at home too. and again, thinking that in a country as big as America, every single group is going to come together and we're going to get 100% votes on something, it is definitely. But I will say that I would not say their power is growing when it comes to the electoral process or to the actual congressional process. They've actually, in my opinion, they've lost power over the last 2 years, but that's just my opinion, and I appreciate it. But this is what it's about: is going back to the main point of this is that if you're in America, you need to call everybody. Everybody needs to get called. If you're a Democrat who's not signed on, they need to get phone calls. If you're a Republican who's not signed on, which is every single one of them, they need to get phone calls. And most importantly, we need 10 to 15 Republicans to show courage and show that they actually support Ukraine and not just play lip service to us.
Thank you, Angry. And just quickly before we continue with the hands, a couple of bits of news that I'm seeing pop up. Apparently, the sudden death of the Lukoil, the company's 59-year-old vice president, has suddenly died, apparently. That's odd, isn't it, after what's happened with the Lukoil attack overnight, the depot oil refinery there. So I'll tell you more detail about that in a moment when we finish this conversation. But also just to tell you all that apparently it's reported that France has handed over to the Ukrainian armed forces another batch of Ralek F3 proximity fuses, which make it possible to initiate the detonation of the 155 millimeter projectile in the air, creating a directed cloud of fragments. So I'll give you more detail on those bits of news in a moment. Let's carry on with the hands. Bull Terrier, thank you for waiting.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I would just like to comment that Mike Johnson could and should bring that bill to the House. And by not doing so, he has blood on his hands, Ukrainian blood. I'm sorry, but, it makes me really angry.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. I can understand how you feel. It makes me feel the same way. And, if I was living in the US, I would be furious at this man, holding up the business of government, basically, and stopping people having their right to vote. Cece, welcome. Thank you for waiting.
And so now it's not just him that has blood on his hands. It's all of the people that are sitting there not signing on to this petition. And so I've been calling around. Imagine that. And I've had several offices say, oh, well, we had heard there was a discharge petition, some iteration of, like they didn't even know, they're either undecided or they didn't even know exactly what was going on, that there were two, that they have to look at them, et cetera, et cetera. So as is often the case, because us pro-Ukrainers on Twitter have so much information, we're ahead of the game with them. And so calling, you're actually educating and giving people the heads up. So staffer can actually say when they have their lunch meeting or their afternoon meeting or morning, they can say like, look, there's two petitions. We got calls for the 1016 one because it's the one with humanitarian aid. People are really urgent about this. You know what I mean? So like you're actually educating, unfortunately, when you call a bunch of these offices, because people have not. So right now, as it stands, as of 4 minutes ago, there's 177 people that have signed on. So if we, and all we need is 216 or 17, depending on if it's this week or the next week, whether you're counting bacon, or excuse me, Buck. So point being is your calls are doing a lot more than even just stating your purpose and getting it tallied. It's also educating them. So everyone's worried about all different types of bills in DC. So that's why we have to get this to the front of the line, because this is a special window of time right now. And everyone who's not signing on to this is just as culpable as Johnson, because this is another way to bring it to the floor right now. And you can express that in polite terminology. And everyone, let's thank Angry for all his work that he does too, because he's awesome.
Thank you, Cece, and thank you to you and to Angry and to everybody else that helps. Thank you to Forrest and all the people that are helping. It's really, really important. And, it's like you say, all those people have blood on their hands. And my personal opinion is that if you're not actively doing something to help Ukraine, whether that's in the information war or, contacting your representatives, donating, all the different things that we are able to do together, if you're not actively doing something to help and support, and that includes contacting your representatives, then really you are against Ukraine. By default, you are helping the aggressor. It's not something that you can sit on the fence. And, we all have this privilege that many of us, I'll speak for myself, have not intentionally, but taken for granted the freedom that we've had. We've maybe forgotten because we're at an age where, our grandparents had to make these struggles for the freedoms that we have today. And now we're having to make those same struggles and fights. So we have a responsibility to use that democracy, to use that people power, and to make those contacts. You have those privileges to be able to, when you live in a democratic society, do these things. So please use that. Please don't just listen. Please actively take part and contact your representatives wherever you live. We're talking about the US thing right now, but this matters wherever you live. And even if you think your country is doing good, you can always contact them to ask them to do more, or ask where they can look at where they're able to give more, do better. And failing that, if they're doing everything they're able to, which I don't think anyone is, but that's just my opinion. But if you feel like you come across that situation, don't forget to thank those people that are supporting Ukraine and are doing the things that we want them to, because they also need to know that public pressure is still there. Cece?
Yeah, and for all of the information to actually make a difference and not just hear about the devastation, you can go to my pinned tweet, because the single sentence that you say or write, democracy.io, from all over the world, you can just copy and paste it. Whether you say or write it doesn't matter. Both are equally as powerful. If you're nearby a district office or DC, you can go in, and that's the most powerful. But everything is in my pinned tweet there. As far as the individual phone numbers, I use *67 because if I only call my reps, my rep is being held down and duct taped right now, as it were, metaphorically, because my rep does not get a say, because Johnson has kept it, right? So right now I have no problem calling reps that are not my own, because this is a universal that's based on, right now, minority rule instead of majority rule, which is constitutionally bullshit, I think, is the clinical jargon. But yeah, pin tweet, all the info, copy and paste, easy, done and done.
I have a question and a comment, if I could, Cece. First is, the question is, one of the things that I've noticed in my call arounds, that the caller ID doesn't always match the actual office. So it's like the office that was there before and the current office, they forgot to change the caller ID, which I find kind of weird. And then my comment is, John McCain stood on the floor of the Senate, and he's done this a couple of times, but one of his sort of infamous things that he called out Rand Paul for Rand Paul's obnoxiousness and blocking some aid that was going to go to a country to bolster them against Russia. And he called out and said to the effect, if you're not for this, then you are for Putin. And Rand Paul, you are working for Putin. And so in all of my messages last night, I had that little bit of a script and said to the constituents that I was banging on about, I'm a constituent, sorry, to the representatives that I was banging on about. And it's good that list has got a bunch of New York people, which make it actually legitimate for me to be calling, because they're all mine, so to speak. But I added that information in there and let them know that John McCain was right and would be extremely disappointed in the actions that are happening now. Anyway, back to you.
And Chris,
Can I
just to
add one
kind of
thing
speak to
really
that,
quick? Oh, sorry.
there's a thing where people are saying that if they haven't already signed on, then that means that they're against it, and that's not necessarily true. Like back in Austin, there Lloyd Doggett's the representative in Austin, and he, spoke at the Liberty Ukraine at our charity, right, in town. And so he's all about Ukraine, but he hasn't gotten around to it or whatever it is, right? So this is an active live situation. So please, please, please keep calling. Don't think that this is over with and this is a fun. Everyone's so, me included, our minds are so used to this being a vote, where everything comes out at once, right? As opposed to in tranches, where there's different numbers over days and days and days. So please, 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 this is a live op we're doing here.
Yeah, definitely. And CC, I just wanted to kind of point to that. The discharge petition can be sitting in that well for 30 days. And it's historic. It's historic to get this many signatures in the first 12 hours. I mean, literally less than 12 hours that this discharge petition has been active. I think the correct word for it, to have 177 co-signer or signers for it. Again, this is in the bill. And then once this happens, this is not just, unfortunately, there is work to be done. I think Bull Terrier said it first, that the easiest way, and what I know we were calling for on Capitol today at a press conference with a ton of veteran members of Congress, people who fought, most of them have been to Ukraine, was that the first and foremost, the easiest thing that could happen is Johnson just call the damn bill and do it right now. And in the military, we have a saying like, lead from the front or get out the freaking way. And right now, that's what's happening to happen is people have to get out of the way. I would not be so, to kind of go to a point that was made, I would not be so concerned about dialing star, hiding your name. Be completely honest and open about it. It is totally fine as an American to call any member of Congress and let them know that, because they still have to log that call. That's the reality of advocacy. And right now, as we kind of like hone down on like a high level target list of Democrats, especially, talking to them, getting as many phone calls into them will be very, very important. So I would not worry so much about that. It's always better if you are from the district, but as long as you're honest and you say, I'm not from the district, but I'm calling because this is such an incredibly important issue for America, and as a member of Congress, you represent all of America. Get onto this damn bill. I mean, that is so, it is just as fine as calling as a constituent. Sometimes we will, in the national advocacy world, we'll dial a day up where we have 10,000 calls go through a switchboard to maybe 5 offices. When we're really cooking on all cylinders, and that really causes some problems. But right now, there's members of Congress that their email box, their voice message box is filled up, the majority about Ukraine. I talked to one of Katie Porter's staffers, not a phone receptionist, but a staffer, and they're getting phone calls pretty heavy. So.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for waiting. Bull Terrier.
Oh, I just wanted to say a huge, huge thank you to Sissy and Angrians for all your hard work on this issue. So yeah, just the comment, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Bull Terrier. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Aria.
So to beat the dead horse, if you are still listening and you have not made your calls and emails, please stop listening to us and go do it. I imagine most of you or all of you have, but the point still remains. I'm sure a few of you are still sitting there twiddling your thumbs and enjoying the back and forth or whatever you get out of this. So please do it. Please remember to be polite, even if they are the biggest schmucks in Capitol Hill. Be polite. I don't think that was bad enough to have to put one in the swear jar. If I have to, let me know. Cece, please make sure to eat and drink. Take a couple minutes every couple hours, set an alarm for 15 minutes to just go outside and breathe some air. You sound exhausted. Please take care of yourself. You don't and you get sick. What whatever you're able to put in with those extra couple minutes become meaningless. You are one of the biggest people in getting advocacy done for this and getting the information to people that then get the information to thousands of people outside of Twitter who aren't here. So please take care of yourself. And then the one final thing, you know, we were talking about indifference, right? And the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference, right? Indifference is one of the epitomes of evil. It is one of the things where good people will most likely fall to evil. And we have to be mindful of this, because when you are indifferent to what is going on around you, you are as complicit as you know, people involved. And I'm not saying you should, you know, get up on a hill and be killed over something you can't solve or change, right? You know, this isn't a fantasy world, but at the same time, there is much we can do, and even if we're just yelling at the void, we have moral obligations to do that. Thank you.
I do want to make one more comment. If you dial Fitzpatrick, don't hit option 2. It just drops you like a hot potato. Back to you.
Is that in the same realm as the answer to the universe is 42?
Yeah, except this one you forgot your towel, and then you're all kinds of screwed trying to do travel. But yeah, no, it says if you're not a constituent, press 2. So I said, I'm not a constituent. Dink. And all of a sudden it was click. And this was their answering machine system last night. So anyway,
So that's perfectly demonstrative of how Angry Ants and I differ in our opinions. Offices don't care if you're not a constituent.
Yeah, I know, but that was their answering machine system that was kicking me out. Maybe it was because of whatever reason. I don't know, but I'm just saying, don't push 2.
Thank you very much. So let's have a look. I don't know if you had a chance to have a look at the snow plant, Christopher, which did come through. So if you haven't had a look, go and check it out. So I'm not teasing you anymore. You can see this guy taken down by the SBU with a great big fat snow plant. So have a look at that. I'll just tell you a couple of other bits of things. There's some government news. The Prime Minister held a meeting with the European Bank for Reconstruction. So they've been looking at what investment's been going on there. They've already invested more than 3 billion euros in the economy of Ukraine. And so they've been looking at priorities in the economy and what they're going to be doing moving forward. So just a bit of news from the Prime Minister. And the development of communities is continuing the decentralisation reform. They've been discussing that at a meeting with representatives as well. So lots of things going on there. Just some updates from President Zelensky. So let's see. So this is interesting. Well, first of all, he reported earlier on about the analysis going on in Sumy and the liquidation of the consequences there, as they put it. What has he said about this? He's talking here about security agreement between Ukraine and its partners, adding strength to confidence and common desires. So he's thanking Germany because obviously they've signed a new cooperation agreement, defence support, joint political steps, work for justice and accountability of the aggressor. Some interesting information coming there. Now, the head of the president's office has also been having several meetings. He met with the ambassador to the People's Republic of China. I always think, when people like this meet together for obvious reasons, but of course it's got to go on. So what have they been looking at? He summarised the results of the visit to Ukraine by the Chinese delegation. Basically, he said the continuation of the dialogue for further cooperation was outlined, in particular regarding the issues contained in the the points of the peace formula. He also informed about the preparation of the Global Peace Summit coming up in Switzerland. This is, of course, at the level of state leaders. And he also met with somebody from Saudi Arabia. Was it? Let's have a look. Oh no, he had a telephone conversation with the National Security Advisor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's thanked him for the implementation of joint projects, which they've agreed earlier this year. And again, they discussed the Global Peace Summit. So lots of cooperation going on there, as always. Now, the General Staff report's out and the Ministry of Defence have reported a few interesting things, but I will give you a chance to go over something you want to cover, Christopher.
Okay. Was there anything on the breaking news department that was salient that we didn't cover? I thought you had a couple of things. Back to you.
So I was just looking at, there was a little bit more detail about what I was looking at from the EU. Let me just go back to that for you. So the payment from the EU ambassador approved the 5 billion in military aid for Ukraine under the Peace Fund. So the corresponding decision was made in Brussels as part of a meeting of the Parliament permanent representatives. The Belgian chairmanship reports on its page. The deal EU ambassadors have agreed in principle to reform the European Peace Fund to support Ukraine with 5 billion budget for 2024. He emphasises that the European Union remains committed to providing long-term support to Ukraine and ensuring that the country receives military equipment it needs to defend itself. And then I was just looking at the information about those proximity fuses that were sent from France. But then there was also some funny information that was sent, thank you to the lovely mockers for this, about Hungary. Well, maybe finding out. But so, yes, going back to the proximity fuses, and they make it possible to detonate those 155s in that particular way, creating a directed cloud of fragments. Apparently, these fuses have already been supplied previously, and the Ukrainian armed forces have used them since the summer of 2022, to a limited extent, though. There's a video which I've just reposted for everybody to have a look at, which shows the demonstration tests of the projectile when there is a fuse used with it. That's quite an explosion, I must admit. So go and check that out. And then in terms of a bit of, what do we call it, FAFO for Hungary. So it seems that a treetop walk in Hungary is now being investigated by the EU Anti-Fraud Agency. So there you go. Well, have a look at the pictures. I've reposted that as well for you to have a look at. So have a look at the pictures, because it doesn't look very much, well, there's not a great deal going on there. It's quite funny. So it doesn't surprise me then that he's up for anti-fraud on that. So there we go. A couple of bits of headlines there. So did you want to carry on, Christopher, whilst I look at everything else? Or
Yep, I can carry on. Bulteria, do you want to go ahead before I launch into something different? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wondered if there was any update on, there were reports that Germany would send Taurus missiles to the UK in return for Storm Shadow missiles. So I just wondered if there was any update on that.
I've not heard anything since that report, but it makes me laugh because I think, okay, so if you're going to give them to the UK, I mean, hopefully we're never going to get in a situation where we have to use them. But the way it looks like at the moment, if we ever do get into a situation where we have to use them, we would have to use them against Russians, and possibly use them against Russians in areas where Germany might not want them to be used, unfortunately, if it got to that stage. So it makes me laugh because do they think that they won't get used against Russians? But anyway, that was just the thought that went through my head. But a little bit more detail on so this guy from the Lukoil refinery, Vitaly Robertus, could have died from the impact, it says, a possibility. Apparently, this has been reported by RBC. At the same time, the information is being verified, but basically, either way, he's now, he's left. He's not there anymore. Christopher, he left this land. Oh, and what Gerasimov doing? Did you hear about Gerasimov today?
Yeah, but I think QB has him. He's getting reanimated. Back to you.
What's Cuba getting reanimated into? And have you had a look at your snow plants? This is especially for you.
Did see my.
It was very hard to find
I
them.
did see my snow plant. Thank you very much. I was very awesome. Actually, it's very clear. It's a fairly high quality image. It's almost good to be like a desktop background. For right now I have QB blowing up some sort of refinery, but accidentally because he was smoking. But I could definitely use the face plant in the snow. Back to you.
Yes, it was not easy to find you a faceplant in the snow, Christopher, because it's becoming less and less, of course, as the weather gets better. So have a look at that thread that I've posted, everybody. This is what am I talking about? Of course, I'm talking about our plant of the week. So not only do you get concrete plants, there's one from law enforcement officers there as well, not just the SBU. There's a double body plant. I kind of like that one, Christopher, as well. You know, where they're like sitting on top of him. That's just brilliant. Like, get down, stay there, don't move.
Yes.
Sorry, I find it amusing.
No, it's okay. It's perfect. So shall I go?
Yes, please go, Christopher.
Okay. So in endeavoring to look at stuff in a little bit more in depth, because that's kind of where I come from as an academic. And unfortunately, I say that with a bit of cringe because I've been promoting academics for 2.5 decades at this point. So I guess that sort of makes me an academic. I've only guest lectured a couple of times. I have never actually lectured a class. And but anyway, so part of my cybersecurity master's degree from Georgia Tech. And if anybody, I'll take this as to do a shameless plug for Georgia Tech. Those folks are awesome. In the extended over the, you could be anywhere in the world and get a master's degree from Georgia Tech in cybersecurity in a couple of different areas. Mine happens to be in policy tract. They opened this up in 2019, and it's specifically for folks that are coming back to school or working adults kind of thing. And the tuition for it is so much less that your boss might even pay for it. You get your boss to pay for it for you because it's at such a discount over what the normal children's will be paying if they're going to Georgia Tech as like undergraduates or graduate students. Anyway, I digress. John Lindsay, he is a cybersecurity researcher. He's a policy person. He's a really bright guy. Actually, he was a lot of fun to take this class with. And it was last fall, I took a class. It was cybersecurity and international relations. And he has been working on another book of his. He's got plenty of publications and such. So I follow him pretty closely. But he just dropped something to the Texas National Security Review. And for those folks who maybe haven't seen this, but you might have come across this because War on the Rocks is a sort of a part of that. War on the Rocks is their tagline is national security for insiders by insiders, and they're pretty accessible stuff. There's a whole bunch of different kinds of articles and things that just talk inside, a lot of inside baseball kind of thing, but very useful but much more in depth and less of the cursory kind of glancing blow at stuff. Although they do post news, breaking news-ish kind of stuff. But anyway, so Professor Lindsay's, that's Lindsay, John, Jon, R for his middle initial. War is from Mars, AI is from Venus, rediscovering the institutional context of military automation is the paper. It's volume 7, issue 1, the winter edition of the Texas National Security Review. You can download that PDF download of that. It's very accessible. It's a yeah, you'll have to spend a few moments reading it. He's one of the things about Professor Lindsay, which was always amazing to me, was his citation lists are immense. He cites the absolute BS out of everything he does, and it's incredible that sometimes there was one paragraph that I read in the material that I had to read that was written by him, there was a citation basically every half sentence in this paragraph, and it was incredible. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the introduction for you, and then I'm going to go give you a quick synopsis of this, and we'll see. I'll keep an eye on to see if we have hands coming up. But so let me do the intro, and then I'll pause for a minute, and then I can go into doing the synopsis of the paper. Lindsay says, for nearly a century, the artificial intelligence revolution has been just over the horizon, and yet that horizon is always receding. Dramatic advances in commercial artificial intelligence once again inspire great hopes and fears for military artificial intelligence. Perhaps this time will be different. Yet, successful commercial artificial intelligence systems benefit from conductive institutional circumstances that may not be present in the anarchist realm of war. As artificial intelligence critics have recognized since the Cold War, the complexity and uncertainty of security competition tend to frustrate ambitious applications of military automation. The institutional context that makes artificial intelligence viable, moreover, is associated with important changes in patterns of political violence. The same liberal order that encourages artificial intelligence innovation also enables more substantive forms of the conflict. Military organizations that adopt artificial intelligence, therefore, are likely to adopt more institutionalized processes to enable automated decision systems, while military artificial intelligence systems are more likely to be used in more institutionalized environments. Unintended consequences of institutionalized automation include unmanageable administrative complexity and unappreciated human suffering in chronic, limited conflicts. So I don't know if that whets your appetite for this. So Brian is requesting, let's go ahead and add him as a speaker. I digress. Okay, so I did a quick summary of this, and it's probably not at all, it's not exhaustive at all. So, but I just went through, and because I'm familiar with how he writes, having had him as my professor for an entire semester. I just went through and picked out the what I thought were the main points out of his paper, and then went ahead and summarized them. So let me go ahead and do this. One of the things that I thought about this was that he's always pretty good about creating a fairly nuanced analysis, and in this case, it's the evolution and the implications of artificial intelligence. But as in the military and security context, right? So he's good because he has a very large, deep bench of knowledge that he caught. You know, he kind of articulates that despite the long-standing expectations of revolutionary changes in military capabilities through artificial intelligence, right? Like artificial intelligence is it's going to change. It's going to be the game changer, right? It's going to be China's beating us in the artificial intelligence area, and once they get it, then their military is going to be X, Y, and Z. But the actual integration and effectiveness of artificial intelligence in military operations, it's contingent really heavily on institutional and strategic and ethical considerations, which I'm sure that some countries may not have those. But we're certainly struggling with that in the free world over here. And that all complicates its deployment. So some of the key points that emerge. One is a historical perspective on military artificial intelligence, the expectations for artificial intelligence transforming military operations this is not new, but actual progress is often laggard behind the hype. We can see that. Leading to cycles of excitement followed by disappointment, which he calls AI winters. right? And I thought this was kind of cool because, you know, it's a winter refers to a period of reduced funding, of reduced interest and progress in artificial intelligence. And I'm sure that this is applicable to a bunch of different new technologies or breakthrough technologies, that it gets the hype and then gets people jump on board. And then when they find out how intractable the problem is, or perhaps how difficult it is to solve in a more of immediate sense, or quick, fast, in a hurry sort of way, that they get bored and the funding drops off. And, you know, the disillusionment happens amongst the researchers, certainly amongst policymakers who may have been trying to make hay while the sun shines, so to speak, with being on board and trying to be on board in the beginning. There was a commercial, I forget what it was. It was something about, it was I forget the commercial for itself, but the scenario was there was a hype cycle and people were talking in an elevator and they were talking about whatever the latest thing was. And this executive overhears it, or close to the executive overhears it. And then he goes running into his floor and says, "We're going to jump on X, Y, and Z right away. Everybody jump on this." And then, you know, whatever period of time later, the same elevator ride is like, "Oh, but what about X, Y, and Z? Oh no, we that's been so tomorrow or yesterday. That was so yesterday." Anyway, I don't remember the commercial. It's not really good for radio if I can't do that. But anyway, so one of the notable example of the AI winter occurred sort of in the 80s and late 80s and 90s. There was an enthusiasm around the potential of expert systems, sort of a branch of artificial intelligence that aims to emulate the decision-making abilities of human experts. And these systems were thought to be and designed to solve complex problems by reasoning through bodies of knowledge represented as the sort of if-then statements, if-then rules, rather than conventional procedural coding. The initial success and commercial interest in expert systems has sort of led to a surge in investments and optimistic predictions. And then, of course, by the late 1980s, the limitations of expert systems become apparent. They were not very flexible. They could not adapt well to changes in their operating environments. The problems that weren't anticipated by their developers started to crop up, and they obviously required but they required some painstaking manual labor in order to get them up and running. And it's if Linda was up here, she would probably do a much better job of telling me what exactly that means, because that's more of her corner of the universe. But anyway, back to our any questions at the moment. Tracy, questions?
No questions. Thank you, Christopher.
Okay, no problem. Jerome, go ahead, please.
That was quick. Yeah, you just caught my interest here because I was going to bring it up the other day. I've just been following a company, Palantir. So it raised to my attention the other day with Tracy mentioning the mine clearing. So I think two things for me is the current use. If you look at Palantir, they're helping with mine detection and targeting. So one of my questions, this is off track, I don't want an answer now, but if US aid went away, do these contracts go away, these companies that are working with Ukraine? And how does that work? But that's another discussion. So I just wanted to bring up the company Palantir, who just awarded another AI contract to the US. But I've been following them, just kind of a interesting way to look at AI use immediately. And I posted in the Purple Pill there, they're discussing with the British government the infrastructure. So how do you even process this information that you're getting? So 2 tracks of how to build the infrastructure to process it, and the other one how to use it. So just an interesting topic. Thank you, Christopher, and thank you guys for everything. And call your reps. I'm calling mine, but He's not much use. But anyway, even the negatives are good for the ones who don't want to move to hear the pressure. And thank you guys.
Thank you, Jerome. That was instructive. Yeah, we could perhaps tomorrow, if you're up and around the same time, we could go into Palantir a little bit. And there's been some interesting. One of the advisors to the CEO did an interview I just watched because I was actually looking at other stuff, but it was tangential to this on CNBC. I want to say maybe back in September, but it was worth a watch. I mean, you'll probably just go, as I was doing, I was just nodding my head throughout the entire interview. It wasn't particularly substantive, but it was particularly on point. Anyway, so did you want to follow up, Jerome?
Yeah, just to follow up your mention of CNBC, I find it very interesting to look at the Ukraine war through, investment. Not that I'm doing it, but just to see where the thoughts and investments are going. So looking in the investment world for Ukraine news is always really interesting.
Agreed, sir. Brian, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a quick point of order. Yeah, you're really going to bring Georgia Tech mess into this room when I'm a Duke graduate? I think that's the last thing this room needs right now. I mean, although I will say I do have a certain fondness for Georgia Tech because I would have gone there as an undergraduate if I hadn't gotten into Duke. So there's that. Thank you.
Well, I guess I could say this. They're both very excellent schools. Duke has been a little bit slow to the gate for this kind of thing, especially with the returning adult students in this area. They're very much hemmed in, research triangle-wise thing. It's funny. My brother-in-law went to Duke, and my sister had gone to UNC. So there is that. Bull Terrier, please.
Yeah, hi. Did somebody mention Gerasimov earlier? I missed that. I think there's some news about him.
I just said, what's Gerasimov doing?
And I said, QB's got him in a tank and he reanimating. It's going to be Gerasimov animator, like as in the Terminator, that Terminator robot that shoots everybody up in the corporate boardroom because it can't be turned off. But yeah, that's Gerasimov. Anyway, go look at QB's timeline. Oh, sir. But on the serious note, I defer to Tracy. I don't know. Back to you.
Is that a Gerasinator then?
Oh, that's very good. Oh, you get a point today. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Flickerfella, you joined us. Did you want to have something to contribute here before Christopher continues? He may not be able to speak right now. We shall see. Otherwise, would you like to continue, Christopher?
I can certainly do that. Now that I've been doing like nest rearranging of the screens on my TV here, not TV, actually, it's my computer. I will have to get back to the screen. So there are the key points that I actually pulled from the article. There are 6 of them or so that I'm sure that there are more, but the ones that I found were most salient and germane to the discussion. And but number 2 on this is if anybody wants this summation, please just DM me and I'll paste it in a DM for you. Commercial AI versus military applications. And one of the things here is the tremendous advantage. He notes that Professor Lindsay notes that the tremendous advantages in commercial artificial intelligence applications, but mostly driven by machine learning and large data availability. Sorry, Tracy, I have something stuck in my throat. Have reignited interest in their military potential. However, the unique complexities, uncertainties, and ethical dilemmas of warfare. And Professor Lindsay was very much. We talked a lot about information. Well, we talked a lot about the term warfare, and we talked a lot about what cyber war was, and there still is not a consensus on that. War still is the traditional, typical, kinetic, we blow you up, you blow us up kind of thing, and we don't have that there's been a sort of a raging debate, which is also pretty cool. I would love to, if we wanted to do a segment on that, that would be great too. But based upon what I had, what Lindsay had been talking about. So that these unique complexities, uncertainties, and ethical dilemmas of warfare present significant challenges that are not prevalent in commercial context. And of course you could see that, right? One of the things I think we've struggled with artificial intelligence in machines, as an example, were some of these sort of early attempts at self-driving cars that haven't gone so well for pedestrians. And I can think of a couple instances where it went really badly for pedestrians. So there's that, and because that relies a lot on a bunch of different sensors and some artificially intelligent kind of machination by the computer in the background. Aria, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I was grabbing the mail. What was I going to say? I'm really sorry. I got distracted. I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We'll come back to you. So number 3 on my list here is institutional and ethical complexities. But the successful commercial artificial intelligence systems, these things thrive under certain institutional conditions, right? So one is the availability of data, right? So there has to be that large language model of stuff from which to pull, right? They also focused clear objective, and then predictable environments, right? You know, when you're asking your artificial intelligence chat GPT kind of thing, that's definitely a set of predictable environments that it's working in. And it will go ahead and say, I'm sorry, I don't know. Or my input of data was back in 2023, and I don't have anything on that, or whatever it happens to be. But this is often absent in the anarchist realm of war. This mismatch, it raises questions about the validity, wrong word, the viability and desirability of applying commercial artificial intelligence innovations directly to military operations, which is a good thing, I think, to keep in mind, that just because something is new and shiny in the commercial world, it isn't always going to be the thing that is applicable in a very complex military situation. I will say, though, that the genocidal invasion by Russia has allowed Ukraine to make these very much. Somebody yesterday, I think, was talking about iterative versus waterfall project management, and so the idea that you're able to do something and then have it fail, and then do something and then have it fail, not have to have a huge amount of clear objectives at the outset, but just be like, okay, well, let's just go and we'll see what happens. And then that's what they've done with the drones. And they've done it so successfully that some of the latest booms that I've seen, Mockers put one up that was just like, she's like, I think this is going to be boom of the day or boom of the week. And somebody said, I don't know what they put in those things, but this BMP just went thermonuclear when it was hit with the drone. It just was, and it made scattered a mess. I've not seen it scatter a mess like that from a drone. But anyway, I digress. Flicker fella, go ahead, please.
Hey, thank you, Christopher. Hi, Tracy, one more time. Thank you for the space. I have 2 questions. I generally don't like to do generalities, but I will do for this one, because you mentioned the application of kind of commercial AI maybe in military, if I understood that correctly, or for military use. When typically when I'm thinking this type of plug and play relationship, right? I think that you know, commercial means more expensive. Commercial typically to me would mean less secure, because when we talk about military grade stuff, right? Military grade communication, military grade whatever, to me, it implies more secure or more resilient, that kind of stuff. Less susceptible, maybe, when we're talking about digital space to cyber attacks or whatever. Is this, is that, can we categorize or look at AI with that type of lens? And the other question is not as serious. How do I get, and why would I get Flickr pickled? Because I see a lot of these jars floating around, and I'm kind of curious. Thank you.
Well, if you let me know what kind of jar you have, I'll pack you in a jar if you'd like. I'm happy to do that. On your serious question, one of the things that Lindsay is discussing and is emphasizing is that there needs to be this understanding that there is a divide between commercial and military, right? And that the divide is important because of the variety of factors that go into military applications. And you've mentioned some of them, including resilience and strength of the particular product over a basic commercial one. And I always like to point to I don't like to point to, but a few decades ago, maybe it was during Reagan's term, maybe it was during Clinton's term, but the military in the United States was getting dinged, and this may have been part of the that sort of peace dividend thing that happened after the USSR fell apart. But the military started to get looking for, why are we spending how many thousands of dollars on a hammer and thousands of dollars on a toilet seat? And it sort of brings it home that, yeah, those things are much more robust. Yeah, toilet seats, robust. But yes, I agree with you. And Lindsay does as well. Lindsay is saying basically that you can't map commercial artificial intelligence onto military applications. It just wasn't designed in the beginning. It wasn't designed from the ground up to be that. And even though it's the next shiny object in front of you, that it would, there's got to be more thought that's put into it, and whether or not that this would actually even come to fruition. Does that help?
It does, 100%. Thank you very much.
No worries. Well, Tracy, I am halfway through, and we are at 2:55 on my time here, which means 4 hours for you. It's almost 7 o'clock. In maybe the last one, I'll give the last comment. If Windley he's back up, he's popped back up. Does he have something? Chris, do you have something you want to add to this? And I think I'm going to pause for this, and I'll pick this back up with a bit of a recap, and then back into the other half of the paper tomorrow.
Chris doesn't have a hand up, so I think that's a no. But yeah, we need to carve out more time, I think, and we're on extended play tomorrow, aren't we? So something that I've been looking at in detail as well is from the Centre for Combating Disinformation and Countering Disinformation, there's various narratives that are being pushed out. So maybe we can have a wider segment on that, or maybe we should have a cyber segment more often. But yes, thank you, Christopher. It's very interesting. I will stop waffling and allow you to continue.
Yeah, no, I was just calling Windley out because, I can do that sitting up here in the co-host seat. It's one of the only things I get. We don't even get popcorn. And we are required to clean up after ourselves, although I got to say the last people that were here, it's a little sticky. Anyway. There
is one thing, Christopher, if you don't mind. I just wanted to quickly direct people to a post that I popped in the nest. Because it seems Pekka Kaljaniemi's account has been suspended over his latest Vatnik soup. So again, this is something that's really important when we talk about bots. He's been mass reported, it's here apparently. So go ahead and check that post out and have a look at that. And I believe the next co-host coming up will be having a discussion about that as well, because we also have a guest joining us. So we will be joined again by American journalist JP Lindsay. This was a great conversation before. He reported from Ukraine on Chicago's WGN radio every day of the full-scale invasion. But he's escaped the news of the world of News Corps. So it was, like I say, it was very interesting last time. Come and have a listen. He's lived in Ukraine during the pandemic, and now he's there. News teams work to share the truth of what's happening. Apologies, Christopher. Please carry on.
Sorry.
Sorry,
No,
Christopher.
sorry. Jerome's got a hand up. No, I was looking at the Vatnik. I was looking at the soup link. There's a bunch of interesting stuff in that. But go ahead, Jerome, please.
Thank you. Just another, I know I'm pulling disparate parts together here, but I think Tracy was mentioning, she was kind of noting it was, were you mentioning, Tracy, it was the Prime Minister was given a number for the, I keep calling them drones, but the landmine removal, and you were wondering why maybe that was under that part of the government, and it seemed kind of odd. I was thinking maybe they're working with contractors and outside agencies that will maybe need to be coordinated economically or something that are from outside of Ukraine that would cause it to fall under a different part of the government. I have no idea what I'm talking about. That's just a complete guess. But just tying it back with my mentioning Palantir, so maybe they're getting some outside help.
Well, I know what you mean. So basically, you usually see the reporting regarding mine information coming from people like the Minister of Strategic Industries and people like that, because they're doing a lot of the work with, there's a lot of NGOs involved, a lot of partner countries, a lot of different things going on, companies, brands, all sorts of people helping, and lots of innovation going on. So it was just that the Prime Minister reported on the information, which is not completely out of the blue. He does sometimes, but usually it just comes from other places. But I think it's because he recently had a meeting with President Zelensky, and President Zelensky tasked him, I think, with the strategy moving forward for, demining. So it was probably because of that, Jerome.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting.
Thank you very much. Also, you posted some information yesterday, didn't you, Christopher, from the Minister of Economy, wasn't it? He gave a bit of an update on the cooperation that's going on in terms of mine action.
Yep. Oh, Dan. Hi, Dan.
No, Dan. Ernestine here. I got a question to phone to pick with you. We have a lady up in the balcony. Wouldn't it be prudent for a gentleman to give the lady some opera glasses and a glass of champagne and some caviar? Okay, Christopher? Come on, be a gentleman.
I'll order that up for delivery for our segment tomorrow. She will let you know
That
how
would
she
be
received
fine.
that.
I'm just trying to speak for ladies' rights, that's all. Thank you.
Will there be a full glass jar of caviar?
Well, I would hope so.
One of the ones that was floating in a swimming pool. Back to you all.
I'm sure I would say spend this money on donating to Ukraine instead. And in particular, whilst Christopher and I get situated now, because we'll be doing switcheroos, I will go and tell you all to retweet our fundraiser, because we are collecting for drones. So, Christopher, are you departing or am I departing? Oh, Christopher's gone already. He fell off the balcony. So I will tell you about the drones. So, of course, this fundraiser is trying to raise enough money for 3 Mavic drones, 3 thermal drones, for the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade, very prestigious brigade. Have done lots of incredible things. If you don't know who they are, where have you been? Hiding under a rock? You must find out about them. So do a Google search, because I don't have time to tell you all about them now, because we have a wonderful segment coming up. So I will tell you all to please retweet the space, retweet the speaker card, let everybody know about our incredible guest and conversation that's going to be happening right now. And of course, don't forget to chuck your spare cash across to MriyaReport.org. If you have spare cash, that is, and please be as generous as you can. And I will hand across to Axel, who will be taking you away with JP Lindsay for our next segment, and a very interesting segment it will be indeed. Axel, good evening.
Bonjour, bonsoir, good evening.
So thank you very much, everybody. Chris, Axel is now co-host, and I shall say good evening to you all, and please stick around. Thank you very much. Good evening, Axel.
I hope you can hear me now. Let's try that.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. And with a bit of luck, I can see that JP is also joining us and David is already here. So, and with that, good evening, everyone. On this very day, I've already sent a message out to save save Pekka. So, people, please be so kind. Make sure that you put your name to it, because we've had yet again someone who supposedly is in favor of free speech, allowing his employees to curtail it, and that obviously cannot be allowed to occur without resistance. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm just getting my stairlift organised.
Not quite sure what happened to JP, but he seemingly is just about to join us, so we'll try this again. 1 sec.
There we go. Good evening.
All right. In the meantime, I can also see that our friend Fancy was supposed to be joining, has issues and is connecting. We will obviously be talking about the week in media, the week in Ukraine, the efforts yesterday undertaken by the White House to find a few bob. I've already addressed it together in quite some detail with Fabian Hoffman, that as Mr. Sullivan inimitably put it, unanticipated cost savings and replenishment contracts allowed, and then he, highlighted as to why it was well negotiated and therefore gave them free cash, a modest amount of funding to be made available without impacting US military readiness. This is the administration which has been shrinking yet again the military budget, and therefore creates inert resistance and heavy resistance in the Pentagon for any kind of use of funds for other purposes, and therefore only if and when something is being, freed up out of previously dedicated funding arranged by the US Congress, it can be used easily for Ukraine under the existing PDA, assuming that they don't want to defer other funding, dedicated funding for the armed forces, which the White House could, but then of course that would face a backlash and would give both conservative and centrist and national security Democrats, as well as the Republicans, more fire to heat up the White House. All of this self-inflicted. There you go. Bull Terrier, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Axel and David, and thank you so much for all your hard work. You just mentioned Pekka, so I just wondered, how exactly can we help Pekka?
Retweet the campaign to save Pekka. I can put up something in the Nest where I just started this, and then people can obviously join, quote, use something else, write something else about it. But Pekka has on his own page text, but given the fact that he can't make his own case, we have to do it for him in order for it to be worthwhile having in front of the, rather bottish, rather algorithmic setup of Twitter, because Twitter support, as you know, doesn't really exist. And we want to make sure that we get significantly more feedback and buzz around that. All right, David, I need to do something with JP and get him on. This will take a few minutes. Can you jump in quickly?
Yeah, no problem at all. So I've been offline a little bit, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. There's been some incursions today, I know, from the Black Bridge, various Russian volunteer battalions. I think the Kursk region and also Belgorod region. That seems to have been going on consistently all day, but I haven't seen kind of the latest updates of that. I'll try and dig something out about that. Also, I think there are 2 planes rumored to have gone down. So one one Su-27 and another Il-76. The Il-76 went down in Ivanovo, which is quite a long way from the border. So interesting, interesting what took it out. It looked to me, my untrained eye, like a manpad's. But we were talking about it earlier with Hopsy. He thought that could also be possible, but equally it could just have been an engine which blew up because, you know, they haven't changed the filters or they haven't got the parts or something like that. So it could be any number of things. But you can see the engine falling off the plane as it's coming down. So yeah, good performance there. Good performance there from the Ukrainians.
And that's what engines should do, of course. They should fall off planes, right? This is exactly what they're designed for.
Yeah, but Russian planes in particular, they're designed to fall off.
Okay, I can see that both Fancy and JP currently are connecting. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe both. Well, let's see what works. Fancy is at least here. Fancy, what is it with these stupid jars? Can somebody please tell me what this stuff is now about?
I've got no idea. I've got no idea how I ended up in a jar. Why we are in jars. It's a mystery to me, but it seems to be fancy at the moment.
You didn't strike me as someone who's just following some kind of a herd behavior.
Well, my fellow alter ego is, of course, following brain dead cartoon dog herd behavior. There's nothing bad about it, you know, like we sniff each other's butthole and just keep following each other.
Again, nobody has explained to me what
I can
friggin'
hear
jar
you.
is for.
I can hear you, but I don't think Axel can hear you. So JP,
I can hear, no, I can hear him perfectly well. That's
Okay.
not the point, David. Nobody has explained to me what the friggin' jar is for. Can somebody make a concise, cohesive argument as to why? Terry, do you have the argument?
I do, Axel. I know exactly what it is. It's because we're all brain damaged.
And you don't want the brain matter to leave the jar or what?
Well, no, we're all in a bit of a pickle at the moment, you see, so we just all need a little bit of protection.
So you pickle yourself, your head, and the brain matter, which otherwise might escape because you're brain damaged or your brain is open to the atmosphere in the jar.
Exactly.
And that really is a serious discussion we're having here in regards to Ukraine.
Because we're just brain damaged dogs, we don't actually need any air. So the fact that the lids are sealed doesn't matter because we don't need to breathe. So a few of us were panicking initially, but we've been reassured.
All right, Corporal, I'll have that whiskey soda now. This is too silly.
Patience, Axel, patience.
And I thought resilience was good enough, but there you go. All right, thank you very much, Terry. That's very kind of you. Flicker fella, what do you have to add? What do you have to say for yourself? Why are you not in a jar?
Yes, that's what I wanted to say, Axel. I am very behind the power curve. I am going to, as soon as I get behind the computer, I'm going to try to get people to work with me and get me pickled ASAP. Though I am considering maybe choosing a slightly different version of a glass bottle and go with like a bottle with a bottleneck. I am a little bit concerned about whether or not it should be sealed. I do like to eat beans, and I am kind of terrified about, being in constrained places with possible stomach problems, but I'm going to try to muscle through that. Anyway, hopefully next time you see me, I'm going to be nicely pickled. Thank you.
Very good for you, but as much as I like the idea of pickles, but this is still, I mean, this is, by the way, people who have dialed in and wanted to have a serious argument with JP Lindsley, David and myself evidently are currently treated to the comic relief show. So having said this, there's only one perfect use for a mason jar, and you know exactly what it is: moonshine. Everything else is irrelevant.
I thought it was there to be thrown at Russian drones and soldiers by babushkas.
Babusias. But there you go. Albeit, I wouldn't care. I mean, if Russian babushkas now start throwing mason jars with pickles or whatever marinated, was it marinated berries or strawberries, whatnot, I couldn't care less. I want JP here. Bloody hell! I hope he restarts his app. We need to unjar this thing, Terry. Terry.
Yeah, I could just hear JP just then, but he reckons that you can't hear him.
Yeah, I don't think actually you can hear
I
JP.
can neither see nor hear JP. On my screen, there is no JP.
Yeah, well, he's definitely there. JP, you're still there, right?
JP, are you in a jar?
I can see him now as connecting.
I think he must have dropped down and be reconnecting again. I can see him now on my screen. Yes, I can hear you. Axel, can you hear JP, Axel?
I hear nothing. I will recycle. This is
Okay.
insane.
Okay, JP. Sorry about this. This is the wonder of technology. Miracles of science. It's only Axel's going to recycle, and we can just get started. Yeah, these things are sent to test us. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we should just get started. Yeah, that's been affecting Kharkov pretty badly lately. So. Yeah. Yes, I mean it's very sad and predictable that the reaction that they do is attack non-military targets. Yeah, so yeah, terrible business. There's been quite a lot going on today, so I don't know if you've got any further information about the invasion of Russians invasion of Russia by Russians, or anything further about the airplane coming down. Sorry, I was mic stuck there. Yeah, I think it's really incredible performance from the Ukrainians. So if you said at the beginning of the invasion that in first of all it would be still going on 2 years down the line, and at this point Ukraine is able to strike thousands of kilometers behind Russia's border. They've removed or prevented access to the Black Sea for the Black Sea Fleet, and taking planes down all over the place. It's really remarkable. Yet the narrative we so often see is, stalemate. Russia can produce more shells. Blah blah blah. So I don't know how we go about changing this narrative, but it's something that we're all trying to do. Yeah, I think that's what fires us all up every day. I mean, that's kind of why we're here. It's one thing I was going to ask you is, I find it very difficult to judge the US mentality. I speak to some people, with, in certain areas of the country, and they say that the pro-Russian narrative is a very strong. I hear other people basically saying it's not a big deal, and the Americans I know generally fully support Ukraine, and are kind of dismayed at what's going on in Congress right now. How do you see it? How do you see the division? Is it kind of 50-50, or is it a small minority? What would you say? JP. Sorry to interrupt. We're still having some problems with the audio. It's not clear who can hear us or whether we can be heard at all. So maybe it's just me and you having a conversation. So what we're going to do is restart the space and try again. Okay, so it'll shut down in a second. See you in a minute.